There's Envoy. What a play from the youngster.
You gotta start cooking again.
It's chaos.
You ain't surviving that. It's gone straight through the skull.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you'll be seeing a lot more of that.
Friday nights, brighter lights.
It's going.
My goodness.
That is sensational.
Oh my word.
Oh my. No.
Ready to play ball.
Let's go!
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Welcome to the kingdom, the online.
Why did that
He
make you?
gets there in time. He got the kill. Are you kidding me? Let's just be awesome, bro. Let's just be awesome.
Okay.
CDL's back. Fetch me my beard oil.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3 of the Chicago home series. Today, a champion will be crowned. Benson Chance, joined by the wonderful Nameless to kick things off. Unfortunately, no Lottie today. She's feeling under the weather. Lottie, hopefully you feel a little bit better. But if you can enjoy some wonderful Call of Duty action, I feel like today is going to be the day to do that. And today we have some fantastic games. Obviously, 3 matches, and each one of them, there's maybe a chance here that we see an upset.
We have some bangers of matches today, right? Like we have Empire and Huntsmen, but we have the new and improved Empire with Shotzi and Illy, who have gotten a lot better since the last time these guys faced off. So that match is definitely going to be a banger. And we have Seattle versus FaZe, a weaker FaZe than of the last few events. And Seattle, who seem to be improving, although they've only played the Guerrillas. So both these matches are amazing in their own right.
I was going to say, there's a little bit of an asterisk on that one for Seattle Surge. Chance, obviously, we saw the tweets yesterday. I think it was Zuma from the New York Subliners saying, you know, it's strange watching teams basically milk other teams for CDL points. I think we all know what he was referring to there. But either way, it seems like Seattle are showing signs of improvement now.
I think that's fairly reasonable. Maybe not, actually. I don't know. I haven't seen the signs yet, Ben.
Okay.
I have to be honest with you. They lost the only series they played against that wasn't the Guerrillas, and they look good against the team they've always looked good at. But this is the perfect series to make the argument of improvement. Yes. You look good against FaZe. You are already established as like a contender in the CDL. So this is it. This is the opportunity of proof. Signs of life.
Of course, there's
Well, they're winning Search. So to argue it, they are
Search
winning.
against two.
They're against the Guerrillas. Wait, hold on. Don't roast the Guerrillas that bad in Search. In the last weekend, they did go 2-0 in Search and Destroy. They just got 3-1 in both their series. So the Guerrillas are a decent Search team. Surge beat them in both the Search and Destroys in both series. So I will say that is slight improvement. And even just if watching them play, you can see that they've switched it up. They're stacking more, and their Search does look a bit better. But now they got to go against FaZe, the best Search team in the game. So.
I was going to say, you're going to get the real answer to that in the first series of the day. Of course, there you saw our bracket, how things have panned out. I think, though, if we're honest here, Nameless, a lot of fans are very, very excited about that second semifinal. And I know we as talent, we're also very excited. What's kind of your instinct for that one? What are you expecting to happen?
Instinct? Okay,
yeah, what's your gut? What does your gut tell you?
My gut feeling tells me it's going to game 5 for one. And
okay.
I gotta say that, oh man, it's the Chicago homestand. I think they take it. You know, my mind has been going back and forth on this one all day long. I just don't know if Empire, they've struggled against them all season long. And I think that they're going to go to that game 5. Huntsmen, they've been great at Search and Destroy at times. I think Envoy and Scump turn up and they take it. It's just my instinct feeling, man. But, you know, by the eye test, they both seem to be at the same level playing field right now. So it's really just up in the air.
If you go by statistics, I mean, you'd expect Chicago to, you know, do business as
9-2
usual.
map,
You'd expect them to take that. And then you look on the other side, Atlanta FaZe, you'd expect them to beat Seattle Surge. Could potentially set up that final. Chet, do you see anything interesting happening in that second semifinal? Of course, 5:30 Eastern, Dallas Empire, Chicago Huntsmen. Is there a chance you feel that Dallas Empire could take that?
Oh, absolutely. I think there's a good chance. I think you can make an argument for them being the favorite team in the series as well. But the more interesting part, like to me, about the entire scheme of the thing is, I think if either Atlanta or Chicago win this event and maybe the Dallas Empire, that'll like establish them as the best team in the game. Like this is the first tournament we've had where pretty much all the heavy hitters. Yes, we're missing a couple of like the nicer teams, but the entire year, the argument's been it's at the start it was Dallas, and then it was either Atlanta or Chicago, and then obviously those two teams kind of skyrocketed up above. So if that's going to be the finals match and that's the head-to-head, in my mind, that gives us the answer. That being said, of course, we can argue this for all day. If Dallas Empire win, like, do we have enough to really see it? But there's an opportunity for the establishment of #1 team.
So I will say this. So whoever wins between Chicago and Empire, as long as FaZe beats Surge, And then whoever it is that plays FaZe in that final, if they win that, then they're the best team in the game. It has to be versus FaZe in the final. Even if FaZe were somehow to get upset by Surge right now, they'd still be in the conversation. So first things first, FaZe would have to win this game, and then whoever wins that next one, that final would determine your best team in the game. So we got some storylines in the works here. It just depends on how this first game comes out.
I want to dive maybe a little bit deeper then into this first game, as we so often do. Chance, a lot of people, I think they look at this, they see the schedule, they go, all right, I'll go get ready for game 2, right? They may just kind of maybe miss out on this game 1. But talk to me a little bit about maybe how the series is going to play out. Your maps and modes, things like that. Is this really going to be a simple walk in the park for FaZe? What exactly is the hope Seattle Surge have?
All right, here's the pitch. So the first map we have is Azir Cave.
Okay.
The most dominant win we've seen on Azir Cave this entire year has been from Octane against the Girls, where they beat them 250 to, I think, 73, something absurd. Octane set the kill record on that map. So you have a great map number 1 for the Seattle Surge. Great start. And again, yes, he had the kill record. It was Simp that took it from him, though. I think Octane dropped like 43, and then Simp dropped 49. So you think that's an argument in FaZe, but Simp dropped 49, destroyed the kill record, and they won by 16.
I thought this was the pitch, Chance. Come on.
No, this is the pitch. This is the pitch. If Simp is breaking records by that much, and they are squeaking by in these wins, and that's their only win in hardpoint this week, they've lost the other 2. York Subliners destroyed them in both the hardpoints they played yesterday. So they've looked very weak in hardpoint with the role swap that they've made, right? Your only win, you're having to break records, and on that map is one that Octane had the record in the first place. So that's a great map number 1 out of the gate for Seattle. And then you just go through the list. Map number 2, St. Petro S&D. You're thinking S&D. Obviously, Seattle's not going to win that. We've seen them the entire year, but they have played the map 5 times, and we've only seen FaZe on it once. So are you really going to be countering the strats that aren't working for Seattle? No, it's going to be Seattle trying to evolve their gameplay. Then you go into the domination in Seattle. It's been their best game of the entire year. FaZe are strong on it because they're strong on everything. But hey, maybe Seattle pulls off that win. As long as we don't go to a game 5, then I think Seattle.
Which is interesting, right? Because you would think that would be the argument. Don't go to game 5. But when we were just kind of going over, what we wanted to go through in terms of our run of show, you made the interesting point that, yes, you don't want to go to a game 5 because it is FaZe, but FaZe have shown weaknesses in Search and Destroy as well.
Yeah, it just seems like in all their game modes right now, like they're sort of starting to make lazy mistakes. Like in Hardpoint, they seem lazy. You saw them versus New York. It was like a frenzy on the map. They weren't checking the common spots. They were getting pieced up by attach, by accuracy, posting up. It's like it was just too easy, and they're getting lazy in Hardpoint. In Search and Destroy, they're also getting lazy. We saw Abizi getting sniped, getting picked. He got first blooded like 5 times on that Arclov that they played, and without Priesta going big and finding those openings, getting those 2 pieces to open up those rounds, they would have lost that game. So if that happens again, Surge definitely have a chance, but keep in mind, folks, this is just the pitch to tell you that Surge can possibly win this. Like don't completely count out the Surge in this match. They're in the semifinal, and they look like they're getting a little bit better. If they were to beat FaZe, that's what they would have to capitalize on. It's going to be very difficult, but it's possible.
Well, I want to take a look at our Game Fuel keys to victory. You two did a fantastic job there, just breaking down the series, what to expect, and I guess, as you said, the pitch, right? What needs to go well for Seattle Surge to win this series and maybe cause one of the bigger upsets that we've seen so far this weekend. But here's a look at our Atlanta keys to victory, again presented by Game Fuel. Get more production out of kills, clean up hardpoint, don't play lazy. Basically, Ant, what you were just saying.
Yeah, it's pretty much what I was just saying, right? Like they seem lazy in Hardpoint, and they get a ton of kills sometimes, and they don't get that much production out of it. However, in their series versus New York, they weren't even getting a ton of kills. They were simply just playing lazy. They weren't waiting on each other. They weren't checking the proper corners. They were letting players go on sprees, and that's something that FaZe is typically on point with. So just don't play lazy.
Of course, we've talked a lot about role changes throughout this weekend. Chance, do you maybe look at that role change that Atlanta FaZe made and say, well, if it doesn't work today, even if they win, for example, they might want to revert back to what worked previously?
I mean, okay, there's 2 sides to this coin. One, if you look like the best or second best team in the game and you're dominating everybody, why switch to begin with? But that part doesn't make sense to me. The part that does make sense is those players every single day are scrimming repeatedly. They have a very well put together coaching staff that is analyzing their gameplay constantly. They saw something that they either didn't necessarily like or wanted to adjust. I trust those guys way more than I trust me to make this type of read. Like, I'm looking at a very surface level. It doesn't quite click. And even the part that doesn't entirely make sense, I'm still very confident with selling
Yeah,
having
right.
AR in his hand, and I definitely trust Major Maniac to be decent with the sub. So I'm not fearful, even if it doesn't make sense, and I would just default to trusting the coaching staff.
Seems fair. Of course, I know the players themselves believe Selim is the best AR in the world. So hopefully we get to see glimpses of that today if they make it to the final. But get fuel keys to victory, Seattle Surge. Steal a search and destroy, avoid simp sniper, and watch the pinch. Chance, Nameless, you guys again brought up both of these fantastic points, but that search and destroy, and that could be key.
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, looking at the stats, they're 12-2 in search and destroy. You're not going to beat them in both searches, so you're going to have to steal one and win 2 respawns. So, like, we just spoke about how they're going to win a search and destroy, and that's the way they're going to do it. One, they have to avoid a sniper. He has, 10 snipes so far in search and destroy in this tournament in 3 maps. And then also they have to watch that pinch. Don't let players like Priestess sneak through or a BZ and get those, those kinks in your armor. You got to stay together as a unit and replicate what you did versus the Guerrillas. They were stacking, and it was working. Do it again, steal a search, and the series could be yours.
We'll take a look at our quick scope presented by the U.S. Air Force, how both these two teams compare head-to-head. As I'm sure many of you expect and already know, it's pretty one-sided when you look at the numbers, specifically, of course, those CDL points. One thing that could be very interesting is out of our 4 teams left, 3 have already won a weekend. It's only Seattle Surge left in the top 4 that haven't. So we're either going to have a 2-time or somehow, some way, if Seattle Surge do go on a run, make it to the final and win the whole thing, then we'll have a different winner from every single weekend. Jets could be an interesting story.
It would be cool. And just to touch on Nameless's point when we're looking at the head-to-head between FaZe and Seattle is, like, I don't even really think that, like, it would be great if they steal an S&D. Like, if they do pull off that Petro because they have more experience on the map, that would be phenomenal for the Surge. But in my mind, we saw the weakest hardpoint FaZe has ever played where they got bullied out yesterday, and in their one win, they were squeaking by even with some going off. So they're weakest in the hardpoint. So if I'm Seattle, I'm going back to the old classic of just, like, don't even worry about the search. Just beat them in all the respawns and walk away over towards the grand final. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm saying that is best case for the Surge and worst case for the FaZe. But the worst hard point we saw from them yesterday, or was yesterday, we saw the role swap. Celium did not look.
No, Chance, let me interject. Here. There's not a single team in the CDL that's going into a series versus FaZe with the game plan of let's win all 3 respawns. That's just not gonna happen. Like, they're just way too talented. They did have an off day where they were losing some respawns, but this is Championship Sunday, baby. CDL game day, like CDL Sunday. It's not gonna be like that today.
I mean, I'm definitely not saying that that's the game plan. The game plan is you prepare tooth and nail for the Petro and the Arklov and write down everything FaZe has ever done and plan for that. I'm just saying I don't expect them to make the adjustments in search and destroy to take down FaZe, bar them doing something crazy. Because even if they're getting all those bloods, they haven't been well choreographed enough as a team to clutch in those late round scenarios, while FaZe clutch those all the time sort of thing. So I'm just saying, in my mind, the best case for Surge is if they win the 3 respawns.
I just think back to historic runs of underdogs, and it's always started with search and destroy. Like an underdog team upsetting a team in search and destroy, even when they were counted to lose that. And that's how they caused the upset, and that's how they get to a final or win a final. Is just like, whoa, they actually won that search and destroy. And that's the only way I think Surge do it. But hey, I mean, that's a good plan as well. If you can win all 3 respawns and go for it.
It's hard. Definitely not going to be easy against Atlanta FaZe, as you both kind of talked a little bit about as we wait for game number 1 to eventually get underway. Fantastic analysis from both of you. Appreciate hearing that. But I do want to maybe move the conversation over towards our second semifinal, right? That one, I know you both kind of briefly gave me your thoughts and opinions on it, but just to kind of dive maybe a little bit deeper. Chance, we know the record Dallas has over Chicago. It's not pretty at all. What do they need to change in their game to finally get one over?
Well, I don't think they needed to change anything like today or from yesterday. I think they've been making adjustments since the first time that they lost to Chicago, right? And I think it's sort of a similar argument I have about the FaZe team of the weakest Chicago has been recently. Yes, they're still good, and I think some fans are definitely blowing it out of proportion of the nerves of Chicago not actually being that good. They're still fantastic, but they just had a role swap that they've now reverted to. They still look a little bit sketchy. Some maps are a lot closer than they used to be for Chicago. And Dallas, who has had a lot of those close maps against them, if they're just even a little bit better, now those start to swing their way. So it's not the most dominant Chicago team we've seen so far, and Dallas Empire have certainly seemed to improve. They've got a chip win at the second most recent LAN event. Good old times.
Missed those times.
Dallas look a little better. Chicago don't look like they've improved to keep that margin.
And is there, I guess, a reason? And you think that a couple of those top teams are I don't want to say getting worse, but they are showing signs of weakness. I mean, you talked a lot about Atlanta FaZe, Chicago Huntsmen, same thing can be made. Is there something that you can pinpoint as to maybe why that's happened?
There's a few reasons. I wouldn't say these teams are necessarily getting worse. I just think the gap is just getting smaller. A lot of the teams are getting better. They're making changes and they're improving. And also the top teams are trying to be that top dominant team. So they're trying to make little changes on their roster, like Celium running an AR for FaZe, like Formal switching to a sub for Huntsman. All the time it's not going to work out, but I like that you have to try things out to see where you end up. And, you know, I said this yesterday, I'll say it again. Sometimes you get worse before you get better, and it's just about how you get through that time. You saw RCD saying that they suck right now and that they need to get more chemistry outside the game. Well, that's something that they're working on. So, like, if Chicago make it out of this rut that they're in, they can be fantastic, and they're one series away from a final. So it's like a lot of people are saying this is, you know, the worst Chicago's look. Well, okay, they're still in a semifinal, and they're one match away from being in a final versus a team that they're 9-2 map count against. So Chicago are fine. People are blowing it out of proportion. They're going to be okay.
It is crazy, right? When you see like just that the way the fans are kind of getting maybe a little concerned about their squad and just the community in general saying, you know what, they're not as good as we kind of thought they were. In reality, look, they're still a fantastic squad, right? They're fighting for a spot in the semifinal against a team they've had so much success against. I think there's pretty high chance that maybe they do win their second championship so far this year. And speaking of this year, just as a general, we've had a ton of fantastic plays, and I mean an absolute ton, more than I can possibly count. While we wait for game one of our first series of the day to get underway, I want to send it over now to a top 10 plays of the entire year. Let's take a look.
20 seconds left. 6-point game. B's now being decapped. A huge 1v1 is going to go down over towards C, but the kill feed is predominantly red. The decap towards B, but I think Florida realize they have to go. They have to push. They need to get everything. There's no time. There's no time at all left for Florida. And Atlanta FaZe defend their city.
Please give it up for your Atlanta champions!
They're able to find RCD, so now it's all down to Gunless. He only needs to get a killer too.
He couldn't quite finish it. Did he hop off it? He did hop off it for a second though. He's right back on it. Get up there. Go. He's got to go. He got to do it. Can he get there in time? Can he get there in time? I think he got it. Oh, he got the kill. I thought the defuse was in. He got the kill. Are you kidding me? What a play from Gunless.
But you see it down.
Oh my God. I thought so. I thought they lost. I 100% thought that Dallas got the win.
Close.
I thought they had the win.
Not for much longer. He's able to find one before he fell, and RCD turns around and there's several Minnesota Rocket players flying right at him.
He is getting away all the information and the kills, and he gets the second on Assault Ben. Envoy has been a man among boys.
I cannot believe how easy he has made this look.
Gunless pushing up top with the M4, wins the opening fight.
Not quite sure how, I'm going to be honest, Chance, but Gunless levels the playing field. 3v3. I can't believe it. Envoy, you've been a hero throughout the entire game. He's on the bomb. The defuse. Minnesota Rocket. You gotta check it. Full sale happens again. From 5-0 down. Chicago Huntsmen win 6 in a row. You don't see it very often, but welcome back to the Call of Duty League. I cannot believe we just witnessed that.
Assault is down. And with the defuse for Illy and the smile from Shotzi, we have ourselves a new champ. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Dallas Empire, the victors of your Los Angeles Home Series event.
How they played this weekend, honestly, it just goes to show the potential this team has. And like, this is their second COD tournament, and we just won it. So that's a pretty good job.
That is pretty good.
The Huntsmen have pushed them out. They've managed to break the hard points for now, but you got to keep the spawners out in the back. Stumpy with the kills. They just keep on coming. Now the push from Florida. Envoy in the back. The shots are there, but they've got onto the point with that one. The Florida Mutineers have done it.
They had to go through Chicago both times to get here, and this time they might seal the deal right as they go to do it. The contest comes in, but now the victory lap. Florida Mutineers, your Dallas Home Series victors. They get it done, and what a performance it was from Florida, Joe.
Selium does not have bomb.
And he's so loud too. I think the player that was up in the top window might be able to hear this. And even if he plants, it's going to be a quick gunfight from Assault up top.
You see him! You see him, and Selium escapes! Selium tagged up, one shot, has to scurry away. Spot got RX, both players, one shot, Assault, clips Selium, and that is all she wrote. Minnesota Rocker, you're heading to today's final.
A massive win for the Minnesota Rocker, who have been doubted effectively the entire year, exceeding everyone's expectations consistently.
Not a great performance from him.
I think we first pointed out he was like 2-10. He started. Alec, Varsity still torching bodies as the final seconds tick away. That does it. Chicago Huntsmen are your winners at the London Home Series Final. It just feels like Huntsmen are a bit better right now.
Yeah,
but do you think this is going to be a battle we're watching all year? I sure as hell do. I sure as hell hope so. Set up deep, connects on the shots. It's all to R-Cities to try and clutch. He can't do it! As Florida get the W, Pristini wins the battle versus brother, and there's the hype. Nothing but love between Pristini and R-Cities, but what a series. And you see their mom, like, what a mix of emotions that's gotta be. Pristini versus R-Cities, a match for the ages.
They are going to be 5 seconds away from sending us to a map 5, but it comes down to 1 or 2 pushes. We know how hard it is to break this. Hook and Alien Shotzi, oh no, shutting it down. That's all 5 dead.
All dead.
Oh, the spawns.
They're not done yet though. One final push for one final contest. The tournament is decided here, and Illy's there up top. They got him out of the hard point. They might still be able to get in. They gotta fly. Go, go, go. Get in. They're able to get in. Everybody is into the point. 247, 247. It's madness inside. Rocker, they do it. They do it. They do it. It's Rocker with the win. It's map 5, baby.
What just happened? What was that ending?
It's Minnesota up in here.
Hello everyone and welcome to the brand new, fresh off the airship Call of Duty League. 12 teams from 11 cities have come to Minneapolis to begin their mission of hoisting the first ever CDL Championship trophy. From new teams with legacy players to new players joining legacy teams, they will battle it out 15 weekends for a chance to make history.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Apologies about this brief delay. That was a fantastic look at some of the best plays from throughout the year. But the delay is out of our hands, unfortunately, and it is in the hands of Apathy. We actually just saw on Twitter, Slack tweeted out a little text conversation in case you guys haven't seen it. Apathy basically said, called 1,600 people affected. This is in reference to a power outage, of course. At 5:30 is the estimated time it'll be fixed. Go last map. I'll make it. So even in a bit of an awkward spot, at least App is still able to have a little bit of fun. Apparently there's a power outage in his area. These things obviously happen. And it kind of begs the question, and obviously your fantastic playing career that you had, obviously a multiple-time champion. Did this ever something that happened to you where you were forced to play a man down and then you clutched up and it was all, sunshine and rainbows after that?
Yeah, evac search and destroy in Black Ops 3. I was on Luminosity. We were playing C9.
Okay.
In the very beginning of the map, it was Study who lags out of the game. He's just completely gone. And for some reason, the ref didn't end it during Black Ops 3. I don't know why he didn't end it, but we played the whole map out, and we ended up winning it 6-3. It was insane, dude. I ran a Man of War the whole time. We were just frying them, dude. You can go back, search it up on YouTube. Luminosity versus Cloud9, 3v4. It's an insane game, dude.
So
I think Clint actually casted it, and he was like, what is happening?
Luckily, times have changed since back then, and we have subs now, which hopefully can come in those important emergencies. But whilst we wait, I believe, so I just got word, okay? So Seattle Surge have, I believe it's around about 3 minutes from now to sub in Enable, I believe. Their other sub is
Dub's coming in.
So potentially Enable could come in. Otherwise, I believe it might just be game 1 that is a forfeit. We'll wait and see and get exact word on what the situation is. But whilst we wait, obviously, we've talked a ton about this first series. We've talked a lot about the second series. I don't really want to hypothesize about what the final could be because I feel like there's just so many options, of course. But what I do want to ask is, after that fantastic video, the top 10 plays of the year, I want to ask you two, what has been your favorite part of the CDL so far? Chance, just kind of start with you.
Yes. Okay. By far, favorite moment in the CDL, without question, is Raven. Who are they playing? The London Royal Ravens at the London event. Who are they going against? Was it New York?
Semifinal?
I can look
Dallas?
it up. I can look it up.
I can't remember.
Dallas,
you can look it up and see who is against. I think it was
semifinal,
Dallas,
right?
and Rich made a bet with like the stream or I don't know, with Nameless. I don't know what it was, but he said if London wins this series, I'm gonna shave my beard or mustache or something, or leave just the mustache, whatever it was. London goes up 2-0 in that series.
Goes straight to the
I didn't pay attention to the stream. I didn't know what happened, but I just see Rich coming into the green room and he just has shaving cream and a razor in his hand. In London, I don't know where he got that from. It's not like he took it like through TS. I don't know. But he like comes out of the bathroom. He shaved everything, and I was like, Rich, like, what the hell are you doing? And he was like, oh, I made a bet if London win the series. And I was like, they didn't win.
Was
yet.
it versus
Like,
Dallas? I think
it was Dallas.
I think it was versus Dallas.
They
and
went up.
Sure enough, they like win the next map, and Rich immediately was like, oh dear, like this might have been like so. Long story short, Dallas won the series. London get knocked out of their own home series in heartbreaking fashion, and it was all Rich Campbell's fault, without a doubt, completely his fault. And it cracks me up. I feel bad for the Ravens, but it's great that it was Rich.
If you're a London Royal Raven fan, I mean, now you know who to blame, right?
You got G.
He put that bad energy into the universe there, but I mean, that's a fantastic one. And how about you?
Well, first off, I want to say I see the whole chat spamming Enable. If Enable comes in, that would be a hype moment, dude. That would be like his chance of going. But also, like, that whole talk about stealing a search and destroy, if Enable comes in, like, that will not happen. I don't mean to trash him. It's just that Apathy's been, like, the shining light in search and destroy for Surge. And having Enable in that would be a struggle. But, like, I would be very interested to see if he can come in and be that, like, savior off the bench, you know? Might be a little bit of bad blood there.
Dude, if that happens, I just Enable. Just make a play. Don't take bomb. We haven't scrimmed through whatever. We'll take care of everything. Just go make a play. Flank every round. Just go crazy. Let him snipe. I don't care. Double snipe on whatever.
It's crazy he's on a CDL bench. Enable. This guy was winning championships last year. And the year before that, might I add. Like,
You bring up an interesting point, though, right? You say the words bad blood. I don't think a lot of people would look at it and be like, if I got benched, I'm definitely not, all sunshine and rainbows. But the reality of the situation is, first of all, if you're Enable isn't going to have that, right? Well, we know Enable very well. He's competed since, I mean, he was, 9, I think it was? Like, he's played competitively for such a long time. He's very, very mature. At the end of the day, he wants what's best for his organization and his teammates, right? So he's going to come in, he's going to try his absolute hardest, and I guess for just sheer entertainment and banter purposes, it'd be absolutely amazing to see him come in and just fry, right? Just have one of the best series of his life.
And that's Enable. He can do that, too.
He definitely can, but
the question is,
Search, you just kind of say, just go do your own thing, Ian.
But there's a huge question of, like, is Enable awake? Because Enable is in California, and he has been staying up really late streaming.
128? Yeah, he might be asleep.
He might be asleep. Like, you might need
I can say
one of the Oak Boys to wake him up.
From my time living with Enable back in, I think it was Call of Duty Ghost, part of the old Curse organization, I have never met anyone with a worse sleep schedule than Enable. It was so funny.
I lived with him too. He's the worst sleep schedule on earth.
You have to slam on the door and he just still doesn't wake up. Absolutely incredible. Unless you say there's food. If you say, hey, Ian, you want to go get sushi for lunch? Boom, he's out the door quicker than you can blink. Absolutely incredible.
He also keeps
just imagine Mud Dog knocking on the door, be like, hey, I got a burrito. Just like, wake up, please. Like, yo, you're playing for Surge. And he just like confused as hell. Just woke up. He's like, what's going on?
The floor of Enable's bedroom is also just straight empty water bottles. like hundreds of them. Like, he just slams them.
You don't got to do that to him.
He's hydrated. He's hydrated. I believe.
I'm just letting the fans know he's ready to come in and fry. Like once he wakes up, he's good.
As long as he's awake, right? That's the first thing. But obviously, just a little bit of fun from us while we wait for game 1 to get underway. I believe, though, as I take a quick glance over to my left, Apathy has joined the lobby. Now, I'm not sure how he's doing that without power. Incredible. But hopefully he's able to play because Nameless, you bring up a great point, right? Like, we love Enable, obviously. It's madness that he's on a bench. Like, we know the talent he has. But Apathy, I mean, we joke about dad strength, right? And just dad energy. But genuinely, he's been such a catalyst for Seattle Surge. And the way he's improved this team, or seemingly at least improved this team, and just his own play style has been incredible recently.
He's gotten a lot better. In Search and Destroy, he's been putting up double digits. He's the guy that goes in and gets the first blood, and he's also just opening up rounds for them. Like Apathy has been that player for them in Search, and you know, if they were to win a Search, it would probably start with him. I think you look at the rest of the team, and I look at Karma and Slack to step it up big time, especially when it comes to the Search and Destroy, and that'll be the way that they win the series. The only way I think they win it is by taking Search.
Well, it seems like Seattle Surge may risk it. Apathy in the lobby. Hopefully his connection, his just electricity in general is stable. I believe the game is about to get underway, so there'll be no forfeits from game one. Atlanta FaZe, all smiles from them. They're ready to go. But Nameless, I want to thank you once again for coming on, opening the show with myself and Chance. It's always a great time talking Call of Duty with you. We absolutely love it. Definitely can't wait to do it more as the season progresses. But
thank you, Ben.
Game number 1, Chance, is about to get underway, and I think we know where we're heading. Chance, we're heading to Octane's playground, if you will. The man has simply just been so good on a Zero Cave hardpoint this year.
And again, hey, until Simp kind of took over the record from him, he did own this map. It is AR heavy, and you expect great things from the man, but that is the necessary production that Seattle and Octane specifically need to bring to the table to have a hope in the respawn.
Speaking of Octane, we'll see him and his POV on the screen first and foremost. He's been setting a real amount of kills and some records as well for the most part, but off the rip, it's going to be a slow start from him. Slack, of course, is going to be watching Bridge. You've got to be wary, of course, of those P2 spawns so far for Seattle Surge. That really is the main focus here.
And I will say, just to backtrack for a moment, of like mentioning the favorite moment of the CDL so far was the Rich thing. If Enable had joined this game and played with them, I would have wanted nothing more to go to a listen in at the very start of the hard point just to hear the comms. Obviously, we don't get that, and I'm glad Apathy's back, but oh, baby, that would have been hilarious.
I mean, there's still a potential chance maybe later in the series. It depends, obviously. Fingers crossed that doesn't happen. Love, obviously, watching Apathy play, and the competitor that he is. But after the first point, 20 seconds still to go, it is advantage Atlanta FaZe, 25 points to just 3 of Seattle Surge.
And I will say on this map specifically, again, when you can have extra ARs in hand, obviously we know that Selmy Major Maniac made that swap, but not really for this map. Major Maniac can just do the same thing he's always done, a well-oiled machine with the AR. And of course, Priesta, as your backup AR, is arguably the best flex you could really have in the game. A fantastic player in his own right.
Well, as we go over now towards P2, you can see a spawn actually comes through. An unfortunate one for Atlanta FaZe, a great one for Seattle Surge. And they'll break through and try and get a setup locked in. BZ, though, just walks through. He'll find Karma and Panda. Both drop. Priest, they're looking to trade out. It's like the last man for Seattle Surge. He has to buy a little bit of time. Of course, his teammate's still spawning in. And well, they're there, ready and waiting to take those fights, guys.
Nice breaks, though, from Mbizi, right? If you don't win the rotation battle on this hill, again, your main job is to being as annoying as possible. And they're actually not even being annoying. They're not breaking the spawns, but they're holding the hill straight up from the front side. And again, credit to the subs. Celium, yet to get a kill. They did not get the rotations, and they're still going to have, what, a 30-point lead, or maybe just a little bit less as Seattle gets through. But either way, the kill production right now from the SMGs has been phenomenal from FaZe.
38 to 25, still close game in terms of points as we rotate now towards a P3 soccer field, of course, as it's widely known. FaZe first to the party, though. You see Priester inside the hill. Major Maniac watching the bridge cross. I don't think he's going to have much action just yet. The players from Seattle Surge only rotating through. Simp actually just got himself a 4-piece. Just incredible from him, but hey, that's what you expect from Simp, right, gents?
Yeah, okay. He literally just broke the kill record on this map, like, what, the day before yesterday. He's got, I think, maybe 15 or 16 kills at the moment. And yeah, he's literally picking up quad feeds with the pistol. And just a note on the pistol, by the way, all these players that have been running knives the entire time, he's one of the very few that'll actually throw the pistol in the back pocket. Go back and count the number of pistol kills he's gotten this weekend. It's not insanely crazy, but it has to be about a dozen so far, and then you compare it to the knives. He probably has more pistol kills than the rest of the league has knife kills in this tournament.
It's actually a pretty slow start from Apathy, though, as I glance up towards the stats. 5 and 11. Not the greatest start for him, but for him to try and turn things around. Of course, being rushed into this, he's Going to take maybe a little bit to warm up and get going. Speaking of slow start from Celium as well. 3 and 8, Priester 5 and 11. If you're an Atlanta FaZe fan, you do have Simp and aBeZy putting up a lot of productivity, as you mentioned. Chad 16 and 8 and 13 and 9 between those two. But the game, more importantly, is still very, very close, gents.
And this is a phenomenal setup we've seen from the Surge. They had one guy that was dealing with the well, Frank. As soon as he took that player down, you return to the hill, and then you had all 5 players on Seattle Surge basically just dealing with the front pressure, which, yes, Simp is trying to roar through as he's able to pick up too. But either way, job done so far from Seattle on this hill. They just have to make sure they don't throw away too much of the scrap time as Simp, again, still just going crazy.
And looking to try and find one more. He gets the pistol kill. Unfortunately, couldn't find much more. Over to Octane's POV, and this is where you know Octane loves to just live. Put that AR in his hand, and he can so often pop off. But as we go to our final hill of our first rotation, the score 75-61, advantage Atlanta FaZe. We're inside the hill, ready and waiting, and this could be a chance where they build themselves a lead.
Yeah, this is an important moment for Seattle. Again, their job is to be annoying, and the smokes out might make their job a little bit easier, but you do have to get by Priesta. It's an obvious spot, but they do not check it in time. Too focused on the guys inside of the hill, and Priesta, well, finds the 2. Simp on the flank, cleans them out, and this has been a perfect hole thus far from FaZe, and if you look at the feed, you don't expect it to stop.
Yeah, expect it to really continue. Just with that map control, of course, still with the spawn presence. And bear in mind, Chance, this is where things can maybe spiral a little bit out of control here for Seattle Surge, because if they hold this spawn not only through the first hill of our second rotation, of course, then it becomes favorable for P2 as well. This could be really bad news here for Seattle Surge.
And worse news, potentially. Again, 26 kills from Simp. I know it's normal stuff for him, but for the rest of the league, that is completely absurd, and they don't quite have 125 points. So they're right about the halfway point of winning this game. And then he, what, 52? That's the pace he's on, assuming Seattle don't even get more points after that. So this might potentially be another record game from Simp. That's the man I want to watch, Ben. That's
I was
all
going to say, we love watching records get broken, so the next available chance I'd like to request from our wonderful observation team, if we could just see a little bit of Simp. He's been picking up 4 pieces, 3 pieces, pistol switches. The man has been, frankly, doing it all. He's been just a pleasure to watch throughout the years. Of course, last year, his rookie season comes out, does extraordinary things. Of course, world champion now as well, let's not forget. Unfortunately for him, he will fall, and with 30 seconds, Seattle Surge have actually broken the spawn, so maybe not just worst case just yet.
Well, down by 55, and it looks like FaZe, again, they're the ones that are pushing for the next spawn. So Seattle, they don't want to overcommit to the hill, but a little bit of pressure from inside yellow. They take aBeZy down, and they're actually doing a very solid job of making sure they get the time on the first hill while making sure they hold the rotation over towards New. Of course, though, Simp, the man on your screen, has been a force, and he's going hunting for kills. Meanwhile, his teammates, again, the issue FaZe had last time is they never secured the back spawn. Sell him. He's making sure to take care of it.
37-88. And FaZe looking to try and apply so much pressure through back cave, and Seattle Surge are going to know it just based off their spawn. Still no one inside the hill. Atlanta FaZe still should have favorable spawns. They have to shut down Celium, though. He was able to find one. And speaking of Celium, mentioned slow start to the game. Well, he stepped things up quite drastically. Still negative, but not by much. 12 and 15 he lies. Still Simp, though, man of the moment. 31 and 16, double posted. Don't worry about his hill time whatsoever. Let the man roam around. Let the man slay.
Let him slay as well, and he is still just pushing the pace. Even if he's not shooting it, guys, the movement is clean, but he's going to get dropped. But the rotation over towards New. Priesta in a bit of a foot race, but he's going to have to deal with players over towards mid-map. Meanwhile, Octane, he's already posted up on a head glitch over towards New. So important AR gunfights potentially going down just to win the opening break. But Priesta doing the smart thing, reads the pressure on the flank from aPathy, but still, Octane on a head glitch, you got to be careful.
I definitely do. As now we go over towards Major Maniac's perspective. He knows that a few players from Seattle Surge should be pushing from this side and more likely spawning there. Unfortunately for him, not able to find much success elsewhere, though. It's Priester inside the New Hill as Simp watching for the cut. And Simp may now just want to spring into life. Unfortunately for him, he's going to get a little bad timing, but there's one free kill. Shoots Octane in the back. Unfortunately, he won't find himself his second. I feel like we've cursed him, Chance. Every time we go on his POV, he only able to ever string together 1 or 2 kills. But when we're not his POV, he seems to be picking up multi-kill after multi-kill.
Yeah, I know, it's absurd. The curse has slowed him down to, what, 36 kills or something he has when they only have 175. Like, oh, man, what a tragic thing for Simp and his team to have to go through with now an 80-point lead on this. The final 10 seconds. guaranteed to go their way, and this has been the future hill been the only one Seattle has had a great deal of success on. Last time, though, they got the clear and full setup. This time, Major Maniac, he's posted up with the trophy. You got Priesta going on the flank phase. They have made the adjustment within the map. They're going for the break.
Well, with 53 seconds left of Cave West, as we just rotate the score now, 192 to 106 in favor of Atlanta FaZe. And Chance, to your point, Atlanta now really starting to pull away. Seattle Surge, they've got to stop the bleeding, and they need to break this hill now.
And I just don't know if it's going to happen, Ben. I really don't know if you can. You get a little bit of scrappiness on it, but I don't expect them to relieve the pressure completely unless they're able to sword through. Slack was able to find 2 along the way, and it looks like maybe Seattle doing just enough to be annoying. But even still, even if you get these final 25 seconds, Ben, a 100-point lead is an absurd amount in this game to try to make the comeback from Seattle. They have to just pull something.
I mean, this is where you're looking at Octane, right? To really come out and have a solid finish. He's been a player who pops off on his ear cave, as we mentioned earlier on. And the saving grace here for Seattle Surge is they have the spawns. A full 60, though, is only going to put them closer. Of course, would not take the lead, but more importantly, again, you have to think about controlling this spawn for not only the first hill of our last rotation, but also P2 if the game even goes that far.
And that's hilarious as well. We're watching Major Maniac. He spotted the information on Apathy crossing the back broken, and he's just staring at the window, and that's an indication. He's staring at the window and providing a job for his team, saying, hey, I got this. You guys just have to focus on front sandbags and the cross. So he's doing one thing, playing nice and slow, but he is doing his job, and that allows Simp to just soar through the left side, go and pick up 3. So Major Maniac doing the right thing, even if his teammates getting all the kills.
The current score, 206 to 138. Seattle Surge back inside the hill, 23 seconds to go. They know the importance of holding this spawn, and to their credit, they've done a phenomenal job. They may not have got as much time as they wanted out of this hill, but importantly, they've held the spawn. It could actually be down to Apathy to maybe make the play. He has a player directly behind him. That's going to be Priesta. Octane should be able to call that out. App looking to trade. Seattle Surge down, but not out.
Down but not out, and of course we're going into the new hill where Seattle, again, maybe not a massive deal of success, but considering they are chipping away at a 100-point lead, they're not in a terrible spot. They are currently set up to hold the spawns as well, and they have the pressure inside the hill. Apathy on the 5 spree, trying to run it up, has number 6 as well, but his job is important. He needs to make sure, well, if not the hill, to watch the flank. He's going for the hill, and he has more kills.
I'm starting to tick. Seattle Surge know they need to contest, but they know they need to keep the spawn. Keep your eye number 2 on their minimap. That's going to be Celium. If he pushes through, Seattle Surge could lose complete control of the spawns, and they should know it based off where they're spawning as well, Chance, but no one wants to push back just yet. They want to keep fighting from the front, and that could be a drastic mistake, as Simp, keep your eye on his stats, 44 and 29. You talk about players breaking stats records, it could be him once again. He's not slowing down.
Up on his own. He's competing with himself, Ben, and again, how many of these have been pistol kills as well? But we talked about Seattle. The potential was there. They had the spawn from the first hill. FaZe, they take it away. They basically just fought this hill 4v5 to allow Celium to go in the back and make sure they secure the spawns. And again, how many teams are effectively able to pull out the 4v5s? FaZe at the top of that list.
Definitely are. I'm curious if we can keep the stats up for the final few moments of this game just to see how close Simp gets. Again, to reiterate, the current kill record, Chance, if I'm not wrong, is 49, which is currently held by Simp himself, so he could be on pace to potentially even break his own record. The game seems like it's almost just done and dusted with 34 seconds left. 48, can he find 49? Ties his own record, one more, and he extends his current record of slaying. Simp putting on a show to start off Sunday. There's number 50. Now it's about setting a pace of which he wants to set for his fellow competitors. With 2 seconds left, it looks like he's only going to best it by 1. But there you have it. Atlanta FaZe take game 1, 250 to 179. And Simp does it again, breaks another record.
50 bomb, first one we've seen in the CDL. Breaks his own record by 1. The next highest kills after Simp is 45. And I got sent from our stats guy before the show started. There's been X number of 40 bombs per year, and it was Simp and Octane. We're at the top, tied with 3 apiece. Simp, I don't know if he knew that, obviously does not care. He went and got a 4th in dominant fashion. And again, just bump the numbers up. There's nothing more to say. You just have to bow down. He literally had 26 kills in the first 3 or 4 minutes of the game. Simp is very good.
Yeah, that's one of those where if you're Seattle Surge, you look at that scoreboard and you go, well, what can you do, really, right? Simp just had a game of his life. Fantastic stuff from him. The first 50 bomb of the season. Didn't take him all that long, but In terms of the overall series now, when we talk big picture, Atlanta FaZe with the advantage chance. Now we head over to that game 2 search and destroy. I mean, for Seattle Surge, stealing this is crucial.
I mean, okay, so you remember at the top of the show, my analysis was like, hey, FaZe has been at their retest and like Hardpoint, Azir Cave, great map because like Octane can perform well, and I did throw in that like, but Simp has been a god on this.
I remember that.
But they were barely winning. No, they're cool, bro. They're really good. They're a good Hardpoint team. Simp's really great. Like, I'm not surprised that he really got 50. Like that entire time he had 26, and I was just like, yep, like this is just business as usual. Right. It does not shock me, Ben. It really does.
It's funny because quite often, as you know, as casters, we look at the scoreboard and we think, all right, yeah, you know, if he can stay at that production, oh my God, he's gonna have an absurd amount. You know, finish with 45, 46, whatever it is. And so often, just because of how hard it is to stay at that pace, it never really happens. Simp is like one of those players where you kind of look at it and you're like, yeah, he could do it. He could do it, as you basically so rightfully called, Chance. I mean, what a talent. What a natural talent.
And I will say, he just performed so well, I wouldn't be surprised if we literally start seeing more people run pistols in the back 5 with the MP5. Because if you go back in that game, he had a fair amount of pistol kills. Maybe 4, 5, 6 pistol kills. Like, again, the knife is very useful in very specific situations. It is absolutely worth running because you get the speed when you're sprinting around sort of thing. But, I mean, he's starting to convince me, is all I'm going to say in that regard. And then, of course, I will say on the flip side, leading Slayer for the side of Seattle Surge was Apathy. Man was sitting in the darkness for however long, just like brooding and preparing for his time. Powers on, 5, 10, 15 minutes later, whatever it was, he's ready to go and was top performer on his team against, again, Simp, who was
and that was after a very slow start, worth mentioning. So credit to Apathy for really recovering. And, of course, as you see our Scuff Gaming play of the game, it had to be Simp. There was a lot of flashy plays we could have picked, but it seems fitting to show the moments, of course, where he breaks his own kill record to set the new record of the season. Currently lies at 50 kills. It's absolutely nuts. It really is. Simp is just, he's so talented, man. There's a reason. There's a reason he's so talked about and praised by, you know, former teammates, by just competitors, casters, analysts. Everyone praises Simp for his ability.
It really is absurd. We had to fill out write a little piece of who I don't even know where this went, Ben, I'll be honest. So I don't know if you have that answer for me, but a piece on who our MVP for the year was going to be and like what team we thought it was going to be. For everyone that picked FaZe, I like purposely ignored Simp because I was like, it's just too obvious. Like, he's the obvious answer. We're expecting this like level of greatness because he's been consistent with it. So I wouldn't pick someone else just to like try to like mix it up, but he is genuinely that good, and he has been since he's been on the scene.
Yeah, he's incredible. Let's be honest, a fantastic talent. And there's a reason why when you put all the pieces together of Atlanta FaZe, I mean, obviously we talk a lot about like the role swap there. Salian finishes, I believe it was 26 and 26, Major Maniac 23 and 20. You know, you can be so, I guess, critical of this team because you've seen just how good they were so early. But the scary thing is, Chance, if this team does get better, and I know you and Nameless brought up a fantastic point that when you make a role change, sometimes you do have to maybe get a little bit worse to get a little bit better. You have to understand that role maybe a little more. It just takes time to get used to who you have on your team running AR, who's running a sub. But if they were to improve, Chance, I mean, it becomes very, very scary.
And I will say as well, speaking of the role change, like part of that is they wanted Major Maniac to be able to be the route man a little bit easier, want him to rotate with
makes his rotations easier.
But yeah, but if you go back and look at FaZe on Azir Cave in the past, a lot of times it was either a BZ or Simp that, like, from P1 to P2, they was able to sneak by, normally through the right side of the map, break through, and then they just hang out in the back. This time it's Celium. So, yes, part of the equation is whoever is the guy in the right spot is the one that needs to make the play. But they switch roles, and Celium now has the AR. He's the one doing what Major Maniac used to do at times. So they're clearly making the adjustments. And, again, even if they get a little bit worse, we're still expecting them to be strong, if not better, when they come out the
other
side.
We'll say for Azir Cave, in general, it seems like FaZe are so good at sneaking through and at rotating, whether it's they win the fight or they just avoid the fight flat out, doesn't really matter. But as game 2 about to get underway, St. Petro's Search and Destroy will be the playground. We've seen Apathy have a lot of success on this map specifically, but this is going to be tough. We know how good Atlanta FaZe are in Search and Destroy.
S&D, but of course that means you game plan for that specifically. Simp doesn't have X-ray vision, but might have been a little bit close on the shot. But either way, all the pressure in the world over towards this A site, and Abizi gets dealt with immediately. The nades on point from Seattle, and this is what Nameless talked about. Abizi's been getting blooded quite a bit. Seattle, well, in full effect, at least initially.
Quick flurry of kills, and already you find yourself a 4 versus 4. Of course, you can see the bomb site of which Seattle Surge want to attack. Of course, that's going to be A. Keep your eye on number 5 on the minimap, though. And as I say that, Panda, number 5, disappears. It was Priester that shut him down. It's his job to watch the flank, and I mean, now you're just so open to that flank. Priester just maybe a little overconfident there. Wanted to soar through the window. Challenge with the pistol doesn't matter. Teammates in a position to trade. Atlanta FaZe take round 1.
And that's actually, I just want to, brag about the analysts right now for a second. Literally at the top of the show, we were saying for Search and Destroy of Nameless is making the point. Well, FaZe, aBeZy has been getting blooded quite a bit. And then I made the point of like, well, yeah, but FaZe is probably one of the best team at clutching, even if they don't get that first blood. And that's exactly how that first win wrote down. Like, aBeZy is going to go play by the boxes by the van. Seattle was aware of this. Nades on point. And then they killed nothing else until, a dude flew out of the window.
That's very, very confident. And, well, speaking of confidence, snipes out for him. We've seen Octane counter-snipe and snipe himself on this map a fair few times throughout the season. Curious to see if maybe he wants to pull that out at some point. Of course, Octane number 1 on that minimap. Definitely doesn't have the snipe out now. And this is something that, Chance, I know you talked about a while ago, is the adjustments from Seattle Surge. Not watching the flank was a big critique for quite some time, specifically on this map. You see, they've changed it. Quite like what I'm seeing so far in terms of setup, but this is where being disciplined comes into effect, right? Not rotating too soon.
Of course, making sure the bait isn't there. Apathy is hearing these doors getting open, so we might be calling out to his teammates, hey, there's at least one nearby. Need some help. The first gunfight, though, does not go well initially. Stays alive.
Oh, that's so smart.
And might be able to get the first blood in on aBeZy as well. Apathy, welcome back. The power and gun skill is on.
Yep, most definitely is Apathy with the first blood of the round. But now, closing the round out, 30 seconds. Atlanta FaZe, they've been slow. They may try and bait out a rotation to B, but unfortunately for them, time is of the essence. Panda feeling a lot of pressure towards the back of the map. Atlanta FaZe, you gotta go. Cellium will be bomb carrier, and Panda could cause all sorts of problems for them at the back of the map as Major Maniac does shut down Octane. That's a massive win from Priester, though. Major Maniac falls with 9 seconds left. Bomb is being planted. If App gets maybe some good timing, or a teammate gets some decent timing, maybe they could kill Cellium before he plants the bomb, but Cellium peeks up. Apathy with the trade now. A 1v2. Simp and Priester both up. They know Apathy's location. Apathy will fall. And Atlanta FaZe, despite a late rotation to the B site, still get the bomb down, still get the round 1.
And I respect the confidence of the call from Seattle of at least to try to play as aggressive as possible and get the guy off the bomb side as well. But unfortunately for them, the aggression meant the trades weren't quite able to come through the way they needed them to. So it was a nice attempt at the retake. But again, FaZe just a little bit better in the gunfights. And it could have been a very different round again if Panda wins that one-on-one on Priester. Never gives up that back pressure. FaZe, they can't fly through like that. So a lot of big one-on-ones coming through for FaZe.
Atlanta FaZe with the 2-0 advantage as Seattle Surge go back onto the attack. There's a first blood from Octane. Major Maniac will trade that out, though. He'll find Slacked, and then we have ourselves a 4v4 once again.
And aBeZy, again, getting first blood. They know he plays around the boxes. They'll kill him in different ways. Sometimes it's the pre-fire from Octane, and even when aBeZy gets first blooded, the first time we saw this in the round, FaZe just went and killed Seattle one by one. It looks like Cellium got hunted down, though. Karma didn't see him. Apathy was ready. I don't even know how you get on the plant pod.
Cellium does, but this round almost over. Well played from Seattle Surge to give themselves the advantage, but they run into a wild Priester on the stairs. He finds one. Karma trades it out. Simp for the 1v2. Can he get the job done? Seattle Surge, of course, over towards A. Nades thrown out. Simp may get some pretty decent timing here. And of course, is going to put himself into a bit of a corner. And that could be one free kill for Simp. Karma 1v1. Nade launched out. That's not going to connect. Karma may just decide to fully wrap here.
Dead silence. Popped on. Oh, dear.
Oh, my God. Oh no! Not like that! Oh, you hate to see it if you're a Seattle Surge fan. You love to see it if you're an Atlanta fan. Simp says, you know what? I got time. I don't have to hunt him down. I'm just going to hot bomb.
And, okay, Simp is on the car in the back. Karma's planting the bomb. Octane's watching over him from, like, what, the van area, the boxes. He's staring at one side of the map, making sure he covers. And then the only thing that they hadn't checked recently was behind them, and neither player on Seattle even bothered to check it. They both tried to sprint up top and just gave away the free pick just for Simp to have the confidence for the defuse. That is
That is a demoralizing round, because that would have been incredible for Seattle to have gotten that, because again, they were down, what, a 3v4 situation, and instead, it's as deflating as it could possibly
Most definitely is. 3 rounds in. Slack 0-3, Panda 0-3, aBeZy also 0-3. So a couple of donuts flying around here in game 2. As we take a look at Apathy's perspective for Atlanta FaZe, once again, it's a slow and steady start to the round. Looking for Simp to maybe open things up with the first blood with a sniper rifle. Still hasn't spotted much, though, as time starts to tick away.
Starts to tick away, and you see FaZe now starting the approachment. And actually, they have quite a bit of a map spread, so I don't know if aBeZy wants to just fly through or if he's actually going to flank the A site. He's going to go cause confusion. Apathy with the read, though, and again, aBeZy gets first blood.
Well, they find the trades, though. This time doesn't look like it. Octane will find one on Major Maniac. The trade does come through with that fight. Priesta flew through the window. Unfortunately for Atlanta FaZe, they are down in numbers. Priesta will surely fall. Great shots from Panda at the back. He'll find himself a double. And honestly, that will secure the round. Seattle Surge win their first round.
And shout out Apathy as well. I think you mentioned in what the first round or partway through, whatever it was, of like Seattle's had problems with the flank on this map specifically, and they were very close to getting caught once again. But Apathy, Spidey senses tingling, whatever it was. I don't know if Panda saw him from the back, but makes the read, gets on the bomb site for the head glitch to take him down. And I think aBeZy has gotten first blooded, I think maybe 4 times.
Makes sense. I think you're absolutely right. Because I see a sniper out this round. I assume it's going to be Octane. There's first blood on Simp. Nicely done from Octane. He's just such a talent with a sniper rifle in hand. As Selim just kind of looks over at Simp's body and says, uh-oh. All right, well, I'll take my time a little bit here as the smokes go out to allow everyone else to cross. Of course, Seattle Surge on the attacking side here. Looking over towards that A site. Rise on Karma. That's number 4. Of course, the bomb carrier this round for Seattle.
Setting up to potentially be a great round from the Surge. Waiting on the encroachment, either nades or smokes out, taking care of the vans, make sure it doesn't hit you and you get a little bit of clearance. Smokes out, now you can start moving. And it looks like Seattle playing patient because they're setting up the flank. Slack is using the smoke, his bait, he has gotten on through, and he has dead silence pop.
And finds Selim. The fight won, though, by Slacked up top. Major Maniac will drop Octane with a pistol kill as well. That's going to leave Priester on his lonesome for the 1v4. They know where he is. Bomb is going down. Don't really imagine there's a way Priester can win this round. He falls mid-map. Seattle make it 2 in a row. Still, though, Atlanta FaZe with the lead 3-2.
And what a great round from the Surge, by the way. Octane hits the difficult snipe on the cross. You take down Simp. You breathe a big sigh of relief. You feel a lot more comfortable after that. And again, the flank was perfect. You got the nades to clear out boxes. You smoke the cross, but Carmen Apathy don't blindly sprint through it. They just wait to make a play because then if Slacked is going around on the flank and he had dead silence to make it happen. I don't know how Major Maniac up top was coming through the door to check that or what kind of read that was, but it doesn't matter because Slack wins the gunfight. And while he's doing that, Octane kills 2 more, so very solid round.
Octane with snipe out once again. Goes this time defensively. Hasn't found success just yet, but success may come for Slacked relatively soon. Priest just the other side of that door. But of course, patient. That's why they have to try and make a proactive play as Priest finds a first blood. Instant trade. Like, may find a second relatively soon here. Selim is up top, but Karma finds the pick onto aBeZy. He isn't going to find much else soon, I believe. So that fight still up top for Slack could be key. In fact, he's scrambled away, but he is still surrounded by Atlanta FaZe players just to the left as he checks it. Not going to have really much chance of winning that gunfight, so does the smart thing, backs away.
I was going to say, this is perfect from Slap because now you see number 8, Simp, is actually rotated out. They don't know if Slacked is still in the restaurant building. They don't know if he's returned to the back of the map. They have no information at all. 30 seconds left. I don't even know what the play call has to be. You're going to have to force it through at A and just hope you win the gunfights. But even then, you don't have a ton of time. Simp gives you a bit of information. And again, that bomb just still sitting in the middle of the map. They got to go.
They were late. Few rounds to go towards the B site, and this looks like it's going to be something similar as Karma finally finishes off that kill on Major Maniac. The trade instant from Selim, but unfortunately for him, he may have to plant, and well, he falls. Despite Simp's best efforts with the pistol mid-map, it doesn't matter. Seattle Surge make it 3 in a row. Respond perfectly to Atlanta FaZe's aggression in the early parts of Game 2. Tie things up 3-3.
And so far, if we're keeping track of the old flank battle right now, Seattle's been on point with it. Every single time that you see FaZe try to come through those doors, either it's Apathy or Karma making the read to make sure they take him down. And of course, on the flip side, we already saw from, 2 rounds ago, Slack goes on the flank, makes the play from up top. So Seattle, again, Nameless's big point was they're going to need to win a search and destroy to take down the first series, especially so, obviously, if you lose that first hard point. So they're in it. Of course, they're also trying to keep it busy.
I was going to say 0-6, Donut Watch, and just as we mentioned it, he goes to Breadstick Watch, finds his first kill, and importantly for Atlanta FaZe, the first blood of this round. You want to stop Seattle Surge's momentum after winning 3 in a row. This would be the ideal time to do it as Priesta shuts down Panda. That's going to leave just 3 players from Seattle up as BZ feeling the pressure. 2 players looking at maybe pinching, but he has teammates in support, and everyone falls for Seattle Surge. And you can see the aggression there from Atlanta FaZe to win the round.
And that is a much more standard round from FaZe. Again, it was, the first 2-3 times that they were on defense, Abizi just got picked off when he's trying to go over towards those boxes. This time he wins that first blood, and FaZe was having success even without Abizi in those situations. This time they just made it look clean and easy. And I do think Seattle might have to throw out a different strat on offense, right? They've gotten a couple picks on Abizi, but the adjustments have been made. Maybe throw out a B look, maybe just aggressive into the A site and try to counter him that way, but we're going to need something new.
Definitely will. As the next round underway, Atlanta FaZe back on the attack. There's a first blood from Karma. Slack follows it up quickly with another kill, so massive advantage already for Seattle Surge, and Slack doesn't slow down. He finds himself another. Abizi will find one, but in fact, he's even able to get away. In fact, he's not. Karma shuts him down for his second in the round. Overall, another great round from Seattle Surge. They respond.
And another good strat thrown out of the back. You got the smokes that block off the cross from the old snipers, but the smokes are deep enough in the tracks that Slack was allowed to push up in the little pillar area. So again, we've talked about the flank battle kind of being a massive success right now for Seattle. It has been, 2 or 3 rounds that when they're on defense, they make the read of when the FaZe players push through trains and go through that pillars area. This time they played aggressively. Instead of sitting back and picking them off on the flank, this time they take it to them. And that's the kind of thing I want to see from them offense right here. Take it to them over by A. Don't waste any time.
Quick glance at the stats. OpTic with a good game so far. Apathy, as we highlighted, loves this map, it seems. 7-5. Also Karma 7-4. There's some good performances overall. Priesta leads the charge for Atlanta FaZe. They're 9-5. As round 9 well underway. Seattle Surge, of course, looking at the A site to try and get that bomb down. Major Maniac close left to Slack. And, well, if he doesn't know he's there, he does now. Unfortunately for Slack, Major Maniac was able to shut down Karma just before he found that kill. So 4 versus 4.
Pick the bomb up, doesn't want to plant
Oh,
it.
Lord.
OpTic, though, inside, has the lobby in front of him. He finds 2. His teammates are going to get traded out in front of him, but they're able to stay alive. But now Abizi piecing from somewhere.
OpTic's like, I got 2, and then all of a sudden his teammates run to help him. Abizi's watching the back door from mid-trade tracks. He finds 2 as well, so all of OpTic's hard work undone in a moment. There's now 2v2. OpTic and Apathy versus Simp and Abizi. 25 seconds on the clock, and Abizi, of course, he knows he has bomb down, so this is almost an impossible round for Seattle Surge to win, or is it? Apathy guns Abizi, makes it a 2v1, and Simp was back map. He now knows, of course, the only place Seattle Surge can go is the A-bomb site.
Simp 1 for 1 with 1v2 clutches. He's coming on the back of the attack. He's going straight for the gunfight against OpTic. Doesn't make the right read, and Surge take him down. A very confusing round for a moment, Ben, but again, they were aggressive over towards A. They show another new look to try to find first blood, and Slack has been the playmaker. I don't know what the hell the comms were when OpTic all of a sudden sees the entire FaZe team right in front of him in a doorway. That's terrifying, but hey, it worked out.
Sure did. Worked out in the end. Seattle Surge.
And
5-4.
Ben, 1 round away. I believe Seattle Surge is 1-11 in search and destroy against non-Guerrillas teams. And now against FaZe, arguably the best search team in the game, they need 1 more round.
And they get the job done. Almost a first blood. As a couple of shots go down on FaZe players crossing. The nades and stuns launched as well. I think watching small door. Slack wants to get a little confident, pushes blindly through the smoke, finds a first blood, gets away, now pushing through. Slack feeling confident. Celium trades him out, but a big advantage for Seattle Surge. They give themselves a 4 versus 3. And of course, for FaZe, need to get the bomb down. It may be left wrapping out of the site towards B. Takes on the minimap. That's Major Maniac. He may be the playmaker. Selim should feel the pressure. He's going to spot Apathy. Gets himself a freebie. Just like that, Atlanta FaZe are back in this round.
Okay, maybe don't get picked would be nice. Keep in mind, you got Major Maniac going on a massive flank. For the moment, again, Seattle been on point with it. They do have Pander that looks like he's responsible for the flank watching. And it looks like that bomb going to start heading that way. 25 seconds left, though. FaZe needs to...
And the problem they have is they don't see anyone mid-map. Or do they? Major Maniac gets himself right to the back of the map. He almost found himself too. But time is ticking. You got 15 seconds to get the bomb down. Seattle Surge, of course, just a quick check, and maybe, just maybe, they could win this round without having to kill everyone. Simp finds Octane. Karma left 1v3. And unfortunately for Seattle Surge, this round gets away from them. Atlanta FaZe force a round 11.
That was a very interesting round. It was what, round number 10 that was, and as soon as it popped up, it looks like we're just going to skip our way straight to round 11. Seattle Surge, again, they are dealing with a lot of pressure in this situation, trying to deal with not tilting, a lot of factors at play. Obviously, being Surge doesn't help. Against FaZe doesn't help. Packet-related things don't help. And, of course, maybe even Power has been. They've had a rough day ahead of them. But if they pull off this win, how happy and joyous they would be.
You're not wrong. As for our round 11, Atlanta FaZe on the attacking side, Octane has led the charge for Seattle Surge on this map. He sits at 11-7. On the flip side, it's still Priest leading the way for Atlanta, 9-7. This round 11, though, much slower than the rounds previous. Atlanta FaZe, of course, on the attack. Been late to rotate to be a few rounds, and it's worked out in their favor. This round, though, playing for that pick.
Playing for that pick. Patient play so far. A couple shots going down. Someone from FaZe has gotten through. Priesta is behind enemy lines. The dead silence is popped in the play. About to be made, but the pistol from Octane shuts him down for the first blood, and Pander for the second on
Nice shots from Panda. Come out, finds the pick, and once again, Seattle Surge, big advantage. Selim's being flagged, and it doesn't matter. He spots Apathy and somehow escapes. So now, a 4v3 again for Seattle Surge. Atlanta looking to try and put the bomb down. The problem is they don't really have full control of the B site. Major Maniac is over towards A. Has he called for the rotation? He may have done. Karma is top window. Octane spots the cross back. Karma could make the play. This honestly could come down to him just finding a freebie, but Major Maniac reads it. Bomb should be planted just with 7 seconds, but now a 2 versus 3, and you see Seattle flying towards the bomb. They should find the final kill. Slack secures it. There's the double. There's the defuse. There's the Seattle Surge round 11 win. They tie up the series 1-1.
1-11 then, and they do not care. S&D against FaZe, easy. Well, definitely not easy. Round 11, incredibly nail-biting. Took a lot of stuff for them to go. But I will say, obviously we've been ragging on their search and destroy for a very long time. That was a wonderfully played game by them. Outside of Sam 1v2, and you get the Ninja who's not paying any attention to where the map pressure was actually going to be coming from. But other than that, played great. How many plays did Slack go and make, sometimes with teammates, sometimes without, to get those first bloods? He had to have had, what, maybe 3 or 4 just to his name. They picked off Abizi for the first blood, I think in the first 4 rounds, 3 or 4 times, and eventually Abizi started making adjustments. But you had so many different strats that Seattle just pulled out of the bag on offense. When something stopped working, boom, the next time they're on offense, they have another one. They know when to put on the pressure. They knew when to back off. That was a very well-orchestrated game. The strats were on point from Seattle. That has been the S&D we have been waiting for those guys the entire year. That was fantastic.
It's like
it really was.
Menace on the map. He really was, especially those final few rounds. Big credit to him, a player that we've highlighted in the past and just focused on pretty heavily. An 11-6 finish from him. Octane 13-7. But Seattle Surge, they get the job done. Not just a search and destroy win, a round 11 win as well. We'll be right back after this quick break with Game 3 of the series.
The United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com. Grubhub. Together, we can save the restaurants we love. PlayStation 4. The official platform partner of the Call of Duty League. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
My name is Tyler Ferris, also known as BZ, and I play Call of Duty professionally for the Atlanta FaZe.
My name is Chris Lair, also known as Simp, and I play Call of Duty professionally for the Atlanta FaZe.
Gotta keep moving! He gets the kill!
These guys were so dangerous. The Tiny Terrors.
We are the Tiny Terrors.
Up, now is Sip. That's a BZ who finds 2 kills with the M4.
The Tiny Terrors.
I'm pretty sure the Tiny Terrors nickname came from one of our matches last year, and like it just got stuck throughout the entire year.
I mean, the nickname literally fits like perfectly, honestly. I mean, we're both obviously super short, and we're both just disgusting at the game.
That's a great start. The BZ makes him pay
Every single time.
Now they're picking him up off spawn. That's a fantastic play from Simp.
He's like more of the methodical, like slow sub player, and then I'm like just always just running.
BZ dances and darts through the smoke.
So people just don't know what to do half the time when they like play against us.
Zip is starting to go on a tear.
I don't think there's a rivalry between us. I mean, we're just both trying to win. Whoever's doing better, like, honestly, I don't think we really care. It's just all about winning.
Do it! Blow him out of the map!
The twin duo is just been nuts. This is absolute madness.
They're quite clearly setting high standards for themselves.
I think it's going to be an exciting year for Atlanta and this team.
I'm like super confident that this team can do great things this year.
Even though we're young, we're still going to be the best team in the game, and we are the best. Like, we're here to stay. Like, we're going to win.
Yeah, I want to make a dynasty.
Being recognized as one of the best already, it's super humbling, but like a super like gas at the same time.
One of the most prolific snipers in the game. He's special.
It makes our confidence even higher, and I feel like when me and Chris's confidence are high, we're just going to keep frying.
We're still super young. Like, he's 20, I'm 19. Like, we still have way longer to go with this career, and I want the Tiny Terrors to be remembered as 2 of the best players to, you know, ever play the game.
2 nice headshots.
You know, ever since all day. I'm proud of you. You're awesome.
Oh, you haven't done the thing to make me cry yet, Ben.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's the first game of the day, well underway, but as you saw a fantastic piece there from Scuff behind the controller, you can check out all of those episodes, that full episode and way more on our official YouTube channel. I have one as well, so you can learn more about me if you want. I mean, you don't have to necessarily, but either way, they're all fantastic pieces. Shout out to our content team doing a wonderful job so far throughout this season. But back to business, Chance. Our series, first one of the day. Not going to be a blowout. Not going to be a 3-0. Series tied at 1-1.
I have a Smash Mouth stuck in my head, Ben, because I am a believer in the Seattle team now. The entire storyline for the start of the year for them has been, as soon as they fix that search and destroy, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with of a team. This was a team, when the roster was built, we were expecting to potentially, if not just outright, be winning some of these tournaments. They get bullied out by FaZe Map 1, where Sim drops 50 on them. They were down 3-0 after Sim clutched the 1v2 and gets a Ninja Fuse on them, and they bounced back from that. Their S&D was on point. Yep. Their strats were incredible. So many playmakers, whether it was Apathy or Karma taking turns making the read on the flanks, or Slack just taking the aggression straight to the Tiny Terrors as well. You had the nice little piece on the Tiny Terrors. Slack took it to him, Ben. But of course, that's only map 2. But still, I'm a believer in the series. I no longer think it's going to be the hot 3-0. I might have adjusted maybe a 3-1.
Well, it can't be a 3-0, so you'd be absolutely right about that one. As there was a quick look at our U.S. Army tactical play, the closing moments to Seattle Surge clutching up in round 11. And so far, great series on our hands. The hardpoint was close. We saw a kill record there. We get a round 11 game 2. If you thought this was going to be a blowout, think again. Now we head to a St. Petro domination. Chance, are there any statistics specifically about game 3 that jump out to you that you think are worth mentioning?
Well, I mean, pull out the old notebook and see what I wrote down. No, not really. Atlanta FaZe 3-1. You got
Actually, I wrote down Atlanta FaZe. The FaZe are 3-1. The Seattle Surge are 2-3, and my handwriting is garbage.
That is true.
So, yes, you'd imagine, like, it just tells me exactly what I expected coming into this. I would expect FaZe to win, but especially in domination as well in respawns, not in a blowout fashion. Like, Seattle Surge domination has been their best game mode all year.
Yeah.
I expect this to be a toe-to-toe kind of game.
All right. Well, game 3 underway as we kick things off on board with Apathy. That was short-lived, but his teammates survive over towards B. And they can instantly diminish any small progression Atlanta FaZe had over towards the B flag. And well, they're going to look to try and cap that up shortly. Unfortunately, teammate does fall on the flag. So it's Octane's duty to jump on top. Right, a little bit about players maybe coming from behind. Has a teammate watching mid-street. His teammate falls. Octane still on the flag. Unfortunately for him, he goes down and he's still neutral.
Slack, though, trying to be that guy once again, just helping his team out. Knows the read on the door. Doesn't win the gunfight, but hey, at least he knew where the pressure was coming from. But still that dogfight over towards the B flag. It looks like FaZe might have just enough clearance. And you look at the kill feed, they absolutely do have enough clearance. And the early advantage, it might have taken a minute to make it happen, but goes the way of the Atlanta FaZe.
Finally, FaZe with control of the B flag. Make that, of course, 2-1. As for Seattle Surge, no one able to push through over towards C. For them, it's about just trying to stay alive. Atlanta FaZe, they've locked down mid-map, and this is where, honestly, chance they could build themselves a lead.
And this is also a Beezy on a 5 spree right now up top. Didn't have the best performance in the Search and Destroy. Was getting pieced up by a Slack. He might want to try and return the favor. He's been on a tear, and as long as he's up in this position, he gets another kill with the hipfire on Slack. He is incredibly annoying. He is the thorn in the side of the Surge, but as soon as they take him down, you see the pressure on B. He got 3 bodies on point. Karma looks like the secure is going to come through, and as long as they get a couple kills, they should be able to stay close.
Definitely should. As you see the aggression now come back over towards B. Apathy in a position, though, maybe make the play. Unfortunately for him, B will be lost, but he's done well to stay alive, and he's actually managed to put himself in a position where he could be a nuisance for Atlanta FaZe. You see all those red arrows, chance. They're searching for him. They're trying to find him, but they can't. And App stayed alive, found himself a kill. Unfortunately, that was all he was able to get done. He was looking to really apply a lot of pressure on that side of the map so his teammates could put pressure over towards B. Unfortunately, that isn't the case. Atlanta FaZe still with 2 flags.
It really is probably the biggest theme of you're effectively just trying to get into the other team's base. Of course, if you're spawning on the current Surge side, you do want to flip the spawns and eventually go to get C. That's why you see FaZe was doing that as quickly as they possibly could. But get in the other team's base, be annoying, and then just slay. Or teleport through door before Slack kills you. You'll take whatever you get.
Well, as things stand, Atlanta FaZe with the advantage, but here comes Seattle Surge at B. They finally managed to retake control of that flag. As things stand, it is a lead to Atlanta FaZe, though, 47-35. It's a good time now to send it over to an Astro Gaming listening with Atlanta FaZe.
Moment of the game right here, so there you go. That honestly might just decide it. Because they're going to have the full setup to you if 4 players trapped.
Well, Atlanta FaZe, if this game was close, gents, it's not close at all now. They're locking the trip cap, and look at their control of the spawns. Look at their control of the final few moments of this game. I mean, we talk about records. They could be setting a point deficit record in Dom if Seattle Surge aren't careful.
And you just had a moment where every single player on the side of FaZe was on some sort of spree. 4-3, 4-2-1, I think, was the order straight down the line. So apply that to the players. But during the listening, Ben, you asked me, hey, has there been a standout moment? And I was like, nah, not really. 3 seconds later, there's a triple cap, and I'm like, Ben, it's that right there. That might just be, at the very least, the decider of the round, if not the game.
It was perfect timing, if you will, as what was at one point a very close game is now not close at all. Priester with 3 to close things out. Not even going to be able to trade it, but look at that deficit, 103 to 52. I mean, just brilliant play from Atlanta FaZe. That's really what that comes down to, Chance. And I guess the bigger question, what do you want to talk about in the second half? Because this game is done and dusted.
Oh, okay. Definitely
It's
not done and
done and
dusted. 52 points. You don't even... do you need a triple cap for that, actually? What's 12 times 5? No, you don't even need the triple cap. As long as they get the opening flag off the rip in the first 30 seconds, if Seattle holds it the entire time, I think they should be able to win. But, you know, more than likely they'll need a triple cap for a little bit. But not done and dusted. But what I will bring up to talk about is, hey, Ben, you remember that time where I was like, this is going to be a close map? Yeah, I regret that statement potentially. 17 kills.
Yeah, you weren't, you didn't go well prediction-wise.
I've made some good points for like the analysis before the series, but at least half of it has been completely wrong.
Nice.
So, not good.
Whatever.
It's okay. We'll bounce
Priester, 17 and 11 to start things off. Abizi, 15 and 6. Major Maniac, 14 and 6. Overall, the slaying definitely all going Atlanta FaZe's way. Of course, there's still 4 minutes and 20 seconds to be precise left in this game, and I personally think this one is done and dusted. I think this one is over. I'd be absolutely mind blown if Seattle Surge were able to come back into this, but hey, I'm open to having my mind blown once in a while, Chance, and this would be a hell of a way to do it.
It would not be bad, and I will just say, to touch on for a moment, that has to be one of the more annoying plays I've ever seen. Out of any player, honestly, but from Zim. He just took the route to go straight through, like, B, over to C, and all the players, you know, you sit in the back. He just went and spawn killed, like, knowing they're going to spawn on the bottom, like, middle of the minimap where the first hard point is. They just waited for him. And, like, imagine those players. You come out of spawn, you think Sim's over, like, going to start capping C, and then he shoots you in the back. It would piss me off. I'd be annoyed.
Yeah, it really would. Seattle Surge, they're doing their best to try and come back into this one, but as long as Atlanta FaZe can keep up that pressure and at the very least just kind of keep up that slaying productivity, again, there's really nothing Seattle Surge can do about it. They've just been outclassed, really, here in Game 3.
Yeah, what do we got? Maybe a 50-point differential between these two teams with 3 minutes on the clock. We are absolutely to the point where Seattle's going to have to triple cap. Maybe not for a super long time, but more than likely for at least 30, 40 seconds, which, again, if you're looking at the minimap, doesn't look like they're going to be able to pull it off. But we'll see.
136 to 83, 2:58 on the clock. Seattle Surge really trying their best to come back into this game. But again, for me, this one has been over since really the first half. Worth mentioning, because my memory is terrible and your memory is normally pretty good, Chance. Game 4, where are we heading for hardpoint? Do you have that written down? Do you remember that?
Hackney Yard, I'm pretty sure. And I actually, believe it or not, I did that one off.
You did?
Yeah,
Nice.
it's Hackney Yard and then Arc.
So in terms of Game 4 for Hackney, how does that look for Seattle Surge? Because it's looking, obviously, right now like they're going to have to try and force a Game 5. Is there likelihood on that map for them?
I think Hackney Yard was the first map FaZe actually lost in the game. I'm pretty sure it was on domination, so the points are relevant. But 1-1. 1-1 on Hackney Yard hardpoint, and then you got Seattle is 2-2. I will say, obviously, very sub-heavy map, and that actually is going to be interesting just to see how the role swap applies to FaZe.
Right.
Obviously, we're used to seeing Major Maniac posted up with the AR. That'll be a completely different look for him on Hackney Yard, but it will definitely be a tough road ahead, assuming Seattle don't win this game, because, you know, mathematically possible and all. But assuming that doesn't happen, Seattle are looking to force the game number 5, where we will go to Arklov, where you didn't know FaZe, undefeated on that map, 6-0.
Yeah, it's pretty nice record. It's been a tough Game 3 here for Panda, though. It's 7-21. Things not going well for him. Triple negative. On the other side of things, quick glance at your stats. Abizi, 20 and 12. I believe he leading the charge in terms of KD, at least for Atlanta FaZe. Final minute 26 ahead of us, which means this game is almost over, even though, like I said before, it basically was over at the first half. Atlanta FaZe did such a good job. Again, just to reiterate, the way they controlled the map for that trip cap, Chance, it was just so impressive to watch.
So impressive to watch, and I know you're queuing me up for some analysis that talk about the gameplay. I just want to see some assassinations. Like, this is the perfect time for FaZe. You know you won the game for a fact. Just have a little bit of fun, right? It's not even like a demoralizing of the opponent, because Seattle, I'm sure, is already talking about the next map, just having a nice little draw session. But I want assassinations, Ben. Give me some flash. I want some flare.
Well, speaking of assassinations, I believe Simp actually got an assassination in map 1 that unfortunately we didn't see on our screens, but part of his kill record was an assassination. So by the rules I'm making up as we go along, if let's say Octane was, you know, to tie up the kill record at 50 but didn't get an assassination, the tiebreaker in this would be the assassination. So Simp would still have the #1 spot. Or let's say Octane was to tie up the kill record and get 2 assassinations, he would take the advantage in the tie. So I think that's how we do tiebreakers, Chance, when we talk kill records.
You know, something that would actually make sense, just it all would simply just be of look how long the actual gameplay was. If one game lasted
That's too logical.
Last 9
That's
minutes 45.
boring.
Yeah, you could go with that, but sure, assassination, 100%. That's what we'll go with. And I guess to try to add to that. Oh,
do your homework, boys.
Do your homework, kids. Well, actually, Seattle did for the Search and Destroy. They did their homework very well, and then they turned to Chapter 3, the domination, where, oh, crap, FaZe sometimes just flip that switch and are terrifying. I will say, though, 33-point game, not
I mean, sure, but it was over. Like I said,
6 minutes ago.
For a long time. Shout out to our Observer team. Having fun. They've improved so much throughout the year. We love you guys. Keep killing it. You guys are absolutely awesome. I know working from home has affected a lot of people, both in our industry and others, but production as a whole. You know, much love to you guys. Everyone doing their best as possible, but for the observers, I know they're smiling at that one. Speaking to them, we often like kind of talk to them. I know they have like certain spots and certain like I don't want to say Easter eggs per se, but things on the map which they're ready to show off. That being one of them. Of course, Atlanta FaZe take game 3 pretty convincingly. 174 to 141 it finishes. Overall, though, just a bit of a bloodbath, if I'm honest, there for Atlanta FaZe.
And I'm pretty sure it's actually on St. Petrograd that the observers have another Easter egg queued up, and I think it's purely for when FaZe wins as well.
Oh, really?
So I think they have another. I'm pretty sure it's on St. Petro. Well, we don't have to spoil, but just think about that later.
So
on
we won a game 4
game
or a 5. Okay.
A game 5. Well, that's not St. Petro.
Oh wait, no, it's not St. Petro.
It has to be on St. Petro.
Oh, I know which one you're referring to. Yep.
Yes.
No. Yep. That's a good one actually.
It's on the board. I don't even know what you call those types of boards, but that's where it is. If any people out there want to go hunting.
No, it's a good one. I can definitely promise you that. But back to business. Now game 3 is done and dusted. Atlanta FaZe with the 2-1 advantage. We talked a little bit about game 4 throughout the down period, if you will, of that game number 3. You mentioned before that game started that you think now maybe a 3-1 series. Are you sticking with that for Atlanta FaZe?
Again, that is completely where my head's at. I was expecting the 3-0. As soon as the search and destroy goes through, I'm like, holy hell, Seattle actually did it. They put it together, and now I think they're going to get 3-1. And it's not even a shot at Seattle, really. It's just genuinely FaZe is either the best or second best team in the game. That's just where these kind of teams lie. But that being said, I would only have that expectation because I wouldn't expect them to win the search and destroy at all. The point Nameless was trying to make is there have been weaknesses shown, even though they're undefeated on Arklov, that map 5. Abizi's been getting first blooded, and he was dead on for that for the St. Petra, right?
Yep.
Nameless called it correctly.
Bang on.
You gave him just enough wiggle room. Seattle had a ton of strats in the back pocket that they were able to work and beat FaZe with, so it's not going to be easy to force that game number 5, but it's not like this is FaZe's best map in the world on Hackney Yard Hardpoint, so this is absolutely possible. Apathy and Slack, they're going to have to be on point with the SMGs on this map, but we've seen glimpses of that from them in the past, so that might be there. So if we go to that game number 5, and if Seattle wins this, I will bow down to Nameless. He is a prophet.
We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. We got to get there first, of course. Game 4 Hardpoint, not going to be an easy one for Seattle Surge to take off Atlanta FaZe. Of course, still to come, big picture in the day, the second semifinal. Boy, oh boy, is that going to be a good one. You'll see the Chicago Huntsmen go toe-to-toe with the Dallas Empire. Of course, winner of this plays the winner of that, and that sets up our final. Boy, what a good final that could be. More than likely, of course, if FaZe win this, you will have a 2-time champion. The 3 other remaining teams, including Atlanta FaZe, of course, already with a championship so far this season. So you can basically have your answer to who is the best team in the game. I know it's really up for a lot of debate right now, Chance, but potentially after this weekend, right, could be solidified.
And again, the decider for that has basically been Chicago versus FaZe. That's been the expectation. That's what we thought the Atlanta home series was going to be. We thought it would be that grand finals, but obviously Chicago doesn't make it there, so they're looking for revenge. So you have a couple redemption stories in the mix, but Ben, there is no better redemption story than Seattle Surge in this moment. Think about the adversity not that they've dealt with the entire year, but literally 30 minutes before like the game was supposed to start, of you have players power flickering on and off. You don't know if you're going to have to use a sub. They're on the phone with Enable. They had crazy stuff like going on, right? Then you get slaughtered in the game, number one, but then Search and Destroy comes into effect. It's a great bounce back. And this has to be the team that is most counted out, obviously left in the tournament, but even still, all the memes about they can only beat the Guerrillas. They're just not a team that's ready to play. I'm sure the number of roster swap, like, shatter has been going through the Reddit and Twitter and all that. And if Seattle Surge come out and beat FaZe, go on to champs and then win it, oh baby, Ben, what a tournament that would be.
Could be nuts. Could be nuts. And well, I guess for them, it all starts here. Game 4 underway. As we head over, of course, hard point. We'll see if Seattle Surge can try and force their spawn favorable to P2. Of course, you're looking at the furthest right of that mini-map. You want to put as much pressure there as you possibly can, as they focus now primarily, of course, on the P1 on the first hill to get some time. But we all know how hard breaking P2 can be, champ.
Absolutely, but I will say some good attacks coming out. The smokes were on point for Seattle, and Cypher was eventually able to pick up a big double kill. Of BZ, though, eventually able to return. And I was going to say Seattle, they want all of this time possible just because of how hard the next hill is to break. And yes, if BZ cracks through just for a moment, but it does look like Seattle able to stabilize and maybe one more small push from FaZe before they're just going to back up and make sure they play it safe for the next hill.
Current score after about 50 seconds, 38-9 in favor of Seattle Surge. So nothing too crazy to sing and dance about, but for them it's all about how can you break P2, and for Atlanta FaZe to be disciplined here and not give away anything whatsoever. Keep your eye on number 9 on the minimap. That's going to be for Seattle Surge, of course. It's going to be Karma. Unfortunately for him, he's only able to find himself a double and then does fall. Meanwhile, Atlanta FaZe, well, chance they're sat in the hill and they're getting a lot of time as OpTic looks to try and break through. Unfortunately for him, though, the stun may stop it.
And keep in mind the interesting scenario, the little roll swap that they had against some of Major Maniac, but even still, we're actually seeing Major Maniac on this map with the AR and Sullian with the AR in the feed, picking up a couple kills. So it seems like instead of Major Maniac being the lane watcher, now might he just be the hill guy. He's soaked up all the time on P2, and FaZe are going to be able to take the lead. And 20 seconds left. That is an absurd amount of time for FaZe to try to get spawns.
I mean, it's a fantastic job there on P2. Major Maniac's really a hot start for him. One of BZ, a great start as well at 9-4. Atlanta FaZe pretty hot right now, that's for sure. I want to send it over to OpTic Gaming listening with Atlanta FaZe.
I have time. I don't see the guy third. I don't see the guy third. It's just one there still. They're all fucking thing. I have dudes. Look at top L. He's on the wall, dead. Pin hill. Bottom L. Top L weak. Top L. He's in the window. Top L dead. Nice. I'm getting top L. Top 3. Nice, good shit. Let's go, MC. Let's go, MC. Nice. Oh my god. I'm out. Flip. I'm green. Look. AC. Two mid. Stack some mid. No. Top green to me already. Dead. Nade home. No, I'm in mid. No, weak. I'm smoking off right. I got right. Hill. I'm team mid. Hills. Top green again. I'm bottom I got the bottom out. Top green again. Rotate. Top green weak. On the wall. On the wall. Up green, dead. Nice, on the wall, you guys. There's one more mid. I'm one shot, Chris. I don't see him on the wall. Forward. I need a wall. I need top green. I'm looking top green. On the wall. I'm pitching. They're gonna spawn now. They're gonna spawn warehouse. Hill. No, we got in the pitch. Sam, the door. Hill, we got him. I have the cross. Behind us, he got through. That guy got through. I have help Hill. One shot Hill. He's top 10. His app is on Hill. Weak on Hill. He's on our side. Yeah, that was a guy top 10. He's in office. He's in office, I think. I think he's in office. I think he's close left corner. Outside. I'm trying. Two. One more. He's probably top
6-83. Atlanta FaZe. In a close one so far. They still have the lead. Keeping a note for us, I think, is Panda 4 and 15. He has to step things up after that slow game 3, but Celium is lining him up there as a triple. Priesta, he'll find one more. Panda falls again.
It's big kills like that in the feed, just making FaZe's job off the rip a lot easier for the control. But you're exactly right. You got Panda that was, what, 2-11 at a certain point. You only have a 40-point game. That's not too shabby. You know, that's not the worst look in the world. And, of course, now all the kills for Seattle coming through. Octane the cakewalk into the hill after he finds 2 big kills. And this is the kind of moment, 40 seconds left on the hill. You get the hold here. Seattle right back.
This is very impressive stuff from Seattle Surge. 131 to 96. Still 30 seconds remain on this hill alone. Beezy looking to try and put pressure from the front. Atlanta FaZe have broken through, but there's still pressure. And resources from Seattle Surge up top. They're dealt with. Atlanta FaZe break in.
And this has been the most breaking hill like I've ever seen. It's just instantly, just like cakewalks effectively for both teams. Just go in, get all the kills, and piece them up. So an opportunity potentially wasted and squandered from the side of Seattle. Rotating, though, after the first set of rotations to the new hill. Major Maniac, route man, in between 3 players on Seattle. He is dead.
Good effort, right? He put himself in a pretty sticky spot, but unfortunately for him, he'll fall for Seattle Surge. Keep your eye on number 2 on the minimap. Yes, it's an Atlanta FaZe player, but really that should be the focus for them. They're going to get a little bit of time here as number 5 is going to join them. That is both Celium and Abizi. Celium will fall. Abizi's still alive finally. He drops as Slacked is doing bits in the hill. Nicely done. He'll find Simpin. Well, he needs a little bit of help as apparently Priester can just hip fire his way through all of Seattle Surge. A team kill doesn't help. Priester's not done yet. Another pick for him. 23 and 12. A 7 spree towards the end, but for Seattle Surge, this is all about holding the spawn.
Priester trying to make a YouTube video, the hip fire only challenge, and so far so good. 23 and 13, and what a strange game. You see actually Celium doing some things on the map that Major Maniac used to do, and somehow, some way, Major Maniac 8 and 9. Well, now 9 and 10. He has less engagements than almost all of his teammates have kills.
Bit different.
And they're winning by 70. Just to be clear, this is not a shot at Major Maniac at all. This is they're winning by 70, and they're like not playing 4v5, but like.
I mean, he's been in the hill, right, for the most part. He's just been soaking up the time, winning his 1vs when he needed to. Seattle Surge, though. This is the resurgence. A good hold here on P2 could bring them right back into this game. Could actually give them the lead if they're able to hold it for the full amount of time. Panda started off, of course, pretty slow. For him for maybe turning things around a little bit. Fortunately, he drops, and here comes the Atlanta FaZe push.
FaZe push, and only one man's gotten through so far. Simp up top. I think he tried to use the pistol. Free kills for Apathy and a solid hold here. We had, what, a 70-point game, and, well, you got the P2 in your favor. Seattle with the near perfect hold. And, again, just right back into this game. The seesaw of happening right now.
Prime example right there of why P2 is so important and bring you back into the game. As a quick glance at our overhead. You can see Atlanta FaZe ready and waiting inside the new hill as it pops. They're going to look to once again try and build themselves a lead, which is going to be so tough for Seattle Surge to come back in. Panda has turned things around to his credit, now sitting at 15 and 23. But if he can keep up his new productivity pace, Seattle Surge could come back.
Seattle Surge could come back, and they're working as hard as they can. No one in the hill from either team. It's right now just about the kills. Abizi on a 5 spree. Karma, though, able to take him down. For the moment, FaZe, though, they're just happy to play a little bit patient. Again, just set up for these kills, and it helps when you're massively outslaying the opposition. I think they have to be up about 9 or 10 in total.
Seattle Surge again, almost making this one a tied game as Celium tries to find Octane inside the new hill on that rotation. There's one player from Seattle Surge there. It is still Octane. And unfortunately for him, he doesn't last long. Simp slides on in, and he'll find that kill. So advantage Atlanta FaZe here. They have about a 20-point lead. More importantly, chance they have the rotation.
There is contention in the hill, though. Painter is actually able to get through and tries to win the gunfight. There has been so many hip-fire kills from FaZe this game. I'm sure it's completely normal, but it seems absurd on the final stretch that we've witnessed. But either way, full 5-man stack in and around the hill for FaZe. And Apathy, you see, they got the smoke to his advantage, trying to get some clearance, but it looks like not enough so far. App just waiting for his
look at that setup right there. You just saw it briefly in the free cam. It's so tough to break, but as I say that, Seattle Surge just waltz on in. They all win their 1vs. Major Maniac, last man alive. He will fall. And now for Seattle, it's Operation Hold the Spawns. They have control of it. Chance, buckle your seatbelt. If they hold these spawns, there is a very realistic chance that Seattle Surge can take the lead.
30-point game at the moment. This was a hill where, again, both teams had an opportunity for the perfect hold, and next, neither team was able to hold on for very long. Obviously, desperation time for Seattle. If FaZe is able to break, they're almost certainly going to win. You got 2 bodies for Seattle and around the hill, but Simp has found an opening, trying to get on the cross, and look at the feed, selling him with 2, and there it is, the potential break, even though, well, Seattle spawned right on top of his face.
There's Octane still inside. Slack to his hero, of course, at the end of game 2. He finds himself a double, but Selim responds with a double of his own. He's not done yet. There's 3. FaZe break in. All they need is 10 final points, and that will be GG this series. Seattle Surge, they had a chance, but Atlanta FaZe, too disciplined, too damn good. They take game 4, 250 to 207. And they take the series, more importantly, 3 maps to 1. They book their spot in today's final.
And congrats to them on the way, and I think that series went exactly as FaZe wrote it down. Obviously, S&D has been a weaker point for them, so you got to make sure that you secure the 3 respawns. And of course, I'm completely kidding. Seattle has turned things around, or at least looked quite a bit better in the search and destroy. So ultimately, yes, I know a lot of people look at the team and say they only beat the Guerrillas, but they did just play pretty well against FaZe. They got the S&D win. They improved on what we were hoping they would improve upon, so I feel a lot more optimistic about this team.
Definitely do, outside really of maybe just game 3, which was just a stint of brilliance and nothing else from Atlanta FaZe. That series was a good one, relatively close from start to finish for the most part. Of course, though, for Atlanta FaZe, they move on to the grand final, and now the only question is who will be joining them. Will it be the Chicago Huntsmen or the Dallas Empire? Chance for me, I don't really mind. As a neutral, right? I don't really mind who wins that semifinal. I think the grand final should be set to be a fantastic one.
It should be good, and a lot of interesting things will happen when the grand finals occur as well. Of like, do you ban a Z or Cave because you're worried about Sim just getting 51 the next time that he plays? And just even long term, again, I don't expect it to happen in this tournament, but I still think there might be a couple more SMG players that throw on the pistol in the back pocket over the knife, and I think Sim might be paving the way in certain regards, but that's a bit of a smaller point to make in the grand.
Is he changing the meta of classes? I mean, you see how well he's done consistently on a Zero Cave as a reference, and you pointed it out very, very well. Just the amount of pistol kills that he was able to get, just keeping up that pressure, keeping up that slaying pace. He was so good. 26 kills after the first rotation, finishes again at 50. So a kill record set in the series as well. Atlanta FaZe are going to feel real good. I'm sure they're going to take a little bit of a break, obviously speak to their coaching staff, probably more definitely watch this second semifinal coming up, find out exactly who they're going to meet in today's final. And in terms of predictions for that chance, I know you mentioned it earlier on, but in case people have just tuned in, where do you lean? Which side of the fence are you? Chicago Huntsmen, Dallas Empire?
I'm going to lean Dallas 51-49. I lean Dallas purely because I've seen more impressive stuff out of them recently compared to Chicago, who seems to be not on a massive downfall, but just a slight one. They don't look quite as clean as they have been, and I think that, plus it being online, is enough of a difference for Dallas to make up for it, because literally all of the evidence points to Chicago is going to just run them over, right? 3-0 against the team, 9-2 map count record. Chicago has absolutely had their number. They've been the boogeyman. It's been great things there. I think the tides are going to start to turn, and I don't know if it'll be enough for a win, but I have faith in the Dallas team. I'll just say that.
Fair enough. Of course, when you look at records and just statistics, it's definite big advantage for Chicago.
The more I started talking about it, the less I believe it. I will say, as soon as the words started coming out of my mouth, I was like, God, that Chicago team. That's good, Ben.
They are.
We'll see. It'll be a good one. That's the ultimate
As you,
point.
again, have a quick glance at our bracket. Atlanta FaZe in today's final. Who joins them? Dallas Empire, Chicago Huntsmen. One thing's for sure, I feel like that second semifinal has maybe game 5 written all over it. But first semifinal of the day, done and dusted. Congrats to Atlanta FaZe. We'll be right back after this with more CDL action.
And right now it's free, right? And all of a sudden, this huge explosion comes in and it's like, no! And this gold chaos is shitting. I was going, no!
Download now.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hey everyone, I got Priesta here, and I got plenty of questions to ask this man. I want to focus a lot on your team, obviously, but before we do that, I know I've been talking to the analysts a whole bunch. We had a bunch of questions about Seattle Surge. This is obviously a team that has been struggling, particularly in Search, and then all of a sudden they look fantastic against you guys in Search, and they play the series relatively closely. Yes, we talk about them farming Gorilla points and all of that, but when they go up against you guys, it seemed like it was their first real test. What do you think of this team now after they played against
I mean,
you?
it's hard to say just because, you know, they beat us in S&D. Petra, I think we've played once all year in a tournament setting. So, I don't know how... I think we have to see them play a few more matches before we can actually determine how much better they have gotten. But, I mean, they did keep the maps close with us, so maybe they have improved, but I just want to watch them a couple more series and go from there, probably.
That's kind of how I felt literally every single time after I see them play. It's like I watch them play against the Guerrillas. They beat the Guerrillas. I'm like, yo, this team's going to fry the rest of the year. And then they play against the next team. It's like, oh, I need to see a couple more maps.
I don't know. I feel like
that might be their fate.
Pander hasn't been playing to what he normally is playing at. I feel like Pander's so much better than what he's been putting up lately. So I think if Pander steps up his game, I mean, obviously some other players might have to step up their game. From what I see in Pander, you know, hasn't been playing as good as he normally does, or at least what I expect him to play. So I think if Pander steps up his game, that team gets a lot better.
Yeah, I definitely think when we look at Pander from the series against you guys, that's the pressure point. And I feel like with this team, all in all, they tend to have rotating pressure points. Not necessarily a thing that you can say about your team. One of the reasons that you guys have been so consistent, but a highlight, obviously, in multiple series that we've seen this weekend is Simp setting record after record. When you guys are actually on a map and Simp is dropping 50.
I mean, dude, when I see him popping 3 pieces, I just try to scream at him and just, like, get him hyped. Literally, like... If you get Chris hyped, if you get Simp hyped, he just pieces everyone. It's the most ridiculous thing. I've never had someone on my team like that. He feeds off the hype, and even if we're not hyping him up, he's popping those 3 pieces and then getting hyped right after he does it. And that just makes me want to fry more. To be honest, like, I don't know. Kid's insane, man. He dropped 49 yesterday and 50 today, so, like, he's ridiculous, man. And I'm so glad he's on my team.
He set his record just to beat it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure nobody wants to be playing against him right now. Nobody really
literally
wants to be
mid-match, we're like, yo, so
Simp,
you gotta drop 50 because we saw him at like 48 or something, and then he got it. We're like, let's go. We're hyping him up, so it was awesome.
Yeah. It definitely was awesome to watch as well, but something that I think has been awesome to watch throughout the entirety of the weekend is how the league is coming together. You guys seem to be performing so far and above the other teams very early on. Do you feel like teams have caught up to you at all?
I mean, dude, to be honest, all these matches have been pretty close in like all the respawns, S&Ds, like going back and forth. So I think teams are getting better, but to be fair, I don't think we're playing up to how like good we actually are. Like in scrims, we've been frying. So if we get back to that level that we were in scrims and just implement that into our tournament, I think we're going to be blowing these teams out a little bit more and not keeping the game so close. But teams are definitely getting better, man. I mean, everyone has those resources to get better. They got coaches, they got a bunch of staff on board now, and teams are just putting in that work, you know? So we got to stay ahead.
Very well said. And Priesta, I wish that I could do this PlayStation instant reaction for the next 40 hours. I love every opportunity that I have of talking to you. Wishing you the best of luck in all of your future series. But we're going to keep this rolling. We'll be back very shortly. It's time to jump to a quick break after this instant reaction brought to you by PlayStation. We got plenty of more Call of Duty coming up right after
Let's go,
this.
Rich.
free now.
Brian, you know what I'm doing right now? I know you know what I'm doing right now. You can hear it.
Download free now.
The United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com. Grubhub. Together, we can save the restaurants we love.
PlayStation 4,
Ladies
the official
and-
platform partner of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. I believe we're going to be honouring the GOAT and the Chicago hero this special weekend. Call of Duty League is dropping a limited edition Chicago Huntsman GOAT tee with premium apparel shop Ult. Everyone loves Ult, everyone knows Ultimate. A creative mashup with the Legends iconic jersey number in the brand of our very own Chicago home series host. Limited quantities of the tee are available. Head over to ultesports.com and keep your eyes peeled to our YouTube chat and to the COD League socials because we may just be picking a very, very lucky few fans from the chat to get a shirt of their own. Now, I am not alone, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into this semi-final. I've got Nameless and I've got Momo with me, and in a few short seconds, you'll see their beautiful faces appear upon screen. But boys, this is a very, very exciting semi-final, one that we've seen actually in the past. How are we doing, though? I'll start with you, Phil.
I'm doing okay. We obviously all kind of hung out, watched that first game. We saw FaZe go through, you know, they're in the final. It kind of lines up things a little nicely. But kind of, you know, going from that Chicago thing, I mean, Nameless being from Chicago, I thought you were going to line him right up there to talk about that. Because honestly, me and you, Miles, we ain't from this side of the pond. We don't know much. You were kind of, I was asking like, why 23? What does this mean? I had no idea.
Yeah, I had to ask.
Wait. You were asking why 23?
I didn't know what it was about. I was born on the 23rd. I was thinking, are they...
Jordan transcends.
That's what I mean.
Tell
us about it.
Look, I only really know about Michael Jordan because of Space Jam, but we'll go from there. Anthony, tell me a little.
This guy is an absolute legend. Greatest basketball player to ever grace this earth. Oh my. I can't believe I'm discussing Michael Jordan with two Brits who don't know anything about him. How do you not know about him?
I'm pulling you like a little
great
bit.
at baseball. He wasn't great at baseball.
Yeah, it wasn't the best at baseball.
But we do have a clip.
Absolute legend, bro.
We do have a clip from one of our very own legends here in the Call of Duty League. Sadly, of the London Royal Ravens who aren't with us now. But this was a clip, I believe, of Dylan who let forth his rage after losing their matchup and leaving the tournament a little bit earlier than planned. Dylan and his PC, RIP.
They find the kills. Dylan is still here. They got to take him down. They got to take him down now. They need every single second besides 2 to close this game out. London, are they in a position to do so? Envoy plays through middle. Envoy again with 3 kills. Are they going to get the tick? That is the question. That is the question right now.
They got it.
They got it. They got the tick.
If they don't get that tip, Joe, I don't know. That might have been wild if they don't get that final point. Oh my God, I was so worried that flip was going to cost them and it was going to be another blunder on K, but the final point goes through. They close it out at Town Center. And Huntsmen are able to take the series.
Look, these things happen. It is what it is. But I mean, I've heard mixed reports from Dylan that he put his headphones onto the monitor and it just knocked the camera down. But I just love the idea that after the match he was like, boom, and smashed it down after that one.
Wuskin wasn't too happy either. He just handled it differently. It's funny when you see Wuskin, I think, at tournaments, usually it's always head in his hands. So for Wuskin just to kind of sit there and just be like, what has happened? Something a little different, but two different people in this world, and those are two different reactions.
No, indeed, boys. Let's talk a little bit about the upcoming matchup. Of course, Chicago going up against Dallas here. The Chicago home series so far so good for them. A bit of a shock upset, I think, when New York beat them. And I wanted to get your thoughts on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chicago's been trying things out, and for Chicago, they're trying to extend themselves away from the teams that are at the top, and I think it's a work in progress. That's why you saw, the role swap happen at the last tournament, and now it's back to formal running that AR, and he's back on point, right? Envoy had a bad day, they lost the series, everything's gonna be fine. They are 9-2 against Empire in map count. They are 3-0 in series count. Now, keep in mind that is before Empire's Shotzi and Illy have gotten a lot better, so this one could shape up to be a little bit different.
It could indeed. You've got those Game Fuel keys to victory coming up shortly. I'm actually looking for my Game Fuel can that's on the floor. I've already chugged one this morning. I'm ready to rock and roll, mate. I'm not going to lie to you. But Phil, talk to us a little bit about, when we come to these keys of victory, what are you looking for out of the Huntsmen here to take down Dallas?
I think, and kind of alluded towards Envoy. I think Envoy is kind of that X factor, and I think he didn't have the best of days yesterday, and I think certainly so. He can change his team around. I think we've spoke to, whether it be RCs on the podcast or we spoke to, individuals, seen these guys play. It's when they're all on the same page and they're kind of playing, cohesively. And I think day one they weren't. You could see it was all over the place. You could see that in the reactions from their face. But for me, it's Envoy. I think Envoy is kind of the one to watch. He's my kind of player to keep your eye out for today. And I think he is that shining star, which, much like on, Atlanta FaZe, you can have Simp or Celium go up. I think once Envoy kind of heats up, it radiates through the team, and I think it makes his teammates play a lot better too.
Yeah, and to kind of echo what you're talking about, when you look at Empire and Huntsman's last matchup, the first two maps are extremely close. Huntsmen win 250 to 239 on Azure Cave, and they win 6-5 on Arklov Peak Search and Destroy. So the maps have been extremely close, and the players have improved tremendously since then. If you look at that series, nearly every player was under a 1.0 KD for Empire. Since then, all these players have improved, and they've put up way better numbers, and they won a tournament. So this is a way better team, and Huntsmen seem to have gotten a little bit worse in this transition. So who knows, man? Maybe Empire come out here swinging, but I still favor the Huntsmen.
Indeedy, boys. We just saw the US Air Force quick scope, and now we've got that US Air Force maps and modes. It's going to be Ramaza, Gunrunner, 2 Hackney Yards, and an Arklov Peak. I hope we get to go to Arklov between these two teams as well. I think that'll be a really, really interesting display. I mean, both teams are not exactly strangers to hitting crazy flanks, and both teams have got very adept snipers as well, so that'd be a very cool series to watch. Any quick predictions for this one, Phil?
I mean, previous ones we've seen, Huntsmen kind of go up and take it 3-1. I think I'm going with that once again. It is interesting to me, the map set there, where I think we get Ramaza first, and usually with these two teams going head-to-head, we see a lot of Azir Cave, Gunrunner, Hardpoint, and we're not going to see that straight away. Dallas are 0-5 on Hardpoint against Chicago. So I think we need to see something special map 1. But prediction-wise, Chicago 3, Dallas 1.
I like that one.
It's been close, though, Phil. We should say that. And the last time they played, I believe, was London. So, that's a while ago. They played twice there. They beat them both times there. So, it's been very close in Hardpoint, and they've gotten a lot better. So, people should not be counting on Empire whatsoever at all in this matchup, especially with the way Shotzi's been playing. All that being said, I still pick Huntsmen to win this.
All right, boys. Well, we've flapped our gums enough. I think it's about time we got to meet the Chicago Huntsmen.
He's going to get caught, but they line up for Scup. And Scup, the king. This is dangerous. 10 in a row. Gunless keeps on rolling. 9. Formal hits the shot. Octane doesn't have to move. He goes. Oh my lord!
The Chicago Huntsmen, our home series eponymous team. They've done good so far despite the one upset, but boy, what a roster this is. We've talked about it from start to finish from the very beginning of the league. This is a team that should almost be winning every single event that they're at. They've had their issues, they've had their internal strife, but they seem to be trying to work that one out. A new leaf for this team is exactly what they needed, and this would be a tremendous series, I think, Nameless, to try to turn that new leaf.
Yeah, I mean, and everybody wants to see that FaZe versus Chicago match. So sort of like most of the fans outside the hardcore Empire fans are already counting out Empire in this series. A lot of people want to see the Huntsmen versus FaZe. Whoever wins this series and goes up against FaZe, that will determine the best team in the game. So this is storylines in the making. I can't wait for it to get underway.
It's going to be absolutely incredible, man. The Dallas Empire as well, though. Shotzi, Krim, Clay, Illy, and Hugh. They've had their own victory there in the Los Angeles home series. They've still got a bit of a mountain to climb, though, and this is going to be a nice rematch for them. I think they have yet to actually defeat the Chicago Huntsmen thus far in the Call of Duty League. Nope. But who's it going to be, Phil? You think it's going to be a Chicago 3-1? I mean, Dallas, there's still a lot of potential there.
I think so, and I think, yes, my point of being 3-1 and Huntsman taking it, but Nameless, what he says about this previously being close, he's absolutely right. We've seen Search and Destroys go down to round 11. We've seen 10-point hard points. We've seen dominations within like 2-3 points between these two teams. You can't rule them out. That's my prediction. However, I think Dallas are here to upset. I think Dallas are, again, wanting to send Chicago Huntsmen away in another semi-final. How frustrating would that be? When you talk about who's going to win this event now, who's going to actually be a tournament team who's won 2, of course, it's going to be Chicago, Dallas, or FaZe. And I think Dallas, you know, against all odds, everyone's thinking it's going to be either the Huntsmen, that's the crazy fan base, or they're looking at the skill of FaZe. I don't think many people are looking at Dallas to win this tournament outright. For them to do so, of course, they've got to overcome, 2 of the biggest teams in the world, and I think they're definitely capable of doing so. I think we need the best of Shotzi and Illy. I think we need some like Championship Sunday vibes from Clay and Krim. But when it all comes together, we've got to see a full 5 of Dallas with Hugh on that same page too. They have the capability, and I truly believe this is going to be a great series to watch.
Mate, it's going to be an absolute banger. It always was. I'm very, very excited to get into this one. And the idea that the Dallas Empire are going in almost as an underdog into this match, I think it really fits them well. But here we go, boys and girls. The semi-final matchup to determine who will be facing Atlanta FaZe in our CDL Sunday final here at the Chicago home series. Let's get into it. We're going to blow the doors off this one. On board with our boys, the Chicago Huntsmen, as they surge towards that hard point. Of course, from Maza, not an easy one, Phil. Those hard points are tricky to get to.
Yeah, certainly so. And as we get into this, I do want to outline what I was saying just in that brief segment there. The hard points that these guys have had against each other, they have been somewhat close. Some have been a bit blowouts, but we've seen Azir Cave, we saw Gunrunner, then we went back to Gunrunner again. We saw a St. Petra, we saw another Azir Cave. We've not seen Ramaza, and I think that's a real big takeaway going into map number 1. The change that is happening now, whether this is the coaches, whether it's the likes of Sender and Rambo Ray kind of dictating these map vetoes. But it's interesting that we get something new. Going forward, though, we get to see these two teams battle it out on a different battlefield here. But with 20 seconds left here, going forward now, we are starting to look at that minimap. Rotation, of course, will be Envoy. He's going to be one step ahead, and he was the X Factor to go off this one. I'm sure he'll have to make up for that one as 3 headshots back-to-back for Crim6, Shotzi, and Hugh. We'll find Dallas breaking through into the electrical store, but they're going to find pressure, and that's going back from Scump and Envoy.
Indeedy. Over to the next hard point we go. Scump taken down early, but Formal still doing what we can. They're on point. Krim and Illy now trying to battle in through the back of the hard point as Envoy takes an early dip there, and it's looking like a good Dallas hold so far here on the electronic shop. Straight through the back. Gunner's not able to make much happen there as Formal now trying to answer back forward. And again, the AR in this position, not ideal. Able to maybe find something here. He picks up an MP5 out of nowhere and somehow puts Clay down. So we've got one opening now to work with for the Chicago Huntsmen. What are they going to be able to do as they try to punch it through the back? Good timing from Formal. Great timing from Formal. Even better timing from Formal. Not able to get Clay. That would have been something special. But at 50 seconds, the Empire have managed to take a chunk of time out of this one. Chicago quite unable to break it, and we go back to it, Phil, with the remaining 20.
Yeah, I saw Envoy as well hitting a rotate there, trying to set up a pinch, and it would have been beautiful for that to come off for the Huntsmen, of course, and then set up the barbershop, but it doesn't work out for them. The points will go in the hands of Dallas. They're going to breach over that 60-point mark. And again, pushing forward this time, they're going to have to break on through. This is a hard point, which I remember when, Rambo kind of change roles, if you like, Miles, and he was talking to us. This was the map mode he was talking to both me and you about how players are playing this wrong and how spawns, and he was so kind of critical about it. It's so nice to see kind of the way that Dallas are adapting. I think has been a huge factor in their success so far. But you on your screen, And change over to Illy as he does drop in the barbershop. Dallas up by 30 points here. We have a strong start coming in from Illy. He just hit double digits.
Yeah, double digits indeed. But no, you're not too wrong, mate. I mean, this is a solid start here from the Empire. Far from over, though, as the Chicago Huntsmen get back into this one. Hugh in a great position here. Again, we talk about trapping teams in that right-hand side of the map, but it has not worked out. The spawn's there for the Huntsmen. They are going to be spawning in next, far left-hand side of the map, up top. They do have control of the construction site off the rip, and it's going to be Formal up high with that AR, locking it down for now. The rest of the map, we're watching the Huntsmen try to just identify these lanes of attack that Dallas are taking as they come out of the barbershop hardpoint, and so far, so good. Crim with a very, very slow and steady push forward. As you can see, the mid-map presence certainly being felt there by Dallas as they try to get over towards the construction site. But Gunless, he's already in there. He's first in, and Crim has actually managed to infiltrate downstairs.
It's funny seeing on social media as well, Clayster talking about how he took a leaf out of Facento's book. He told his team that the opposing team was 0 and 5 on Gun Runner Dom. In fact, they were 5-0. One thing that I will say is every single player on Dallas will know that they have not won a hardpoint versus Chicago. This is something that they think about constantly. It's an arch enemy, if you like. And they'll be looking for the first victory. What a way to start it, Miles. 115-45 as Crim 6 finds his 5 in a row. This is a perfect start for Dallas. They're turning up, they're doing what they need to do, and I tell you what, everyone seems to be on this same page we talk about so often. Dead Silence has been popped from Shotzzy. And that construction site, the last 15, looking likely to go towards Dallas. Now heading over towards that 5th and final hardpoint. We're going to see Shotzzy take down one more. That's going to be Gunless there on the crane as we do see those final seconds tick away. And we're going to these arches. We're going to Scum. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing Dallas break these hardpoints relatively well. Huntsman on the early rotations every single time, but they've got to make those holds work out. Scump can't keep the lane alive as Crim 6 once again finds a fantastic kill, but Envoy, the player we've been singing the praises of so religiously here in the COD League so far, desperately trying to make an impact here. 14 and 12 for his team. Formal slaying out at 13 and 9. On the other side of the board, relatively even kills across, but Crim actually is 17 and 12, trying to hand it to his former teammates. This is going to be a big one for him, and again, the first time we will see Chicago take a hard point. Potentially here is Ramaza. Still seems to be working out for Dallas.
Oh,
Gunless in from behind. Perfect timing on the pinch. We'll get the final 20. This is what we haven't seen actually, is these final 20, maybe final 30 seconds. That's where the Huntsmen tend to get broken. Gunless may have just managed to break out the cycle there with that one.
I love to see that as well. Gunless, making an impact in the game. Scump has a slow start here at 6 and 17. He'll be wanting to change that around. Keep your eyes out, of course, for the scoreboard. Shout out to our observers, of course, guiding you through all this action. One player will be at the back trying to hit that rotate, but as we go back to the catwalk, it's going to be Hugh trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink at the Huntsmen as they push from the stairs, but 2 is too many here for Hugh. He's going to go down. And the 100-point lead that they had, Miles, the double score line, should I say, has now just depleted to around 60 points. Are Dallas going to extend this, though? Are they going to keep on going on this tear? Because a couple more minutes like this, and this could be map 1 all done and dusted.
Yeah, it's far from, I say far from over. There's a good chance, though, for the Huntsmen to pull this back. It's starting to get a little bit naughty, though, as I say, the presence being felt right now by the Dallas Empire. It's an unbreakable hold here up top. Formal has been stunted so far. One nade kill goes through. Illy Shotzzy providing the covering fire. Formal can't quite get it done alone. Envoy, he gets in there at good timing on the 2 kills. A little too late to save Formal, but it may be enough to break the hard point. 10 seconds remaining. Get a little bit of time out of this. Now, rip across map. Do what they can, but once again, it just seems like Chicago slow off the rip. If they don't manage to make the rotation, it's a little difficult for them to break. Now they have to try to break the electronic store. Dallas lining up for this one, Phil, and again at 185 and climbing. This is a huge score deficit and skill deficit right now.
It is a skill deficit, it seems. One team certainly outclassing, and we've seen some remarkable things from everyone in Dallas. Everyone putting in a shift here. When we go to this electronic store, and it is a very strong setup here. Crim's going to find 2. Crim, not the bullets in the weapon to find the 3rd, but I don't think it's going to matter. Illy might be all alone, but he's got a few things up his sleeve, and one's a Semtex. Envoy's going to bite on that. Hugh and Shotzzy come into the mix as Clayster finds one as well. It's all looking good for the Empire. I talked about that doubling of the scoreline being depleted a little bit earlier, and now it's right back at it. 220 to 105. This is a one-sided affair, and I will say Scump and Arsties have had a slow start to this map. They need to turn something around, and they need to do it now, because we're 30 seconds away from it being over.
It's going to be over shortly, and you can see it's not going to happen at this hard point. We do have to go to one more. Barbershop in the hands of the Huntsmen for now. Watch for that break, though, from Dallas right off the rip. They tend to punch right through low cafe and find what they can. Our Formal up top. In front, Arsties in front as well. And we are trying to see these players watch the play. Here comes the push from Dallas. RC's unable to find absolutely anything. Clay finds the first kill, and now they charge forwards. Gunner's still on the defense. And there is a player now from the Dallas Empire in the hard point, and it's Shotzi. He may have just broken through. Now we're going to be seeing Struggle Street for the Huntsman. Hugh on point as well. Shotzi's still alive. He remains for the time being before being cleaned up by Scump. There's 9 points for the win now for Dallas. They can charge on through, keep making these kills happen. But you can see for the Huntsman now, the problem they've got, they cannot let a single second go by while still having to try to make that rotation across map to construction.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is we see Simp and players like that dropping 50. You know, the highest player right now in the whole lobby is Shotzi at 25. But this has been an absolute stomping here. Dallas are taking Chicago by the scruff of the neck and throwing them out the door, it seems. This hard point is working for them. And to remind you, Azir Cave, they've lost it twice. Gunrunner, they've lost it twice. St. Petro, they've lost that too. But Ramaza, it seems like it's one of the maps which may favor the Dallas Empire as the 0 seconds come in. They've got to rotate. Oh, you hate to see it there. I thought it was all but over. I bite my tongue. We're heading to construction. And this has to be the most perfect play by the Huntsmen to get. But this would be absolutely remarkable if they could bring this back.
Well, it's 1 second for Dallas. All they have to do is get a toe in that hard point. The hold has to be absolutely pristine, Phil, as you called it. It's got to be perfect. Formal doing what he can. So 2 players now trying to make the play up from upstairs. Illy coming downstairs, can't quite find Gunless. Gunless will stay alive to hold the line for now. And so far, for 30 seconds, it has been perfect. But there's one more push now from Dallas. And there it is, Gunless on the contest. If he goes down, it's pretty much over. They've got at least 2 people downstairs on the point. Illy's managed to make his way through the stairs. And now from Gunless in from behind, Illy could be the one to do it. No, they'll hold on again. So far, Phil.
Oh, he snuck in.
Perfect.
He snuck in. I think
was
even
perfect
the
for a long
we were going to
time.
the arches there, but no, we saw a little toe, like you said, Miles, sneaking at the very dying second. And Dallas, what a way to start things off. The Huntsmen do make it a little bit more level towards the end, shall we say, but that was a really, really big stomp in there. You know, first 80% of that game was crazy. Like I said, everyone kind of putting in a shift there. We had Illy with 1 minute and 48 seconds of hill time. And again, across the board, Shotzi 27, Crim6 26, 27 for Clayster as well. Just a lot of kills spread evenly between the squad.
Yeah, tons of kills. It was Krim actually winning a lot of those in individual engagements. We saw, again, running that MP5. Massive work from him. Let's have a quick look at the stats from that map, friends. It was a humdinger to start this one off. And again, the very first time we have seen Dallas defeat the Chicago Huntsmen in a hard point. A solid start indeed. And I think a very important map win for them going into Search, which has typically been Dallas's map as well. Let's see how we go, Phil. And again, any major takeaways from the stats there, brother?
I think the major takeaway is there's not an X factor as we talk about. There's no 50 bomb. There's no crazy amounts of numbers we're looking at there. We're seeing consistency, and I think that's Dallas, you know, in a nutshell. When they play to their own strengths and they can all just, you know, drop, let's say, a 1.1. Like, if you're all dropping a 1.1, the whole other team is going to be suffering, or someone is going to be heavily suffering. And Dallas just kind of outclassed, outplayed, outslayed everything. But very, very strong gameplay. Started strong. We saw Scump have a bit of a slow start. I think there was one other player, might have been Arstees. But they'll be looking to change that for map number 2.
We got that scuff play of the game. It was going to be Crim6 with his continued individual prowess. Those very fantastic 1v1 wins we saw in the end there, of course, dropping 26 and 21. Phil, big fan of what Crim was putting on the board there against his former teammates.
Yeah, incredible stuff there from Crim. And I think, again, this was something that you could have picked out at any point. But when you started to line them up, I think there was his final kill. He couldn't finalize it because he didn't have enough bullets. And that says a lot when, you know, you're taking everyone in your path down. But you got to reload it sometimes, Miles. But apart from that, you take a step back and you think, great, map 1, a first hard point under the belts of Dallas. That makes them 1-5 now out of 6. We go to Search and Destroy next, which of course has been a little different, shall we say. The guys have obviously played this a number of times, but right now they are 1-2 on this, so we're looking to level that one up too.
Indeedy, Matt. We do have our Grubhub picks of the day coming up soon as well. Thinking, who did I pick? I think I grabbed Shotzi today, which was, I think, so good call, brother. And Phil, what did you pick? Who was your Grubhub pick of the day, and what have you ordered today from Grubhub?
Mine was Envoy. I think he was a player which we've seen the amazing Envoy, and we've seen the okay Envoy, and I think when he's amazing, these guys are winning tournaments, and I wanted to see a little bit more of that. I felt like our Grubhub pick of the days were really giving good energy to those players, so I don't know whether it's going to work in this one, but in regards to what I've ordered today, Miles, you know I'm a lover of all things sushi. Not today.
Yeah, mate.
My order today was ramen. If you've not had ramen, you're missing out. That's all I'm going to say.
You have ramen on such a hot day as well. You're a psycho.
It's nearly 90 degrees here in Las Vegas. But I tell you what it is in my apartment, a cool 63.
I like that, dude. I went to a place. This was my meal film, my first one I grabbed here.
Oh
this was
my
a place
goodness.
called Lento. Dude, I went for something a little different. I went through a tofu breakfast burrito and 2 cookies on the side, and I garnished it with a little bit of a sliced tomato there, mate. It was absolutely delicious.
That sounds like really healthy and then really not healthy. But I love it.
Oh yeah,
balance.
I had
Life
to balance
is a balance,
it out.
right?
I had to balance it out. I think my face actually represents the approach I took to both of those meals, mate. So, but you ordered a ramen as well, man. I still can't believe that. I mean, as much as I love ramen, truly, deeply, from the bottom of my stomach and soul, that's a hot thing to eat, man, today as well. Anyway, don't forget, friends, to use Grubhub to support your local businesses right now. It's obviously a very difficult time in the world, and we do deeply appreciate all the support. This is a weird time, and we do love it. Phil, thank you very much for supporting via Grubhub, my dude.
No
I
worries.
have been loving
Anytime.
the Grubhub grubs. I keep asking them for a bag to be able to use on camera, but no one has a bag right now. It's weird.
No.
Mate. I did just get a very, very fun piece of information from our production crew. The next map, this search and destroy of Dallas versus Chicago in the semifinals here of the Chicago home series, will be the 100th map here shown in the Call of Duty League. We have grown up so fast, Phil. Time has truly flown.
I mean, it's an interesting stat for sure. I'm not sure whether it bodes in any way for either team, but it's a milestone. And as we do like to conquer these and move on to the next, here's to the next 100, right? You know, 200, 500, 1,000, whatever it may be. I'm just hoping this series is a banger, and of course the winner will be moving on to play FaZe. If you missed that, they're already in the grand final. They will be waiting and anticipating their opponent. This for me is a huge series for the Huntsmen as well, because if they do lose, this is semi-final after semi-final after semi-final that they drop out of a tournament. Not what you want to see.
Nah, not what you want to see indeed. As we get ready to go into that search and destroy here on Gunrunner. A very, well, I think historically, something that we would be expecting Dallas to win here. A shock result if we can see a big surprise here out of the Chicago Huntsmen. Got to turn this one around sooner rather than later. You don't want to leave it down to domination. We have to make that comeback. Either way, the Huntsmen on offense to start this one off. As Dallas line up on the defense, and it's Arstes with that AX-50 to start this one off with a bang there on the Clayster.
Bang, bang, here we go. And again, I highlighted the maps and mode combination when we're going into the hardpoint. I'll do the same quickly in Search and Destroy. These guys have met 3 times, twice on Arklov. They've actually split the bill on that one. And the other one was on Piccadilly, which Chicago won around 11. So again, first time we're seeing Dallas play the Huntsman on Gunrunner Search and Destroy. So maybe we see something different. But First Blood was drawn out. Second and third, though, go to Dallas. So now we sit in a 4v3 RTs with the trophy system available and ready. But a quick check at that minimap. The teams couldn't be further apart, it seems.
Yeah, no, but you want to watch out, though, there. Aggressive wrap now from Dallas. Defending is a difficult thing to do here on Gunrunner. Lovely shots to take care of Formal. Grim cuts him down. All 4 of them have managed to come in through the back. So basically what they're doing now is they're forcing everyone on Chicago to move away from the B site. It's easy to defend the B site from the defender's side of the map. Now they're forcing the play towards A. This is huge from Dallas. They've just completely changed the situation of the map right now. And these 2 remaining members of Chicago, it's going to be hard to get there onto A.
It almost reminded me a little bit of IW or AW, where it was wolf packing. When we used to see these teams just go around hand in hand, and they knew that they had the number advantage. They pushed it out at a 4-3 and just found one of them lingering. And unfortunately for Chicago, they will actually drop that player, drop the round, and a strong start once again for Dallas. And that was after losing, I think, the first engagement as well from the sniper of Arstes. But only 1 round in here as we get into the next one. Coming into this, the Chicago home series, we see the Search and Destroy KD of Chicago at 1.08. And for Dallas, it's been a 0.74. Not ideal, but of course, that is the past. We are here in the present and looking forward to the future. Let's see what we've got in round number 2.
Yeah, disgusting round there from Dallas to start things off. Billy Snipe now. Brilliant shot onto Gunless there to start this round off. Scump also finds that first blood, so it's a nice even trade for both teams. Bomb's going to be going down very, very quickly for Dallas here. They managed to take control of the A site, and it's Shotzi who's actually managed to slip through. Another shot from Illy. Lovely job from the observers to catch that one as well. And now we are going to be seeing him stay in this position. Slight adjustment as he's going to maybe be able to catch his third.
Oh!
He gets him! Oh, Illy! Big fan of that one. The kill's going his way. Finally gets taken care of by Scum. But it's a little too late. The damage is already done. 2v2 now. Retake situation for Chicago.
And again, what a beautiful shot. Scum's going to actually find himself in a good position now as he finds two. He found Illy the sniper. Clayster just watching the bomb, but there is one player on it. I don't think it's going to be defusing. He's Formal, but 11 seconds. You've got to play the clock. Formal has to chase, but Formal does not have the time. Beautifully played by Dallas. And again, it comes down to that clock. The highlights of that round. The snipers from Illy. The chase down from Scum. But the beautifully played clock by Clayster. What a way to go back and forward. My emotions are being torn here, Miles.
We're seeing the perfect balance between skill in the form of Illy snipes and then brains in the way that Clay plays that bomb with a clock. Still, admirable retake attempt from the Huntsman. Scump found what, maybe 3 kills, I think it was, off the back of that one, and then in the end, he and Formal just unable to win that 1v1 or the 2v1 situation. Very, very difficult to do, but nonetheless, we are lining this one up to be quite the search.
Wow.
Right off the rip, Shotzi with a nice shots there through the smoke. Does get attacked with a nade as well, so first blood going the way of Dallas.
That's a frustrating way to die. That's where I'm screaming at my own monitor. I'm doing a Dylan right there. If I'm getting shot through the smoke, I'm furious. But Hugh finds one. Crim6 finds another. And ladies and gentlemen, this just looks like a Dallas Empire round written all over it. It's all up to T2P. And the T2P is now down to absolutely nothing. The round is over. And Dallas have just clean sweep that round. That was beautifully done once again. And every single person, this is what I go back to with Dallas, just kind of playing their part. We saw the aggression of Shotzi through the smoke. We saw Crim6 picking off players by the forest. Hugh getting aggressive by the half wall as well. It just seems to all be kind of falling in their laps. You know, the piece of the puzzle just kind of almost aligning, if you like.
Yeah, every round is something you can learn from Dallas's play here. I really hope other coaches and teams have got their pens and papers out. Something special here as we move in towards B. Very, very aggressively now for the Dallas Empire. On the defense, though, we've got 2 man setting in there towards that forest side. Great job from RC's here. Catches one on the cross. He's got a couple more to deal with. His teammates now backing him up as well at the same time. It's going to be Envoy just to his right. Good job to get the kill and stay alive. Envoy's nade as well comes into play. So while the aggression has been felt here by the Empire, it's been read fantastically and read beautifully by Chicago. Get themselves back on the board. If RC doesn't get the opening kill, Phil, it could have been real different.
Yeah, and I think it's such a much needed round. We talk about it all the time in Search and Destroy. You know, going 0-3, it sucks. But kind of just dragging yourself back into this game. You might be still down by 2, but very different scoreline than being 0-4. Credit to them there. Crim nearly found a nice double, but he was shut down by RCs. I think that was the final kill. And we hop on board with the Huntsman here going on the offense. He'll be looking for back-to-backs here. Gunlush yet to find his first kill of the game, but I'm sure he'll be looking to change that. And will change that moving forward. Scum not letting anyone push through water as Shotzi previously did.
Yeah, got all this lined out. RC's peeks forward. Lovely shots on Crim there. Difficult angle to find through the rock and the sort of turbine there, but he does manage to make it work. Now keeping that mid-map solid is going to be Scump. Very, very important position to be found because now he's going to be planting the bomb. And it's going to be Shotzi who's trying to creep forward to the right-hand side. He goes in. He's managed to slip through and he's just caught Scumpy right underneath the skirt. Cuts him down. Brilliant shots. And now Illy's trying to hold that left down. Hughes, supreme aggression. You cannot match that. Full didn't stand a chance whatsoever. And now it's all onto Envoy. What an unbelievable round from the Empire. 2 versus 1. 23 seconds left on the bomb. Clay from up high sniffs him out, catches him, and with that, an easy defuse. That was another delightful round from the Dallas Empire.
It really was. And again, kind of Clay up top there, utilizing his surroundings to finalize that round. The time does tick away, and Dallas, is this more convincing than a hard point? Some may say so, but what I will say is they've come to play here on CDL Sunday, and it's going to be an exciting one to end. I spoke about this in the pre-game of how everyone's got this FaZe Huntsman matchup in the final, and everyone's thinking who's going to win it out of those two. A lot of people are ruling out Dallas. A lot of people have already kind of wrote them off this series, let alone another, but I'm sure
you did it all, mate. 3-1. Wow, it's not over yet, is it?
You're right. I did. I mean, I didn't rule them out completely. I said I'd win a map, Miles. But no, I will say they've truly shocked me coming into this Sunday. How they've performed in that. They've not won one hard point against Chicago, and then they nearly put them in the 100-point club, it seemed. And then moving to this search and destroy, they're limiting Gunless to absolutely nothing. And now they're trying to close this out. I'm sure going up 2-0 would be a huge, huge morale boost. But as we jump on board with Shotzzy and his MP5 and his beautifully sliding dead silence. Oh, Chicago gonna prove me right or wrong, it seems.
Formal's got a thing or two to say about it, but Illy, in that green window, I mean, honestly, he's here all the time. When you watch him and Shotzzy play, it looks like they both run on roller skates. It's pretty wild, but here we go. Smokes up through mid. Gunless now on the flank, hoping to find that first kill. He could be gifted through the smoke. No, he will not. Illy will get it, but it's a quick trade, and immediately Shotzzy, he piggybacks off the back of Illy's death instantly, and with that, it's 5-1. That is synergy. That is true teamwork right there. I mean, watch Shotzi's kill cam here. He may find the final kill. His teammate goes down, and with it, immediately right on through to Formal. Formal would have had to snap so quickly on a Shotzzy and that last kill to even come close to it. Unreal stuff coming out of Empire right now. This search and destroy is almost over.
I'd say one round and it's done. I know we jokingly, and you jokingly said so did I, write them off. Only 12% of what I believe, not a COD League stat, but put a little poll out before this. I think Dallas are going to win this event, and it's just such a low number. When you split it between the two, the majority going back and forth between FaZe and Huntsmen, and I think that fuels the fire of someone like Crim. It has to. When you see everyone almost writing you off and not even talking about you, I bet they go into this so hungry, and rightfully so. 5-1 is the scoreline, 60 seconds, looking for the face, doesn't connect. Illy trying to find him, will throw a grenade over the top, and that's not going to connect. But Miles, this could be the very end, the last 60 seconds of the game, or is Envoy going to change it right here?
Oh, he's trying, man. He's trying. He's up and about. Gunless now finds himself a kill, gets himself 2. Why not? Envoy now charging forward. It's a good round for the Huntsmen. They have the advantage, but Crim biting back slowly but surely. 2v3 right now. Scum goes down to Huke as well. Formal finds it. And now it's a 1 versus 1. Arcites versus Crim 6. This is for the map. Stay alive! Arcites, he gets it good.
Oh, wow. What a battle.
Crim needed 1 or 2 more bullets to get that done.
I like the heads up push from Arcites there. As soon as he saw him dip away, he anticipated that push and he played aggressively. Not that you see that a lot on the side of a 1v1 to stay in the game, but Arcites there clutching up for Huntsman. We go to round number 8, and again, this almost feels like the hard point when, you know, Dallas are just 1 point away. They're so close. They just need that, you know, that first blood, that toe over the line. However, the Huntsmen, they've done it before. They've brought back round after round. Don't rule them out of it just yet.
No, not just yet. Still, Illy with that snipe's a dangerous thing. Formal with a great start there on the Clayster. First blood goes the way of the Huntsman.
Envoy, very aggressive. Did you see where he died there? Even through green he was. He was all alone. He's on the defense. I'm not sure I agree with the play, but Envoy's Envoy. He knows better than I do, it seems, and sadly he's not going to pick up the kill. Maybe he heard something that we didn't, but a 4v4 with a minute left. Scumper's popped dead silence just over the right-hand side of Huke in the water. Gunless perching himself up on a nice power position here. And hello, there's the tip of the head. It's going to be Scump, and he's going to be taken down by Huke without even a challenge.
Yeah, we found this a few times that Dallas are very, very good at playing patiently and catching these mistakes being made by the Chicago Huntsmen. They just overextend somewhat, but nice nade from Arcites makes this a 3v3. With the bomb down at A, Gunless is a slow and steady push in towards that bomb site. Dead silence activated. They're wolf packing this one together. Oh my word. He just catches Illy. Illy with the snipe out doesn't even manage to make much, but Crim 6 finds himself 2. And with that, the Dallas Empire, they get the win. It's going to be 6-2 here in the search and destroy. The crossfire on the A site closes it out. And it was Huke, yeah. I was going to say, I'm not sure who got the final kill, but the pinch there was absolutely perfect. Comes in at the right time, catches these kills, and Dallas, they take a 2-0 lead here in the series. Oh boy.
Wow, Crim 6, double digits for him, 10 and 7 there. We saw some sublime plays all around, but Dallas, again, shutting down Chicago very, almost, it seemed, easily. In just 8 rounds, you don't see many of those search and destroys. Again, the previous ones that these matched up on, they had a round 11 on our club, which Chicago took. They had a round 11 on Piccadilly, which Chicago took. The only search and destroy which Dallas had beat them on was an Arklov Peak, and that was a 6-1. So a 6-2 victory here in the semi-final of the Chicago home series. And on the brink of elimination. The Huntsmen, in their third semi-final in a row, have to pull off a reverse sweep, 3 maps back-to-back. Can it be done? Absolutely. But Miles, what do you think of the series so far?
So far, the series is very, very exciting, Phil. It's an exciting one, but it's not over yet, my brother. Now with a 2-0 lead, Dallas have got to close this one out. When we come back after this break, friends, it is going to be domination. Chicago, it's time to bounce back.
I run down the street, right? And all of a sudden, this huge explosion comes in, and it's like, BAM! And this gross chaos is shitting. I was going, no! And I'm like,
Download now.
Our heroes can't fly, they fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow, high in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as the feet back foes, flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against evil they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, portending and impending end. Crash down. It's dragons and dragons descend.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless.
Rolling it. Boom. What league team is overrated?
I'd say Chicago.
Ooh. Welcome to the Barracks, presented by Metro by T-Mobile. This is an interview series one-on-one with players from the CDL. I'm going to be diving in a little bit to their lifestyle, how they got to the state that they're in right now within the CDL, their teams, how they're able to maintain their top status as a professional gamer. Basically everything CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are coming up on map 3 now, but as you saw in the break there, we've got a little taste of the barracks presented by T-Mobile. Of course, T will be giving you a little bit of insight into the backstage lives of these players, and of course, after every single home series, Wednesdays on 9 on YouTube. It's going to be a lot of fun. Be sure to check that one out. I know I will as well. Of course, the schedule presented by the US Army as well. We have one more game today, friends. After this one, the winner of this match goes to the finals to play FaZe. Phil, it's far from over, brother, but Dallas are seeming to close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, Dallas 2-0 up, great for them. Not expected by myself. I went into this thinking this would be a 3-1 for Huntsmen. I thought these guys would kind of handedly, you know, pick up a few maps, and it seems like they're struggling right now. The hard point, it seemed like it was a struggle. The search and destroy, again, seemed like a struggle. We saw signs and moments of you know, typical Huntsman, but it wasn't enough of that. I'm expecting more in the domination, and hopefully they can turn this around and make this a series. No one wants a 3-0 right now.
Nobody wants a 3-0 right now, let alone the Chicago Huntsmen fans. Believe me, they're tweeting me at this moment in time. Let's have a look at the US Army tactical play here. This was, of course, Illy, a standout player in the search and destroy. We saw his 3 snipes in a single round. Brilliant, instrumental at times for his squad. Love to see it film again. Illy has he's been a little quiet when it came to Friday, but as of Saturday, and I definitely would say today, the man has been an absolute weapon.
Yeah, I mean, he's been incredible from the get-go. I think a lot of people have questioned him. I think a lot of people have kind of put him under the magnifying glass. And right now he's performing, which is great for him. The tournament is not over, though, and he's got a long way to go to lift. Again, another trophy. These guys are looking for their second as his FaZe, as his Huntsman. Who's he going to be, though? We'll have to wait and see. Mate,
it's not over yet, as I said, but the domination is coming up shortly. I think at the same time, we do have a bit of a concern here for the Huntsmen. Can they bounce back? I mean, are they in a state mentally to be able to bounce back? But look, mate, Dallas itching to get that first big win here over the Huntsmen. They've taken already the first hard point they've ever taken against the Huntsmen, and now the Dom will seal the deal with a 3-0. We're almost ready to roll into the game, friends. This will not be the last time we see the Chicago Huntsmen tonight. I've got a strong feeling that the bounce back will be happening, but that ain't up to us. It's up to these players. Phil, any predictions on how this is going to go? Is this going to be the beginning of the sweep?
I mean, I'm a big stat guy, a big numbers guy, and I look at the numbers, and right now they're doing absolutely nothing for me. Whether it was 5-0 on hardpoint, they were 2-1 on Search and Destroy, they're 2-1 again on domination. The only thing I will say is they played Hackney Yard High twice. Dallas and Chicago split that. They played St. Petro once. Chicago won that as well. I'm trying to rack my brains to think exactly what the map of domination is coming up next. I don't know if you know, Miles. But I'm a big firm believer of momentum. I really am. I think momentum is a big thing. I don't know if Crim6 has had a haircut, but it's looking mighty fine clean.
Crim's finally revealed the hair, man. He was teasing it for a long time. Now it's finally let it rip. Sorry, it's Hackney, dude. Hackney Dom.
Sorry.
It's gonna be
well,
a
I
Hackney.
got distracted by the gorgeous camera of Crim6 in the bottom right-hand side of my screen. But yeah, going back to what I said, momentum. I think Dallas do this. I think maybe a 3-0 is on the cards, Miles.
Well, this is it. Got to close this one out here and now if they will. Hackney Yard Dom. We're underway. Immediate overextension there going for the Huntsman. Looks like Envoy is trying to find something there towards C, at least slow these players down, but it's a heavy B stack right now for Dallas as they're trying to find their way in, but the kills have worked out for the Huntsman. Gunless, sadly, poor timing there as Envoy tries to keep the middle of the map safe. Nice job with the shots there. Is he going to be able to get Crim? No, sadly, but still, A and B in control for the Huntsman now. They spawn on the favorable side. Let's see how long they can keep this up.
Yeah, and I was actually watching Huntsman scrim online. They're one of the few teams that actually showcase some of their scrims, but they were actually playing domination a lot, and I saw these guys winning by like 60-70 points, but also losing by 60-70 points on this very map. So clearly trying to tweak things, work things out. I think it was against Toronto that they were playing, so we'll see how they line up against Dallas. But a good start here for Chicago as Envoy picks up another double, 14-8 as they control A and B. And looking at the mini-map, they've got a pretty good setup here, Miles.
Yeah, solid setup, and they never get though. Illy, nice shots off the rip though. Formal's going to put him right back down. Trying to hold that position there at B still, but it's getting flooded right now by Dallas as they continue to keep this pressure. Formal taking care of that player on flag, again trying to slow down the neutralization, and that's what you want to be seeing here. Envoy doing his best to lock down the back end of A. You want to be watching Dallas try to overextend through that top portion of the map to flood through the A flag, but it's not worked out so far. Formal and Co still alive. 3 in a row for Envoy, 2 in a row right now for Formal. He's yet to actually die in this match yet, so big work out of Formal. You love to see it. Nice shots again. He caught Hugh make his way through. Watching for the reinforcements. Great snap from Formal as he finds his 4th kill in a row.
Yeah, absolutely madness. 4 kills in a row. Envoy has 10, which is incredible. He's also got 4 in a row, but he's got a few more deaths to make it 5 for Envoy. This is going back to exactly what I was talking about watching these guys scrim. When I saw them on top and actually dominating in this one, it was showcase domination to perfection, it seemed like. But, you know, the tides turn and anything can happen. So 40-21 is a great start for the Huntsmen. Don't rule out Dallas just yet. And of course, they'll be trying to push and flip these spawns and maybe go to the tire shop.
Indeed, well, Chicago with a solid lead now, starting to build upon this 20-pointer, but they do lose A. Let's have a quick Astro listen in with the Chicago Huntsmen.
I just want green guys.
Yeah, got me at C. Got me at C.
I got through to A.
One's camping A. One's camping A, I think.
Well, no, they're playing AC. They're playing AC setup. AC setup. I spawned at A. I spawned green. I spawned green, guys.
I'll be here in a second. I'll be there in a second.
I spawned through B. Got me.
Got him right there. That's him. That's him.
He's in
I spawned green. I spawned green.
And top L.
Top scav.
I'm going top green. I'm going top green. Hang on.
We gotta get a flag.
Go get C. Get C.
Guys.
More on the crossback.
I'm wrapping back to C with you.
Didn't see anything. You did.
I don't see anything. I don't see anything. Yeah, I'm holding door now.
Their door. Their door.
Yeah, one's hiding. One's hiding.
Pet dead. I don't know if that was him.
I'm back.
Holding door.
And top
Trying to get C. Guys, flag.
I'm trying.
Yep,
Okay,
I'm
good
holding
job.
door.
Could be green on me. Could be green on me.
Yeah, I'm green cross.
Top L, top.
You go.
Top
Good
L.
job. Yeah, we're chilling.
I'm going
Shotzi, we can be.
Go
Bottom
up
L,
bottom L, guys.
Top L, top L.
Bottom L and top L.
Top L.
Bottom L right now. One to the right. One to the right.
Play hit top L.
Go up,
Bottom L.
guys.
I'm trying to get top L.
Above you, above you. You coming help you though?
Yeah, we're coming help.
I spawned green. I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you guys fucking.
I'm watching it.
middle.
Clay's one shot top L.
I'm waiting for you guys.
Their door.
I'll be there in a sec, Pierce. I spawned green.
I'm
here.
Top AC, drop down. Dead.
Nice, three.
Another one here on me.
That's the last two right there.
He's close.
B.
Not hurt, Pierce.
Dead.
I
hit one there. Got me our door. B door.
Play weak. Play one
bottom
shot.
pit. One's bottom pit. Bottom L. We can kill. One on B. One on B. One in door.
Hey, bottom L.
Shoot B.
I'm getting mid L control. I'm getting mid L.
Okay. I'm coming top L. I'm coming top L.
Mid top L.
Right
Top L for you.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Laying down bottom B.
Didn't they think top
You
L?
want
top
L?
Top
cap.
I mid L.
Yeah. I'm
They're mid stacks. They're mid stacks. Tyler.
Clay's cap.
Dead.
Be mid on me too.
In Shaq, dead.
Solid comms from the Huntsmen, but as you can see, the scoreline starting to
Oh.
creep back into Dallas's favor. Mate, what did you get from the takeaway? From the listening, rather.
Again, I mean, firstly, I saw Dallas kind of stay resilient and flip spawns and do what they exactly should have done. But what I did like is from the communication, there was no moaning or sighing or, you know, kind of unnecessary communication from the Huntsmen. They knew what they had to do. They were really trying to push this. They were directing the play very, very well. And yes, the scoreline a little closer than I'm sure they wish going into the half here. But Dallas still trying to fight from behind here. It's only going to be a point. It could be all tied up as we go into the second side. But the Huntsmen, they started strong. They let go of that tire shop. And the spawns did flip. Not what they wanted to see going into side number 2.
No, but still very, very close. Incredibly competitive first half. As the dying seconds of this one go down, it's like we're going to be seeing the A and B hand still stay with the Empire, but now the Huntsmen, we flip over. Dallas will have their preferable side, spawning A side to start with now. And we'll see just what happens here as Chicago's fate now hangs in the balance. And oh boy, what a nade that was.
It was a special one. I mean, sometimes, you know, you've been there, I've been there, you throw a nade, you think, you know, let's just hope for the best, but I'm sure these guys are a little bit more planned out than that. Beautiful nade, though, to end this one. We're going to hop right back into it, though, with our second side. We're going to flip those sides, of course, and we're going to see A and B potentially be controlled by Dallas off the start here. Let's see what Chicago do straight away to try and change that.
Big fan of the Ops team there, obviously catching the London Overground, just going by Hackney there. A and B in the hands of Dallas right off the rip. They do manage to get in there very, very quickly, but you can see the overextension now working out from the Huntsmen. They've managed to get one player across. He will be taken out shortly. And then you see Hugh, Illy, and Clay lighting up the kill feed. B still defended for now. Gunless. Oh boy, hit fire. Not able to get the kill. That's going to come back to bite him momentarily. Envoy's got to back him up now as they try to retake the B flag. Still hitting for the overextension towards A. And time is going to slowly trickle away. And Illy makes safe B with that 5th kill in a row. Lovely work from him. But here we go, Phil. We need to see the Huntsmen break on a B, or at least try to find the flip towards A.
Here we go, now 10 seconds only between the two teams. A and B firmly held, and there's one thing to take from the first side is both teams can hold both this A and B flag. We saw Dallas do it for the second, half of that first half, if you like, the second quarter, as you might want to break it down. Hugh, a little bit of a slower game here, 7-14, but you've got the same on the side of Huntsman with Gunless. Certainly players stepping things up though. A 5-kill streak for Shotzzy, now 19-10 with his 6th kill in a row. Shotzzy certainly looking to end this domination with a victory, and a big one at that as well. Now leading by 20 miles. The longer this goes on, the harder it becomes for the Huntsman. 3.5 minutes on the clock as we speak right now, and you know, certainly doable by all means. This is not over just yet, but the Huntsman, they need to change this. They need to do it now.
You also there's green arrows on the mini map, just not really doing a whole lot right now. They're trying to reposition, go for a push towards B now. 2 through mid. Shots is going to cut one down. He's armed to the teeth right now, an M4 and an MP5 in hand. He's basically equipped for every situation possible. You saw him find the kill up top. Now he's engaging down low. The slide comes through, but RCT's taken clean care of. Formal now tries to pick him up as he makes his way in as well. But again, the shots coming through here from Dallas. They've locked down B. Only Formal now lives on the B flag. He's got to make neutral that flag straight away. And he's got to contest the push now, coming in from the backside of C. This could be big as we see the Huntsman now. Gunless winning the flag on A. Quickly find the capture. They flip this side of the map. There's a bit of a comeback to be made here by the Huntsman, but it is doable.
Yeah, certainly so. 30 points, Miles, and with 2.5 minutes looming here. 2 minutes 40, I should say. Give them a little bit more time. Formal's got a 5-kill spree as well. Changing the game right now. A and B back in the hands of the Huntsman. They hold this, and they certainly will bring this back here. It's going to be a very, very close game. The question is now for Dallas. They can hold on to a flag, you know, reset themselves. They've got that little bit of a cushion to hold on, but they'll be looking to push this tire shop and flip these spawns ASAP here. Scump with a double in the middle as well. Look over by C. It's Arcity. He's trying to neutralize that flag. He can't do it just yet. He's going to have to dip out as his teammates picking up kills. Look how close it is. The very top middle of your screen. C is a slither away from a neutralization, but the players go down. Arcity's and Scump will fall. Let's see how this one pans out.
Yeah, the Huntsman actually spawns sort of top green. Dallas spawns just by bottom of yellow. They're right in on top of B. They're going to flip that straight away. This is a big look for Dallas. You need to see something special happen right now. The Huntsmen have got to make their way on a C, maybe get the neutralization there, or clean out these players on B. They have opted for B. They win all the kills, and they get the flag back straight away. Clay immediately going back to clear out C, but he does have a bit of opposition there. It's going to be Gunless, who's making his way in towards that C flag. A 5-man push now with the defense. Gunless in from behind. Oh, he only finds one. No way. Arcity's now trying to neutralize C. The knife was out, but it was he who takes the blade there from Illy. And now we're going to be seeing the defensive C held for the time being here on Dallas. A and B in control for Chicago. They got to keep the hold of this one though. Full minute 20 on the clock.
Again, 18 points is what you will gain from a 2-cap in 1 minute and 30 seconds. If it stays as it is right now, Dallas will win. Chicago needs to change something. I'm getting flashbacks of just a minute and a half ago when that C flag was so close. But look at Clayster. He's pulling off a zoomer right now as he's pulled off a flank. He's gone for the neutralization. The trophy system is down. All resources from the Huntsman have been sent towards C. And now he's neutralized it, taking points away from the Huntsman. He won't get the cap, but it won't really matter. Number 6 there, in and amongst the little corner. Shots, he finds 25 to his name, only 15 deaths. The real MVP of map number 3 here. But as B changes hands, Crim6 is the one to neutralize B. Now he's going to try and cap it with 35 seconds. Miles, this is almost but over.
It's almost but over. There was a battle going on towards B, which Crim won. Now we go straight back in there for Envoy. C is now looking very, very safe and secure for Dallas. The clock is ticking down, Phil, and I think it may be over. I think that may be all she wrote for the Chicago Huntsmen here as the Dallas Empire. They have absolutely stormed their way through the first 2 maps, and there was great signs of life here for Chicago in the Dom, but at the end of the day, it was a few key moments, a few magical plays there on the flags from Dallas, and they've only gone and done it. 29-17 for Shotzzy in the end, and it's a swift 3-0. Dallas Empire wins.
I tell you what, Dallas winning, by all means, people will call that an upset. Dallas winning with a 3-0, a convincing 3-0. You look back at it, the hard point, very one-sided for a large majority. The search and destroy was a bit of a blowout in some of those rounds, and that domination, it was pushed close. This is not an easy game by all means. You can see that just, what is that? 7 points between the 2 teams, but it felt like Dallas had that edge a little bit too much there. Shotzzy, 29 kills in the domination. Miles, I have no idea what you're laughing at, but enlighten me.
Clay is just showing a picture of this like expensive router to his face cam or something. I don't know what's going on there. I'll see you on Reddit, Clay. That was a lot of fun. But look, what a series that was. Dallas, the only thing I can take away from that, Dallas looks so prepared for those matchups, man. The gun runner, search and destroy, I'm going to go back and watch that because a few of those rounds were so innovative when it comes to the plays. I mean, Dallas just made the reads. The individual skill was there. You love to see it coming out of them. The Huntsmen definitely close, but no cigar for them. The hard point was a blowout as well, which was a real shock to me. But the search really was where that series was over. That was so clinical, so decisive. There was not a chance in hell for the Huntsmen on the search. And as close as we came on the Dom Phil, I mean, that's all she wrote. We say a fond farewell to the Chicago Huntsmen here, and Dallas will now face Atlanta in our CDL Sunday finals here in the Chicago home series.
And again, a team will be finding their second victory, Miles. It will either be Dallas or Atlanta, but it will not be Chicago. A lot of disappointment there for a lot of fans, but another semi-final exit here for the Chicago Huntsmen. We didn't see them take the usual route, obviously, of winning their first game and then dropping down, for example. It was a very tough start for them in their home series. They did bounce back, but you've got to give the credit to Dallas. That series was an impressive one, to say the least. From hardpoint to search to Dom, that was Dallas.
I keep saying preparation. I mean, we saw Dallas were a good team to begin with, but I feel like with the addition of Rambo Ray, we brought it up somewhat during the cast. They've improved by leaps and bounds, especially in these more, clinical plays, more decisive plays. I'm loving what I'm seeing in Search and Destroy. I want to see a lot more of that. They're going to have to bring out those big guns, the biggest guns possible when it comes to defeating FaZe. The hardpoint's going to be an incredible matchup between both of the squads, but it's the Search, man. Search is so good in this game. I love watching Search and Destroy. Domination at times is a little, can feel like a bit of a coin toss, and it can feel a bit strange, but the Search is so fantastic, man. I mean, Phil, any big takeaways from you when it comes to the end of this series? Where do you go now if you're Chicago?
I mean, Chicago, they don't go anywhere. I know it kind of sounds a little bit mean. That's it. That's done for them. It's another semi-final. I don't think they make changes. I don't think they start, changing rosters. That's not the answer for me personally. This is just so much talent on the roster. They can win. They will win again, and I'm pretty confident about that. It sucks for them right now, but I just want to kind of steer your question into Dallas and what do they do. They've just 3-0'd the Huntsmen in a fashion we've not seen, I don't believe, previously, from anyone. They go against FaZe next. FaZe are a force to be reckoned with. They are beatable. We've seen that already when FaZe obviously were pushed to the very limits against the Subliners in round number 2. I think Dallas have what it takes to win this once again, to prove everyone wrong, myself included. I think it was 12% of you guys out there thought they were going to win this as a whole, and I honestly, I'd be happy for them to upset everyone, but FaZe right now still, to me, look like the best team in the game.
FaZe do very much look strong. We've seen Simp smash his own records back to back, and I think that it'll be difficult to smash a record against a squad like Dallas, but this is going to be one hell of a matchup. I honestly, 51. By one, it still counts as breaking a record. If you do that every day of this of the tournament, that'd be ridiculous. But he hasn't quite yet. To break another record today would be unbelievable. But the form FaZe are in right now does look fantastic, man. No doubt about it. When it comes to the search, that's where I'm still leaning a bit more towards Dallas. I think Dallas have definitely got the chops. And again, shout outs to Rambo Ray, mate. I think it'd be pretty impressive. But look, at the end of the day, series coming up is going to be one hell of a finish here to the Chicago home series. Again, commiserations to everyone who has been taken out of the tournament so far. You put up a hell of a fight, but in the end, there can be only one. My only big regret, Phil, is that we didn't get to do all these events in person. Damn you, coronavirus! It's not been a lot of fun. It's changed the way the world is, but we're doing the very best we can. And we thank you, our viewers on YouTube, and we thank everyone on social media for all the support. We're trying to get through this, put on a good show for you as best we possibly can. And we love the support. We love it. We want to keep putting these shows on as long as we have to. And after that, we're getting back out into the arenas. We're going to get back out across the country and hopefully across the planet. But until then, Phil, I think we're still talking for a little bit longer, brother. Phil, what do you want to see in the final?
I want to see a close contested game, and I genuinely think that's what we're going to get. FaZe are amazing. FaZe are a team which can absolutely send teams to the graveyard, to never return, it seems. But also, we've seen some magical stuff from FaZe where they get absolutely shut down. Like, they looked, I saw some tweets yesterday, I think it was, Subliners making them look human. And I genuinely think Dallas are a fantastic team. They can win hard points. They can win searches if they play like that. They can win domination. I'm going into this one with an open mind. I'm going into this one excited. I can happily watch with you guys back home as we pass on the torch. I believe Joe and Clint will be joining us shortly to guide us through all that action. But I'm just excited to watch this game now. As a genuine fan of COD, I don't know which way this is gonna go. I thought coming into this one, you know, Chicago would come out of it, and then I would lean towards FaZe. The way Dallas just won that, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe Dallas. I'm thinking maybe they do it.
I'm a huge fan of FaZe, but I truly think Dallas right now have got the form to do it. I want to talk about the
power of a haircut from Krim, man.
The power of shaving your head. The biggest thing I want to take away from this event is how much New York has improved, though, to go to take down the Huntsmen firstly and add another loss to that squad. You know, very few of them they have, and now to sort of go all the way with FaZe, which was so fun. That's another squad that I'm thinking have got potential here, especially in this sort of new era. And with the addition of Mac Melt's phenomenal looking roster, they look so much more comfortable than they had before in the entirety of this league.
Yeah, credit to them. Mac Meltz, I was tweeting before this home series, and I was just saying I'm excited to play. What did I see from Mac Meltz? Individually, yes, some moments of pretty special talent, for sure. But what I saw was, you know, a better New York Subliners. That's the bigger picture. It's not about an individual. It's not about one player being crazy and dropping a 50 bomb. It's about a player impacting a team of 5 and actually just making such a strong squad. And for these to even be competing against the likes of FaZe after their start, I am so excited to see more Subliners.
Yeah. There we go, Phil. Well, when we come back from the break, we've got Crim6 talking to Rich on our PlayStation Instant Reaction. We thank you for myself and Momo here and everyone on the crew. We'll see you in the finals.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Time to get to work, the sky's the limitation. Look at my face, you know I don't play. Please get out the way, I got history to make. Pick up the pace, pick any time and place. I'm ready for whatever, cause greatness never waits. Say, you got to get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way. I said let me be great.
Hey, right now it's free, right? And all of a sudden, huge exploding comes in there, it's like, no! And this growth chaos is shitting. I was going, no! And I'm like,
Download now.
Turn the slide on. So I'm not as pale. Actually, that made it worse.
5. Folks, it's time for your instant reaction brought to you by PlayStation. My name is Rich and
Wait
I
for
am
me,
joined
Rich.
by the champion, Crim6. I'm waiting
Wait
for you.
Me.
Wait for. Are you getting up from your computer right now?
No, I'm just tending to the hairline. You know, it needs a lot of work.
Yeah, a lot of work. Potentially a full-on transplant.
Hell, man. Damn.
Yeah, I know. That's the only reason you've been able to rack up so many wins. And a very impressive one here today, and one that you waited quite a long time for. Your hairline has receded many a millimeter since the last time that we actually talked about this particular matchup.
Yes.
And, you know, you also started a copy pasta in the chat that hasn't happened in a little while. Scumtubated, formal outdated, gunless, clearly frustrated, long we have waited. Huntsman eliminated. Let's talk about how that actually feels. Do you have any words for them? Because they had plenty of words for you when they were able to take you guys down.
Yeah, everyone that's expecting me to trash talk and do this and that, listen, I've never been a sore winner. I've been a sore winner one time in my whole career. And Facento, Aqua, Nagafin, someone else, I apologize for being like that. And listen, I'm not going to be like them. I'm not going to talk trash. It's just a semi-final match online. You know, all the people with scump and formal shrines in their closet, you guys can hold the LAN crown, whatever. I don't care. You know, it was GG's. It was a fun match. But now on to the next one. That's all I gotta say. I'm not gonna say you suck. I'm not gonna do that. So.
Okay, maybe thinking it a little bit, but not gonna actually say it. I will show you pictures of my scump shrine a little bit later when we have some time later on. But I want to talk about the next matchup just a little bit. We've talked about this matchup because this is one that you expected a little while ago back in LA. You told me you had an idea for actually beating FaZe. You said that you were just gonna aim lower. You were just gonna center lower.
Just aim low. But Rich, see, the problem is when they jump. Then what do you do?
I don't know. That's why you're
no.
asking you.
Rich, this is the issue that all the other teams have been having. But you know what? We'll see. Okay, we'll see. It's coming up.
I'm very excited for that. I actually, I'm watching the stream with a little bit of delay. I actually did just see your hairline, and I have to say, my hopes are the only thing higher than that hairline for your team. I think that this might be the one. How do you feel about finally getting to prove yourself against FaZe? I feel like you had a tough schedule at the beginning of the year, and now you're going against a team that has definitely proven themselves. You guys have already done a lot to prove yourselves, but it seems like this is a matchup that really needs to happen.
Yeah. No, I mean, we're looking forward to it. These servers are they're actually so much better. It just makes me feel so good inside, playing online again, dude. With me being, an actual onliner, right, Rich? So, FaZe.
I never said that.
No, I know you never said that, right? But apparently you can win the most LAN championships but be an onliner at the same time. Riddle me that, Rich. I can't figure it out either, all right? So, cut to commercial. Let's get finals going, man, okay?
Yeah, you know what? Sure.
I'm doing your job for you, Rich.
Okay, close it out.
All right.
Hit it with the cap.
Close it. Wait, what do I gotta say?
Looks like I gotta do everything around here.
Play the Dragons commercial. Dragons!
We're gonna let this guy play. I'm gonna do the break. We'll see you guys right after this. Grim, thanks for the time. Plenty more Call of Duty.
Dragons in the chat. Dragons in the chat.
We'll be back with the finals.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Download free now.
Is this the end? Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky with a cold wind blow. Wings feet down as the feedback falls. Flaming hot fire of a frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats midair, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, portending and impending end. Crash down. It's dragons and dragons descend.
The US Army. What's your warrior? Tournament audio and team chat listen-ins are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix-amp of the Call of Duty League. Join the Astro family and pre-order the CDL A40TR headset and Pro Team speaker tags today at astrogaming.com. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome to CDL Game Day presented by Game Fuel. It is time for our home series final. Maven here with Merc and Nameless, and we've got a doozy. Maybe not the final everybody expected, but it should be a riveting one nonetheless. What was so exciting about this weekend going into the Chicago home series event is we knew the 3 top teams in the world were here. We thought more than likely somebody was finally going to be a 2-time champion, and no matter the result, that is going to be the case. Nameless, I kind of want to hear from you just thinking about this revenge tour for Empire, because they couldn't get past Huntsmen. They couldn't get past FaZe. One step is done. FaZe are up next.
Yeah, it's been incredible for Empire since they've won the Los Angeles tournament. You saw Shotzi came alive. He was one of the best players in the world, and he's continued to be great. But in that last series, what we've been waiting for was Illy to wake up and go off, and he did it, man. You saw that in the Search and Destroy. You saw it in the Hardpoint. I'm curious to get your guys' thoughts on the games, though, because I've been up here yapping about it. What did you guys think about that last performance?
It was incredibly impressive from Empire. Shotzi, for me, just continues to get better and better and better. And Joe and I have talked at length about how that land win had to do miracles for his confidence, even though he was already frying online. Joe, he seems to be becoming kind of the complete player.
Yeah, I just think it's one of those things. We talked a lot about his roles, and they just felt like they had to free him up a little bit, and that's exactly what happened. Ever since that point, doesn't matter if it's online or at LAN, they have been playing so much better, and that was a big one, I think, for us, because when you saw this event in the 2 groups, for Dallas, it was, if you don't get out of groups, it's going to be an extremely disappointing weekend. They're able to get out. They take care of business. Then after that, it was just sort of, can you beat Chicago? Can you beat Atlanta? Because those were the 2 teams that they've just had so much trouble with, right? Chicago owned them multiple times already. Atlanta as well, just back in the LA home series. So as we sort of talk about it, Dallas, they just continue to improve, and I think that 3-0 right there just showed it.
Well, the 2 times that we saw, Dallas versus FaZe, it's back in Minnesota, then back at LA, as you mentioned. Both were 3-0s for FaZe. The second one, I believe, a little bit closer. It was like a 10-point hardpoint, 10-point dom, and a 6-3 search. So it was a bit closer for sure, but Ant, how do they avoid getting 3-0'd again?
Well, I mean, they had a big lead last time that they played FaZe on the first hardpoint. They end up choking that on St. Petro hardpoint. So it's like close it out in the final moments. And if you look back to that series, there were some players that were underperforming. Illy had a .75 against FaZe, so typically he struggles against them, especially in the respawns. But if you look at them today, he's been absolutely fantastic. And also on the flip side of that, FaZe have been lazy in hardpoint in some of their series. I keep going back to the New York series where they were extremely lazy and they were getting absolutely destroyed. So like Empire are looking good right now. They beat Chicago, the team that has had their number, so the confidence is there. This series could potentially be theirs.
Yeah, the scary part, though, we talk a lot about Dallas, but who they have to go through is Simp. The guy dropped the 50-bomb map 1, beating his own record that he set earlier this weekend. He might be the best player in the game. He's an absolute monster since starting his career last year. Let's take a closer look at Simp.
Scene Simp, take 1, CD mode.
Simp's disgusting.
He's going to be a superstar. No one can stop Simp.
He's going to be considered one of the best to ever play Call of Duty once he's done.
Do it! Blow him out of the map! What a play from Simp! Simp is a god among men right now.
My name is Chris Lair, aka Simp. I'm from Long Island, New York, and I'm a part of Atlanta FaZe. I originally started in Variant before the age roll. When I decided to finally take it serious in Black Ops 3, that's when the 18+ rule finally came out, and so I was kind of forced to streaming in S&D.
Everyone sort of knew he was the next big thing. It was just a matter of waiting till he was 18.
Even when he was like 15 years old competing, I noticed him almost immediately.
I've had so much time to be able to perfect certain things that I just stand out a little more than everyone else.
Simp making the plays.
Simp got really fortunate that he was picked up by United and he was taken in by these great veteran leaders.
I convinced United to put him on their academy team for a year. We were able to like plug him into the roster, and then we saw immediate success from there.
United are your 2019 Pro League champs.
It was always a dream of mine to compete and to win champs is something insane. When United broke up, I think a lot of emotions went through my head. But at the same time, it was like, okay, I'm ready for like a new team and a new experience. So I was kind of excited to move on.
He has the composure of a veteran, somebody who's been around the block forever. He never lets anything rattle him. He never lets anything get to him. And normally those aren't things you attribute to such a young player.
I have my own moments of popping off, and then I have my moments of where I'll help other teammates do, and I'll set them all up.
I don't think anyone thought he would come in and be not only the rookie of the year, but you could debate the best player of the year.
He's not an 18-year-old. He's very experienced. He wanted to be the best in the game, and pretty much his goal set.
I knew this guy was going to be a force.
To an extent, there's a target on my back, so I think, yeah, a couple players want to take me down.
If I was 18 again, oh, I'd be putting him in the dirt.
You don't leave me and expect to beat me later on. You're getting smoked, buddy.
Simp with the shot.
Hearing the fans and the players say that I'm one of the best of all time is something crazy. I've only competed for a year, and I still think that I get to prove that I'm one of the best, but I plan on doing it with time.
We'll take a look at how the Atlanta FaZe got to this home series final, but Joe, Simp is special. Very rarely do we see somebody come on the scene and dominate the way he has. Who's done it like him in the past?
I mean, I can only think of like a few people. Scum, Formal. I mean, Kenny for a year in World War II. Yeah, like it's slim pickings. But for Atlanta FaZe, you know, they beat, you know, the London Royal Ravens, a very close 3-0. They go to a Game 5 this weekend. They have been tested, so I'm excited for this final.
All right, well, let's talk about the other side of this for the Dallas Empire. I want to kind of talk about Crimsix. We just saw the interview, obviously, with Rich. We know he is a comedian. He's one of my favorite players because the personality he brings to this, and I think he's got one of the best. He's got one of the best personalities in the league. It's one of the strongest things about Call of Duty, which I love. But and just how important is Crimsix to this Empire team?
Massively important, right? He has a chip on his shoulder. He was one of the first players when they were thinking about making this roster, how it was going to be put together. He's that player that Shotzi, Illy, and Hook look to help them learn how to become a championship player. You know, him and Clay have played together for a very long time, and they've gotten to a lot of finals, and they've won a lot of those. So, you know, they're the two leaders on this squad, and Crim is sort of the spokesman for the Empire, as you can see in all these interviews. And he's going to bring that hype. He's going to bring that experience, and he's You know, he's the GOAT for a reason. And he brings a lot to the squad.
Joe, what do you think it's like for him now? Like you've been at that point of your career where you've been competing for a long time, you've been considered one of the top players in the game, and now you're kind of surrounded by younger players. It's just like a different point in his career. What do you think it's like for Krim right now at this stage?
I mean, listen, I feel like people, he sort of talked about it in the interview. People keep giving him fire. I think him not, being on the old OpTic squad, right, and not getting picked up to be on Chicago, right, the rosters, the way they split apart, the way they separated, that just fired him up even more. And then you have like these, he's an onliner, or like what he said in that interview, like, I have won the most on land. Like, nobody has more championships than me, and I will continue to keep winning just to shut you all up. And that's just the fire. And I think for him now, it's just to continue to try to do that. And like Ann said, I think it's about him being more of a leader now for the younger guys on his team. But I mean, look at his stats. The guy continues to bring it in their biggest series. So I think for Krim, maybe a bit of a, he's not the superstar on his squad per se, but he doesn't need to be. And he's, again, he just continues to prove everybody wrong time and time again. I just don't get why they keep questioning him.
And do you think that fire, like when people doubting him, is really important just because he's at this stage of his career where he's seen it all, he's won it all? Not that Krim is necessarily a person that lacks motivation, but that added fire from the community, you think that's a big deal?
Well, for a lot of players, I would probably say no, but for Krim, absolutely. I think that stuff does get to him, man. I think it does. I think the situation where he split from his former, OpTic teammates, I think he felt like he was disrespected a little bit in that situation, and then also by the community and by the fans that he played for a very long time. He feels like a lot of those fans have turned on him and now are coming at him all the time when he brought them a ton of championships. So, you got to kind of feel for the guy at times, and that's why he gets so worked up and he's so passionate about the game and about his teams. And you could see it in their gameplay, how they're improving at such a fast rate, and they get their championship, and now they get over the hump. It's just constant improvement, and you can't deny the greatness that is Crim6.
Well, speaking of the greatness that is Crim6, let's take a closer look at Krim.
I wouldn't regard myself as a legend.
Krim snaps for the streaks.
Krim's like a robot.
Gives him a bit of a haircut, but then he snaps.
He's the winningest player of all time.
This guy has 33 plus championships.
I'd rate Krim number one.
Krim with 3 in a row, the best to ever do it. And now Krim's on an 8 streak.
Undisputed best player of all time.
Who? Krim what? Crim6? Who?
Crim6, half the front unlocked. TP watching the flank. One go way down. Krim is going to do it.
Starting out, Crim6 was the young gun who didn't call out too much and was just destroying everybody in gunfights.
The MLG Spring Champions Complexity.
A lot of people don't know this, but we actually teamed together on a game battles team in like 2008. His name wasn't even Crim6 yet. It was something like Eclipse or something like that.
I was just like another guy on the team, but I think we went like 161-0. That was like the moment where I was like, this is a lot of fun. I'm really good at it.
The man who has more victories than any player in Call of Duty history. Here is Crim6.
Crim6 has been sort of the model of perfection when it comes to a Call of Duty competitor.
He never wanted to take a day off, and if you don't try your ass off, he's gonna yell at you.
He's a character.
Cap, I'm never gonna unblock you on Twitter, ever.
I'm gonna drop this right here for Krim. We'll be back.
Krim is one of those players that honestly is just a very intelligent player.
I think in Call of Duty there's a way to play to win.
He's good, obviously, but he always has moments where it's just, holy shit, he just did that.
Oh my God, he gets it off. Can he get away with his life? Oh, no! It's Crim6 that makes the play!
However, can he keep that run going on Modern Warfare is going to be the most interesting thing.
I'm sure he thinks he still has it in him, which, I mean, I think he does.
I look at how I can keep going. I don't want to stop.
You can't pick a better player to have in your roster.
I've been trying to get back team with Krim for a while now, and it never actually came to fruition until this Dallas Empire roster.
We have ourselves a new champ, the Dallas Empire, the victors.
We've seen him alongside that OpTic Gaming lineup for years and years and years. How's he going to fare on a brand new team with brand new players?
I just view him more as like this mentor now. Like with the wealth of talent on that team, he needs to keep them in line.
and they've got a chance to really do some insane things this year.
Is this a fresh beginning, or is this a slow fizzle out? The end of the career? I don't know.
Do I personally think he has the most to prove of all players? No. But do I think Krim feels that way? I sure as hell do. I think he is going to be hungrier than we've seen him possibly ever in his entire career.
Welcome back to CDL Game Day presented by Game Fuel. We took a closer look at Simp, a closer look at Crim6, and it's interesting to kind of compare the two because obviously they're at very different stages of their career. There's no argument really for me that Krim is not the GOAT. I mean, he's the greatest of all time. He has the most LAN wins, but it's going to be fun to watch somebody like, Simp's career, Beezy's career, and see where they end up. It's just unfortunate we can't really have a talk about GOAT status for another 5+ years probably for these guys, but Krim's so important to Empire. Joe, I'm just curious, like, realistically, how good of a chance do you give them this final, considering the fact they were 3-0 bop the last 2 times?
I just think if you look at like their improvement from the LA home series, I think after that FaZe match is probably when they probably made that role switch for Shotzzy, allowed him to sort of free up, get comfortable. Feels like ever since that weekend, something clicked a little bit differently. I know just a few weeks ago, they get taken down in a semifinal, but it just feels like their confidence is there, and I think that just is so important because there was all this talk about them and they were losing to those top teams. So I give them a very good chance because I feel like things are flowing right now. They just take down Chicago, one of their kryptonites, in a 3-0 fashion, by the way, right?
Sure.
It's not like that was a close series per se. I mean, they just dominated it comfortably.
And we're just waiting for these guys to get ready, I think. So hopefully we'll be into the match soon, everybody.
To echo what Joe was saying about Empire, stylistically, these teams are kind of the same. Like they're really good at search and destroy. It just felt like FaZe was a better version of Empire in all 3 of the game modes. But now that Shotzzy and Illy have gotten a little bit better, and you see Krim and Clay performing better online as well, it seems like it's a level playing field. It's like going into this series, I do think Empire have a great chance, especially coming off of that huge win with all that confidence and momentum. Like, they can actually win this. So it's honestly a toss-up for me going into the day. We were talking about predictions, and I was saying FaZe was going to win the whole thing, but now after seeing that 3-0 and the way that they just did it, it's a toss-up.
Well, what do you think is the most important matchup for this? Sorry, Joe. No, go ahead, Joe.
No, I just think it's one of those things too where like you're Dallas and you've seen teams like take FaZe the distance. That helps you. It's not like FaZe is 3-0, 3-0ing everyone, just like absolutely destroying them. Yeah, Sim's putting up crazy numbers, but those maps are still close. It just feels like everybody has caught up. People know how to play the game. It comes down to 1 or 2 simple mistakes that you hopefully don't make. Like if you're able to play your game and slay with them, you're right into it. I think that's what this weekend has shown.
Okay. All right, well, and we know how important team matchups are. Like, we've seen a lot of variety this year, and with some of the upsets especially. But like when you think about SMG versus SMG, Flex versus Flex, AR versus AR, is part of that, lopsided or most important in this series for you?
I think the duo of Krim and Clay are probably going to be the most important in this series. Just that AR presence. We know that we've seen Celium going off with an AR. We've seen Major Maniac, doing his thing with an AR. I think that the subs will all be on point. They'll be hyper aggressive. They'll be getting their kills. Illy and Shotzzy have progressed to a point where I think they're going to be fine. I really think that it's on Krim and Clay, one of them, to have a crazy finals performance to win the series.
Joe, do you think the fact that we talked about roles and the fact that Empire now finally seem to be getting comfortable over the past couple months since that change between Hook and Shotzzy, do you think the fact that on the FaZe side they recently made that role swap might be an opening for Empire here, or not that big of a deal?
I don't think it's that big of a deal based on what we've seen, right? The reason they've made that role change is because they did notice that teams caught up to them, right? So they're trying to get ahead once again. So for Major Maniac, I think he's still in a very comfortable role. He can sort of do it all. I don't think it's a problem putting Celium on man AR all the time. I mean, they truly believe that he's the best AR in the world, and I think at times he has absolutely shown that. So I think Ant is right. If the Dallas Empire want to compete in this series, you do look at your 2 vets. You look at your 2, world champions to help win this series.
Well, I heard that the reason that they did the AR switch is it's actually a pretty cool reason. Never seen it before in COD. Is like versus teams with a strong AR, they were going to have Celium run an AR, and versus teams with a weak AR, they were going to have Major Maniac be the main AR. So kind of an interesting way to go about things. And if it starts to work out, that could be deadly because Celium's a beast with any gun that he runs.
Interesting. Yeah, we'll see if that works out. But I don't know. I hope this matchup is everything we want it to be. It's two of the top teams in the game. Both have a championship win. Who is going to get that second home series victory, I guess, is the biggest question for it. But I don't know. But guys, we are going to be heading to a quick break. We're just waiting for the players to get ready inside of the lobby, and then we'll be ready to go. Thank you for your patience. This is the home series final coming up after this quick break.
How right now it's free, right? And all of a sudden, this huge explosion comes in, and it's like, no! And this groove chaos is shitting. I was going, no! And I'm like,
Download now.
Is this the end? Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as the feedback falls. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against evil they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sides, feelings our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats midair, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama. Pretending and impending, yeah. Crash down. It's dragons descend.
Download free now.
The US Army. What's your warrior? Tournament audio and team chat listen-ins are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix-amp of the Call of Duty League. Join the Astro family and pre-order the CDL A40TR headset and Pro Team speaker tags today at astrogaming.com. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League.
Hello and welcome back to CDL Game Day presented by Game Fuel. And now, guys, as we wait for this match to get ready, as I hear we still have a little bit of time before the teams are ready to go, I have an important question for you. Because I know for me, the entire year, regardless of all the results that have gone down, FaZe has been the #1 team for me, even when they fell short. Is the winner of this the #1 team in the world, Joe?
I'm going to have to say yes. Unless this is like a super close Game 5 match where, you know, FaZe had a map win that they throw away. I don't really think there's an argument. I think if you look at Dallas's recent, they have a second, they have a first, a top 4, and then potentially another first here. I think the results are there for the Dallas Empire, and whether or not it's online or on land. So I'm going to say yes. Again, I think the only argument is that you can make it for Atlanta FaZe if it's some like crazy game that they throw away.
And for you.
I completely agree. Both these teams 9-2 and 9-3 map count. They both gotten over humps and still made it to a final when they've had hiccups along the way. Like, that shows tenacity. And for me, I've had FaZe, like you said, as the best team of the season thus far. If Empire were to win this, you know, they would take over that crown for me, especially, you know, barring what Joe says, unless FaZe throw away a crazy loss in like back-to-back maps. This is definitely going to determine the best team in the game.
Yeah, I think if somehow they got to the final and they weren't going through FaZe, or they didn't have to go through Huntsmen, and let's just say they were the first team to second win, maybe I wasn't completely convinced. But the fact that if they are the first team to get the second win and they beat Huntsmen, and they beat FaZe.
Yeah, that wraps it up, right?
I feel like it has to. But as we wait for the players to get ready and the server to get rocking for our home series final, we're going to take a quick look at the top 10 plays from this year.
Seconds left. 6-point game. FaZe now being decapped. A huge 1v1's going to go down over towards C, but the kill feed is predominantly red. The decap towards B, but I think Florida realized they have to go. They have to push. They need to get everything. There's no time. There's no time at all left for Florida. And Atlanta FaZe defend their city.
Please give it up for your Atlanta champions!
They're able to find Arcides, so now it's all down to Gunless. He only needs to get a killer too.
He couldn't quite finish it. Did he hop off it? He did hop off it for a second, though. He's right back on it. Get up there. Go. He's got to go. He got to do it. Can he get there in time? Can he get there in time? I think he got it. Oh, he got the kill. I thought the defuse was in. He got the kill. Are you kidding me? What a play from Gunless.
But you see it there.
Oh my God. I thought so. I thought they lost. I 100% thought that Dallas got the win.
Close.
I thought they had the win.
Not for much longer. He's able to find one before he fell, and Arcides turns around and there's several Minnesota Rocket players flying right at him.
He is getting away all the information and the kills, and he gets the second on Assault Ben. Envoy has been a man among boys.
I cannot believe how easy he has made this look.
Gunless pushing up top with the M4, wins the opening fight.
Not quite sure how, I'm going to be honest, Chance, but Gunless levels the playing field. 3v3. I can't believe it. Envoy, you've been a hero throughout the entire game. He's on the bomb. The defuse. Minnesota Rocket. You've got to check it. Full sale happens again. From 5-0 down. Chicago Huntsmen win 6 in a row. You don't see it very often, but welcome back to the Call of Duty League. I cannot believe we just witnessed that.
Assault is down. And with the defuse for Illy and the smile from Shotzi, we have ourselves a new champ. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Dallas Empire, the victors of your Los Angeles home series event.
How they played this weekend, honestly, it just goes to show the potential this team has. And like, this is their second COD tournament, and we just won it. So that's a pretty good job.
That is pretty good.
The Huntsmen have pushed them out. They've managed to break the hard points for now, but you got to keep the spawners out in the back. Stumpy with the kills. They just keep on coming. Now the push from Florida. Envoy in the back. The shots are there, but they've got onto the point with that one. The Florida Mutineers have done it.
They had to go through Chicago both times to get here, and this time they might seal the deal right as they go to do it. The contest comes in, but now the victory lap. Florida Mutineers, your Dallas home series victors. They get it done, and what a performance it was from Florida, Joe.
Salium does not have bomb, and he's so loud too. I think the player that was up in the top window might be able to hear this. And even if he plants, it's going to be a quick gunfight from Assault up top.
You see him, and Salium escapes! Salium, tagged up, one shot, has to scurry away. Spot got RX, both players, one shot, Assault, blood Salium, and that is all she wrote. Minnesota Rocker, you're heading to today's final.
A massive win for the Minnesota Rocker, who have been doubted effectively the entire year, exceeding everyone's expectations consistently.
Not a great performance from him.
I think we first pointed out he was like 2-10. He started. Alec, Varsity still torching bodies as the final seconds tick away. That does it. Chicago Huntsmen are your winners at the London Home Series Final. It just feels like Huntsmen are a bit better right now. Yeah, but do you think this is going to be a battle we're watching all year? I sure as hell do. I sure as hell hope so.
Set up deep, connects on the shots. It's all to R-Cities to try and clutch. He can't do it! As Florida get the W, Pristini wins the battle versus brother, and there's the hype. Nothing but love between Pristini and R-Cities, but what a series. And you see their mom, like, what a mix of emotions that's gotta be. Pristini versus R-Cities, a match for the ages.
They are going to be 5 seconds away from sending us to a map 5, but it comes down to 1 or 2 pushes. We know how hard it is to break this. Hook and Alien Shotzi, oh no, shutting it down. That's all 5 dead.
All dead.
Oh, the spawns.
They're not done yet though. One final push for one final contest. The tournament is decided here, and Illy's there up top. They got him out of the hard point. They might still be able to get in. They gotta fly. Go, go, go. Get in. They're able to get in. Everybody is into the point. 247, 247. It's madness inside. Rocker, they do it. They do it. They do it. It's Rocker with the win. It's map 5, baby.
What just happened? What was that ending?
It's Minnesota up in here.
Hello everyone and welcome to the brand new, fresh off the airship Call of Duty League. 12 teams from 11 cities have come to Minneapolis to begin their mission of hoisting the first ever CDL Championship trophy. From new teams with legacy players to new players joining legacy teams, they will battle it out 15 weekends for a chance to make history.
That was your top 10 plays of the year. We are now back with the CDL Game Day presented by Game Fuel. And from what I understand, we're 4 to 5 minutes out from gameplay. So we should be in this shortly, but it's going to be the home series final for Chicago. We've got your Atlanta FaZe going up against the Dallas Empire. And Joe, I am pumped for this. I hope this is a thrilling final.
Yeah, I think it should be. I'm looking at the maps right now that we're about to get. Both teams have a few maps that they are both very good at, right? I mean, you look at the domination. Looks like we're gonna go to Hackney Yard, for example. Atlanta 5-1 in that one. Dallas 8-3. So we know these are two of the best teams in the world. They're gonna have some great maps, some great map records. Can't wait to get into it.
Well, let's look at the Game Fuel keys to victory. We're gonna start with the Dallas Empire. Nameless, take me through it.
Yeah, so Illy to continue to go off, that's a big thing. But as well, we just talked about it a little bit ago, Crim and Clay, it's going to be those two guys that are going to be the X factor in this series. If they can go above and beyond and get back to, their prime years of playing and have a great final, this can be a good series for them. I'm looking at those two guys and as well as Illy to continue to play well.
Well, now, Nameless, let's look at the other side of this. For the Atlanta FaZe, the Game Fuel keys to victory.
It's pretty simple on their side. I think in that last series versus Surge, they lost that Search and Destroy, and it was a continuation of Abizi getting first blooded in Search and them playing from the back foot and having to clutch up in Search and Destroy. Don't just rely on your respawn. Get back to your roots in Search and Destroy. Abizi, slow it down, play with your team, and don't always rely on clutching up.
All right, well, we're now going to take a look at the Air Force quick scope as we get closer and closer to this home series final. These two teams have been very, very good as of late. I know Empire started out a little bit flat, but now both teams with that tournament win. We'll see, because I think both are pretty well-rounded. When you think about the different game modes and hardpoint and dom, search, there's not like a glaring weakness for either team. Obviously, when you take a look at the numbers, FaZe have been better, but statistically with the KD, I think the thing that probably stands out the most, maybe the S&D. Is that the biggest place where FaZe can dominate this for you, Joe?
Dominate? That's a strong. I think we have two of the best search and destroy teams in the world here. Honestly, I really do. And again, just sort of looking at the maps we are about to play. You have Petro, where both teams really haven't played it that much. You have 1-1 for Atlanta, 1-0 for Dallas. Then we go to Gunrunner, where if we do go to map 5, Gunrunner search and destroy, that is a big one for the Dallas Empire. They won that. They won the LA home series in a game 5 on that map. They are 6-1 on that map, but Atlanta FaZe on Gunrunner 3-0. So I would love to go to a game 5, because we potentially have the two best game 5, or S&D on Gunrunner teams in the world.
And
right
we
here.
just saw that from Empire too. Like Illy was going off, so like that would be lit. And I think it goes 5. So I think you might get what you want, Joe.
I would love that.
I would love that.
But it is now time to meet our teams. Let's first take a look at your Atlanta FaZe.
One, two, three for Major Maniac.
Lightning strikes twice. A Beezy. He bites one. He bites 2. What an individual play from Priest.
Atlanta FaZe, maybe the most dominant roster on paper, coming in at an average height of 5'2", but they have been just disgusting. They are terrifying to play on the map. Not really a weakness that we can find, but on the other side of it, you could maybe say the same. Let's take a look at your Dallas Empire.
Gilbert on the flank. It's going to be Clayster. And Clayster's going to get bumped. 4 going to drop 3. They're going to get the clear. You've got to go fast. You've got to go quick. You've got to go that way out. It's chaos.
And those are your Dallas Empire. Guys, we've basically covered it all. We've had about a half hour here as we wait for the teams to get ready. We've done the keys to victory. We've talked about Krem. We've talked about Simp. We've talked about the rosters. We talked about the maps and modes. We've covered everything at this point between these two teams. Joe, you got any final points regarding this hopefully amazing home series final?
I don't think so, man. I think we covered a lot of it. I think when you look at this Dallas Empire, roster, just from, we talked about, you got the vets, you got the young guys. I'm looking at Hook. I mean, I feel like, talk about X factors. Hook is a guy I think a lot of times goes under the radar. I think he could be the difference maker in this series for the Dallas Empire.
I'm looking at Twitter right now.
All right, well, we are getting ready to get into map 1. The fly-through is here. Ant, thanks for joining us. But, Joe, it is time to take the casting away. Let's get right into it. It's the home series final for Chicago. Let's go, Joe.
Yeah, Clint, you better bracket up, baby. Make sure to hit that bracket. We got to make sure the ops team hears us. I am so excited to get into this game.
Look bathrooms, by the way. Like,
you want me to look bathrooms?
Yeah, first
this
off,
is going to be incredible. It's going to be incredible. But who? Am I hearing the players' voices right now? Are you hearing that?
It's smoked. I can't see shit.
I am.
Okay, well, production team, if you hear us for some reason in our program feed, we are hearing the players. So this will be interesting, Joe, but I'm sure they'll work to get that resolved as we get right into there. There we go. Okay, all right, that's a lot less chaotic. That was interesting to try and commentate is hearing all the player chatter, but a nice start from FaZe. They get rolling here, Joe.
Yeah, and Atlanta FaZe, they're starting on that stronger side, right? You see number 4, Major Maniac. He's going to play a little bit slow. Make sure his team has the spawn. Celium and Simp taking care of business middle of the map. This Dallas Empire, you want to get him off this hill. Maybe try to earn some time. I mean, the goal would be to flip the spawns, but we know FaZe, they are a fundamental team. And I think with the role changes for Major Maniac, that's what he's going to be focusing on.
Well, it's Priesta in through that mid cut that's able to take down 2 before he drops. Now right over to the other tiny tear, and Illy just smokes him. A BZ will drop, but the right side of the map still controlled by FaZe with 10 seconds remaining on the first hard point. How to Empire break this? Have you seen over the past couple months any new developments and teams getting better at breaking some of these money hills?
Well, I think the really what the goal is for this Dallas Empire team is to try to get into the hill and then go towards the back, and that's typically your best shot of breaking those spawns. Or Hook, he's just going to take down the whole team as he's able to find 3. And now this is what I'm talking about. As soon as they can get in, if they're able to find those kills, here comes out parallel spawns for the Atlanta FaZe. Celium and Priest, they go big inside of the hill, but it's Hook once again trying to stay alive for the Dallas Empire.
Yeah, those 3 entries for Hook, enough to get them some contest time, right? Then he follows it up with another lovely double to continue to get in. So there was not much time off that clock before the pressure was here from Empire, and the parallel spawns were there, as you said, but it was a 5 spree for Celium at 9 and 3 before he dropped. And now Empire will soak up the final 15 to 20 seconds. As you take a look at the left side of the map and we hop out to the sky cam, you can see everybody getting ready for minecarts.
And I'll tell you what, you asked me what do you want to do with that second hill? That's about as good as it gets, I think, when you don't have those close spawns. An excellent job by the Dallas Empire as they now are able to rotate. Celium trying to work towards this forest. Priesta, he was so sneaky yesterday on those searches. He's making the sneaky play right now. Him and Abizi able to take down 4. Simp to find the 5th. And now Celium has him trapped in the back.
How much damage can Celium do from this position? Because not only can he see that back spawn, he can also see the cross, but he's going to get dropped almost instantly as we take a look at his POV. Empire win the fights off spawn, and now get into the point to at least contest. There's a team kill through for Empire, but they're still here. Now back to Celium's POV off a spawn. Great job with the M4 behind these carts to do the damage. 2 down, looking for 3, maybe 4. Everybody lining up for him, and you can see how dominant this position is with, well, really any gun in hand.
Yeah, but again, I think you get the break, but then Dallas are able to respond. Like, this is, I think, what one of the keys to victory has been all weekend for the Atlanta FaZe. When you get those kills, you have to turn it into more points. Being down only 20 points, I think, for the Dallas Empire, you're in a great spot right now. You see where they're spawning up. When we rotate over towards Warehouse next, they're going to have the back spawns, or will they? They still have them right now. Is that it's Illy and Shotzi who just spawn up. They're earning time as well. They're able to find the kill. So I think you take that. It's been a wonderful job. A nice rebound by the Dallas Empire.
Hook was kind of your X factor. You said he goes under the radar sometimes, which I know is ludicrous, but he is 16 and 10, leading all Slayers. I think the thing that stood out to me the most on the FaZe side was Major Maniac a moment ago was 3 and 7, now to 4 and 8. And there are games that they win and he has lower engagements, but you got to think he needs to step it up a bit as Clayster starts to heat up. A triple for him, 12 and 8, 4 in a row, almost 5 as Crimstick steals that final pick. But lovely from Clay, who was, hard on himself after that last home series event.
And again, right, it's what they're doing with these kills. They're pushing Atlanta FaZe so far from Warehouse where Hook and Shotzi already are. And that's why they have the lead right now. I think Minecart and Depot, 2 and 3, they did a wonderful job to keep themselves in the game. Now they have this lead. What can they hold on to? It's Clayster and Shotzi. They're going to use their teamwork and find a few kills. Now you have a bit of a staggered push coming in from the Atlanta FaZe. Abizi and Priesta get taken down. This is wonderful. Look at the kill feed. It is all blue for the Dallas Empire.
Yeah, I think it's perfect. I mean, as you highlighted FaZe's inability to hold with the early rotation, now we're seeing it done perfectly by Empire, and that is why the score now getting so skewed into their favor. As Clay trying to do some damage from outskirts, he does enough to help his teammates inside. Shotzi picks up the final 2 in the hard point, and this looks to be a flawless 60.
Yeah, flawless 60 as a big fight's going down on the other side of the map for the spawns for the next hill. Shotzi in the hill, gonna take down Simp, not able to find Priesta. Illy trying to do what he can. These are the gunfights that could give them the spawns. Is Hook now trying to stay alive?
Major Maniac does win one. I think it's Celium that spawns up on that right side of the map for him. One spawns up, but then now look at it. Empire have it all. Everybody's still spawning at Warehouse for FaZe. This is beautiful from Empire and a fantastic chance over the next, 90 or so seconds to really push up a massive lead.
And I think this is just what we talk about when you're effective on the map with your kills, like what Dallas has turned their kills into. Where the opposite side, I mean, take a look at the scoreboard. It's not like you really have someone suffering in the slaying category. You still have Celium +5, Simp and Priest are around even. And we saw what they were able to do on the second and third hill. Atlanta FaZe are just not turning their 5 or 6 down into more points. Major Maniac trying to be the route man right now, trying to stay alive, trying to set up his team for the next hill.
Right around +10 for Empire at this current moment. But yeah, so much to Major Maniac to try and make a play in the back. Can he get a couple of kills as his teammates rally over and spawn Empire on the opposite side?
Yeah, I think it's more, can his team get the kills and he stay alive? So there's the first one. Is that going to influence things? Illy and Shotzi, though, they go big. Shotzi is able to find 2 of his teammates, but Major Maniac finds 3. Trying to do what he can in the hill. Takes down Crim as well. Sliding back and forth. What a play for Major Maniac. That could be a game-changing one right there.
It 100% is. I mean, think about if they don't get this break. Empire running away with this game, but now FaZe are right back into it behind the route man. This is the reason they put an SMG in his hand and moved Celium over to the AR. They wanted Major Maniac to make plays just like that, Joe.
Yeah, that's exactly why they did it, right? He's not able to do that with an assault rifle, or he would have to play it a little bit differently. He's so much more effective in those situations. But Dallas, very similar to the first rotation. They're going to rotate over to Minecart. It's going to be about a 20-point lead. And look at this setup, just so spread both sides. How are FaZe going to attack this?
It was FaZe at Minecart with the early setup last time around, and Empire were able to break. Now can FaZe try to burst on through? Effectively traded back and forth so far. Illy the one making the plays inside of the hard point as the flood now comes in from FaZe. 20 and 19 out of Illy as he snaps back to take out one more, but Celium took down 2 before that, and that's going to be FaZe now into the hard point. Celium at 24 and 17 leading the way for FaZe as they get right back into this, now down 30.
Yeah, it was a great play by Abisi. He was the last man at the prior hill we were at, and he was just waiting to set up the pinch, and he took his time. He waited for his teammates, and well, he was rewarded with 2 kills in hill time, able to break that through. But once again, when it comes down to it, who's in the hill towards the end? It's Dallas Empire. They just are doing such a good job making sure that FaZe can't turn their kills into a ton of time.
It feels like this game is going to come down to this next warehouse hold once we get through the crates hard point. Left side of the map right now, at least, is going to go to Empire. You're down 30 if you're FaZe. You've got to somehow keep them out of this point, rack up what time you can to make the play on the other side. It's Abisi that's going to be going the whole way around. He's that number 5 on the map. He's got 3 players of Empire to deal with. Only takes out 1 before he drops, so it'll still be Empire with the spawns for next. But you've gotten some quality time here if you're FaZe.
Yeah, I was just going to say, but this is one of those hills, right, where if you're Dallas, you don't want to give up the spawns, right, because you have the lead. You're just so focused on setting up warehouse that look at what has happened. 20 or 30 seconds go by, Atlanta FaZe about to take the lead because they have just earned so much time. Due to that play from Abisi was putting pressure on the spawns. You see that flash come over, Abisi's going to find that kill. But we talked about the warehouse hold. Who's it going to come down to? Dallas going to be the first ones there. Can Atlanta FaZe break through?
Well, last time it was, what, about 50 or so points for Empire on this hard point. They bordered on flawless from this position. Can they do it again? Just seconds away from another lead change. Empire about to go out in front, but it's going to be a 5-man hit from the top side of the map and mid for FaZe. This is a huge, huge push. They can't get the first injury. It's Shotzi that's able to stagger this a bit. Wrapping around the bottom side of it will be Abisi, and now the pinch will come through. Abisi does end up falling, but FaZe has gotten into the hard point, Joe, and 2 players from Empire now spawning out.
I mean, that was, what, a 3v5, and those players just got through the doors. I mean, there were so many players from Dallas outside of the hill that the trades weren't there on the hill. So this is what happens. Atlanta FaZe, they just win all the gunfights from inside, and they were able to break on through. It was such a good hold on the first rotation for the Dallas Empire, but Atlanta FaZe able to make it messy As we're going to go to another set of hills.
Yeah, they basically split it, right? It's going to be just about a tie game. Empire will go out in front, but just by a couple of points. As we now get into the third set of rotations, we'll take a look at the minimap. It's Shotzi. He just drops as he was on a four spree.
He made the play. Shotzi was able to make the play, just stayed alive inside that train. I think Atlanta FaZe thought they had that side of the map locked up, but Shotzi was inside. He's able to take down the one player, and you see what happens to the spawn. They flip.
It was Major Maniac that was able to sneak through last time and make the play, heading over to Depot. Can he do it yet again? Empire cannot have any cracks in these lanes. They can't let anybody slip on through. So far, they're doing a good job. I know they're not getting much time here, but neither is the Atlanta FaZe. If Clayster's looking for something, all he sees is a smoke, and finally it's a BZ that comes flying on through. I think Major Maniac's trying to do it again. This time he's going all the way through the top side of the map, through minecart, and he's going to try and get in. But at number 6 in Crim 6, looks like he's got it picked up from that window.
Yeah, it's Shotzi, I think, inside the window. So with 5 seconds left, they're going to try to set up a big push right when that hill pops. We'll see what Atlanta FaZe can do. They're hitting both sides. There's that opener for a BZ. And off that, I think the team is going to go in a BZ, or sorry, Hook actually spawns out. So this is a chance for Atlanta FaZe. 2 kills come in from Priest and Sim. Shotzi, you can make such good plays from up top. He's got the help of Hook and Illy. They're able to find 3 kills. Hook finds the 4th, Crim with the 5th. Have they done enough here inside of Depot?
They keep holding on. The parallel spawn was there for a moment, but I think it was Crim 6's position that spawned them out a little bit deeper towards mid. You got 30 seconds left on the hard point. Empire can win it here. They're holding behind Clay, Shotzi, Illy, the entire squad getting involved to line them on up. 15 more points now needed for Empire as they look to close out game 1 in the Chicago home series final. Can they get it done on this point? It's desperation time now for FaZe as they try to soar in. There was a contest for just a moment, but the contest is not long enough. Priest is going to drop out front, and that's going to do it for map 1. Empire with the 250 to 222 victory. They take the hard point.
Yeah, and you saw the last like 10-15 seconds what Atlanta FaZe was trying to do. They were just trying to get it to minecart. You had Major Maniac spawn up and immediately hit the rotation of minecart. He was just hoping his teammates could contest for a few more seconds, but man, I still think that game difference right there is the first rotation. What Dallas Empire was able to do in the 2nd to 3rd hill to stop Atlanta FaZe from earning a ton of time early on in that game, I think helps them all the way towards the end.
I think you're spot on, but I hope we can take a look at the stats because Shotzi, man, he has been so improved over the course of this year. He goes 39 and 21 at +10. He has 90 seconds in the hard point as well. He leads the way for all Slayers on the map. There was no Simp 50 bomb to get in his way. Shotzi took over and is going toe-to-toe with some of the best SMGs, if not the best SMGs in the world.
Not only Shotzi, I mean, Illy has another big game. Hook right behind them. Like you had the 3 SMGs going off, and then Clay goes big with that AR. 33 and 23 from Clay with a minute in the hill. On the other side, again, it's not like anybody went crazy negative. There was a couple opportunities for them to earn a lot of time. The Atlanta FaZe just not able to do so.
What are they? I think they actually ended up outslaying about 26 is I believe what it was. So it was a bit more lopsided. I think when you first kind of pointed out it was close, when I did the math, it was like 9 or 10, but that was with only a couple minutes left in the game. So over that final stretch, they really opened up that slaying advantage even more for the side of Empire. And man, they got the key kills when they needed them. But I think you're spot on. It came down to a couple of hard points where Empire were able to break in behind the early FaZe holds. And I think it was Nameless that was talking a little bit about, I think the word he used was sloppy gameplay from FaZe at times, where you think they should be in a good position to run away with the game, to lock down a hard point, and they're just not able to do it. But before we get into the search and destroy, I just want to give you an updated look of how we got here, in case you just may be tuning in on this Sunday, CDL Sunday, to take a look at the top teams in the game, the final 4 that have got here. But obviously, it's been a road that started out on Friday. Joe, were there any huge shocks for you really this weekend?
I think I was very impressed with New York. Seattle, I thought they improved a bit as well. Still only their wins over the Los Angeles Guerrillas, but I thought they played FaZe pretty tough in the semifinal. So I'm just excited to see those teams in the future home series.
Yeah, I mean, Subliners, I know, even though Crowder kind of talked to us on hard points about how how much they've improved. I still need to see it, right? I need to see it with my own eyes and see how much better they've gotten. And we saw just that. And I think even London, I mean, God bless them. They have 2 months off. Same with Subliners, like 2 months off. And you come in and you have to play Huntsmen and FaZe. But they played them really tough and they looked improved with Shawnee. And I think, again, it's just one of those weekends that reminds you how good this level of competition is with only 12 teams in the league.
Yeah, I thought London had a couple of good opportunities, right? You had a great series, a great match from the likes of like Dylan and Scraps, but just not able to close it out. So, yeah, I think the future is bright, right, for a lot of these home series. I mean, now we have, 7-8 teams where I think realistically you could make an argument where they can make a run to the final. So it should be awesome to watch.
It definitely feels that way. But now back to the focus on this series. This is somewhere that FaZe have been already this tournament, right? They dropped, 2 hard points to the Subliners. They'd lost the map 1, and that's where them being so well-rounded in all modes really benefits them. They can rebound and answer in the search and destroy, but I think the scary thing here, as you kind of alluded to earlier, is these might be 2 of the top search teams in the game.
Yeah, and this is an interesting one, though, right? Because I feel like we always talk about the veto system and the way it evolves, right? Maybe there's a map or 2 you're not seeing from a lot of different teams, and then as the future home series goes on, you'll start to see them pop in because they have to start to switch it up. And this is one, I think, for both of these teams. I think what you would have seen 2 weeks ago, maybe a month ago, is probably a Piccadilly. I think both of these teams are very comfortable on that map, and that was one of their go-tos. But now you have St. Petrograd starting to come into play where you only have 2 official map reps for the Atlanta FaZe. They're 1-1. On the other side for Dallas, it's just 1-0. 1-0 versus Minnesota. So this is what I mean, right? Like you don't have that Piccadilly. So this is an opportunity for the Dallas Empire where if they did their homework this weekend, they could have an advantage.
Okay, well, it's time to load into the map too, Joe. I'm going to crack open a game fuel, and I'm going to hope it doesn't get all over me.
That.
Oh!
You got to put it on the ground.
Yeah,
you put it on something.
Cast the first 5 seconds because it's all over my hands, Joe.
Okay, well, the game's loading in, so you're good. We'll just wait for you. We'll wait for you. You back yet?
Yes,
no?
Let's do it, Joe.
All right, well, we're into it. Zip hits a nasty one right off the start on the Shotzi, as that's going to be a good first blood for the Atlanta FaZe. Hook, he's getting a ton of information towards end. You see the blue arrow start to rotate, but with such an early first blood, Atlanta FaZe can play the map how they want.
Welcome to map 2. As Simp hits the shot, Illy able to even the odds at 4-4 with a minute left in the round. FaZe just working up that B Street. As Major Maniac patrols second story of restaurant. Just very passive from both teams right now. The pressure on the offense, obviously, to make a play. Where do they find their opening?
Yeah, and I think what FaZe is trying to do, and what I probably would have liked to see them do, and I mean, you get such a early first blood, you could sort of just take your time and force them to rotate on the map. There's a BZ. He's going to find Clay, show him some love. They won a world championship together, so don't worry about that. So now it's a 3 versus 4.
It's my turn, old man.
Yeah, exactly. See what FaZe decides to do, but they got to go fast. I mean, they have to commit to a bomb site. They have to plant. It's 5 seconds to plant. I do not know if they're going to have time. I don't think they will.
Now with bomb down, surely this one is going to be done. 5 seconds on the clock. A BZ in a 1 versus 2. Has to track back for bomb. Nothing he can do. And yeah, you get the first blood there if you're FaZe. You get the first step done. What falls apart for you?
I think giving them a 4 versus 4. Again, what you're hoping when you get a first blood that early is they over-rotate to a site or they split, right? Like we saw them in a 2v2. The problem is you don't have 5 players to sort of trade it out. It's only 4. 1 or 2 gets picked off, and then all of a sudden there's no time on the clock. You want that 5th player to stay up. You want him to entry in, take a 5 versus 2. You should be able to open up a bomb site, and right there, a bit of a sloppy round from FaZe.
You got to close out those rounds where you get the first blood, especially when it's clean with no trade.
So early on, too.
Shotzi, though, this time he finds the opening, rips off Major Maniac's head. Explosions everywhere as a BZ now answers back, but a stun, I believe, comes on through. Simp's going to have to watch over him from the window, and he can't get it done. There is one team kill for Empire, but they're still going to have the numbers as they work to get this bomb down.
Yeah, BZ playing a little bit of an offing, all right? We're so used to somebody playing on the van or inside the crates. He was playing on the bomb. He's only able to find one. Priestley trying to work the flank. He's able to force a 2 versus 2. They have time as well.
And who's the guy that has stepped up in the search for them lately? It has been Priesta.
It's been Priesta, right? Big and round. But Priesta gonna get caught by Clay as he shoulders the door. Now it's all up to Celium.
He goes soaring out. They've got him on both sides, and that is dominance from Empire again, up 2-0. And it was kind of a crazy one. I mean, there's the team kill for Empire. If Simp peeks that window maybe a second earlier, he can give Abizi help, but then he gets caught as well as he goes to help Abizi. It seemed to be just perfect angles and positioning from Empire. The only real blunder, just the team kill from the vehicle.
Yeah, and again, I know one of the keys to victory was, I wouldn't say a shot at Abizi, but it was one of those things that we just noticed where he was getting first blooded a lot. But, I mean, he plays in a lot of tough positions. I think really what Ant's point was is maybe you're a step or two ahead of, like, your teammate as you're making those pushes, so make sure the trades are there. But he's going to be the guy that's first in. He's going to be the guy that's getting first blood.
Like, for years, we talked about it with Zuma. When he's first in, he wins that first gunfight, things are usually going smooth. When you're first in and you lose 4 in a row, it can make it very, very difficult on the team. But that's back-to-back first bloods now for Empire behind the headshot from Clay onto Priesta.
And they're just looking comfortable on this map so far. They don't have to move. It's all up to FaZe. And again, FaZe playing the clock. 40 seconds off the round. Which bomb set are they going to go to? Nobody really moving for them quite yet. And I think this is just they're in a position where they're trying to get Dallas Empire to overthink, maybe over-rotate, but they don't have to because they have the numbers. Zip, he's going to find another kill. Going to make it a 4v4.
Do you think they seem uncomfortable on offense? Is it more just relying on them to make a play and win a one-on-one?
Yeah, I think that's it, right? I think they are waiting for the rotation so Simp can pick off that player inside the, back street like he just did. I think they were just trying to wait for him to find it. He's able to do so.
Well, patience pays off, but now 16 seconds to go. They've got to get this bomb planted. They find themselves in a tough position to get the bomb down with little time on the clock again, but this time they're able to do it. It's Clayster in through Hazmat.
Oh, he doesn't see him.
Just doesn't spot him in the corner. Abizi and Major Maniac then able to get kills. 3v2 for FaZe.
Yeah, Major Maniac was tucked away in that corner. Clay doesn't see him. Abizi and Major Maniac now just trying to reposition. Smokes go down on the bomb. Abizi finds Shotzi. Major Maniac able to find the last player. And yeah, I think if Clay spots Major Maniac in the corner, that's a round over, a round win for Dallas Empire.
Just right on his screen, just doesn't see him tucked away. And that time the patience pays off, but if that's how they're going to be playing every offensive round, I mean, it feels like they're going to have situations that are going to continuously come down to like the final 20 seconds to work the plant, and it just feels like such a gamble sometimes, but there it works out.
Well, I'm sure they'll switch it up. We'll see how they do. I mean, it's always easy to go back to a fast day. I think that's the default for most teams. Sure. So it just sometimes it turns into a bit of a 50-50, right? Guessing the right corner, making sure your nades hit, and I think they're just trying to play it a little bit more methodically behind Sim's sniper, and why not? We know how good of a sniper he is. Priesta got right by somebody. Clayster, he ran right by him.
Play a dead silence pop. Just maybe got a fortunate timing.
Yeah, I mean, this is an opening for both teams, but Priesta may pounce first.
Patience there, like the trigger discipline. Make sure to take out Krim. That's going to turn one head and Hook, but Hook able to get the trade. You pointed out Clay getting through on the other side. Are they going to be ready for it? I think at number 4, Major Maniac is the one.
They can rotate it.
It's trying to peek out, and Major Maniac's going to get caught. Clay makes the play on the other side.
Yeah, and now you see Bomb just hit middle of the street, and Celium and Simp, they have to respond. So they're going to try to hit the flank. Hook's ready for it, though. If we can hop over to his point of view, he's going to take down one. I like that. Just play your life, play the numbers. He repositions. Celium's really good, though.
Yeah, that's one way to highlight that. How good, though, because he's got 40 seconds to work toward this bomb. He has to take out Shotzi and Clay if he's going to get this done. Here he goes. Fox Clay in the back. It's awkward with the mantle, but he's able to finish the kill. I think he goes for the slide and melees.
Yeah, he gets a dead slide.
Oh, no. Just the movement not on point there. He can't get across the gap. We'll see how close it was from Shotzi. Oh, yeah. He doesn't blood to the movement there. He's got, what, 20, 25 seconds to work with and maybe a chance to reach out.
22 seconds. Maybe he hears Shotzi, right? I mean, it was there. I mean, beautiful shots on the Clay. Uses that van for cover.
Oh, I thought he was toast when he got hit as he was mantling, but then he just snaps and obliterates Clay. 3-1. Now to Empire, and this looks like it's going to be the quick A hit you talked about.
Yeah, they got the trophy from Celium. Maybe that, you know, allows them to play a little bit more comfortably. Smokes go down. There's a BZ. Yes, the entry guy is going to find the first blood this time. Gives them the advantage, but Shotzi's nades are there. Not sure where he throws that. They probably thought they were safe with the trophy that Celium put down as we started. But now with 3 versus 4. I mean, they have a 5v4. They just sort of play around this and get the bomb. The round's probably over. But the nade makes the difference.
Another round in which FaZe get the first blood. It might fall apart for him, but Major Maniac brings it all square. Shotzi getting tagged up, but able to stay up. And he's going to fly right on through. There's the kill, but his teammate drops at the same time, and Major Maniac goes big once again. Now on to Clayster, who was playing deep at B throughout all of this. He has to rally on in. He's got Dead Silence pop now. Can he find an opening while it is still going?
Yeah, I think he was just hoping to find, right now his Dead Silence is out. I think he was hoping to find somebody on the bomb. Now things get a lot more difficult. Celium is going to drop it. He's able to stay alive, though. Major has his cross. Celium going to peek. Celium smokes him. If Clay has Deddy popped, maybe he's able to find that first player. There's a shot, but nice teamwork out of these two players in Celium and Major Maniac.
That's a big rebound in the round. I think it was all Major Maniac, because after the shots he made, they're in a 3v4. It looks like they're in a tough spot around the site as the rotation's starting to come in from Empire. And Major Maniac, I think, gets 2 before he falls. Really opens up A for him. 2-3 now. Still advantaged Empire. Shotzi and a BZ leading the way, respectively, for their teams. I believe in that round it was a BZ with another first blood. This time it's Priesta. Priesta lines up the shot. Pure beams. Clayster's down. And Clay's...
Yeah, and we saw him do this yesterday, right? Just work this side, work this site, and he's doing a great job.
I'm pretty sure it's back-to-back defenses where Priesta's picked Clay on that street.
Well, no, because the last time Clay got all the way around, right? It was just like a
oh, that's right. That was 2 before that. You're right.
There's that first blood. They're controlling middle of the map as well. You take half the round off. What is Dallas going to do? Probably just your only options really to go towards A. And guess who's here? It's Mr. Abizi.
He gets sniffed out. What a play from Grim with the close range M4 shots. Able to do it. 2v2 now. Bomb getting planted with just under 30 to go. They'll get the plant through. Major Maniac and Priest to try to work this defuse. Nice shots from Major Maniac. That's going to make it a 1v1. Priesta versus Shotzi.
Trying to spot him. There's just so many angles to check.
He spotted him
through the window.
Oh.
Wow, nice shots out of Priesta.
Oh my God, what a play from Priesta as he gets the high ground, gets the angle through the window, and hits the shots. A big clutch to bring us even as Priesta continues to be the playmaker for FaZe Clan and Search.
Yeah, just clutch round. I think you could just... He's probably got 5 or 6 rounds this weekend where you could just go back and see his impact and what he's able to do for this team. I mean, another big 1v1 to just keep them in this.
Yeah, no, it feels like this could be 6-0 Empire. Like, I almost feel like all 3 of the round wins for the side of FaZe have relied on somebody going big, whether it's Priesta, whether it's Major Maniac, like making some sort of heroic play to keep him in it. How many more moments do they have in them?
Well, that's what makes them so great, right? It's just any single one of these guys can have that moment.
Yeah, that's true. Back to what we saw in their first couple of offenses. Just trying to set up a pick. Rely on maybe a lack of patience from Empire on a rotation. But so far, they are holding strong. The first of the peak is going to be Clay, and Simp gets dropped.
There's just so many angles to check, right? And Simp, he just pitched the wrong one. Clay's able to find that first blood. Now it is time to go. You are down a man. There's only 45 seconds. Priesta, he's going to pop Dead Silence. Can he find the opening? Can he make the play? Well, can't make that jump. So now what are you going to do?
That was about the
Dead Silence is wasted.
The least efficient Dead Silence I've ever seen. That didn't help him. We had the Dead Slide earlier. Bercelium, now Priestess can't hit the jump up. But Abizi and Priest to get the kills. Clayster and Shotzi are going to fall. Illy connects with the frag grenade. 15 seconds left to go. They have to work the plant. Is Illy in a position to play spoiler? Here's the peek. There's the drop. Bomb does not get planted. Abizi's got to pick it up and try and stick on it. Not able to do it, but now it's on Major Maniac. Last alive. Illy.
Can he hunt him? Can he hunt him?
Is he out? Is he out? He's able to stay alive just long enough. Illy makes the play on the site.
He's looking there, looking at each other now. Hey, what's up? What's good? What's up, bro?
Little hide and go seek. I was over here, bro. Oh,
but yeah, he's able to hit that nade. He's able to stay alive. And once again, that's 2 offensive round downs for FaZe, where the clock is their biggest enemy.
Well, 3, but at least one they got the plant, got the round win, right? But if you're talking about planting with, we're trying to plant with under 15 seconds. I believe that's the 3rd now. Out of Empire trying to set this up. It looks like aggression right up mid. Shotzi is flying up mid-map. The flank is going to be there quick through pillars, and the flank is there. Shotzi gets the first kill. The trade is on, though, and Simp mid-map hits a snipe at the same time, so it will be numbers for FaZe.
Yeah, it could have been easy, too, for Shotzi. Just some uncomfortable timing. Hook just says hello, but the trades are there as he just flies on through, able to make it a 3 versus 2. That is why you stay by your teammates.
Yeah. I think Hook about cracked his left stick on that movement. Illy, nice shot. The hero of the last round, looking to do more.
Problem is they don't have bomb right
look
now.
Where it is too, like in arches.
Priestess catches the timing. There was a player that just checked it. I think it was Illy who wraps back, checks the door, but Priestess, he finds the timing with the flank. Little Katami on his side. And Atlanta FaZe, they're still in this one.
This has been a crazy search so far.
Yeah, it really has, man. I mean, these rounds have just developed so far.
Right, yeah. You haven't had, like, every search and story feels like there's some of those rounds that are over in 30, 40 seconds. Like, all of these are going to time limit nearly. The longer they go, the more decisions each team has to make. And right now, they're even. Major Maniac has 11 kills on the board, and Simp with another opening first blood with that sniper rifle. He's able to hit the shot.
All right, you got attempt number 2. Let's see what they do with it this time. You get the first blood. How are you going to work the map? Major Maniac just trying to show some presence towards this site, but yeah, I think it's a good idea if you back up. And with the aggressive place of Shotzi, well,
there it is again.
Crim's able to find him.
There it is again. You get the first blood. You have the 5v4. And a pick happens with no trade, but Simp connects on the snipe again. Just hitting shot after shot. I think coming into today, he had 10 snipes, leading all players, putting on a show once again.
Yeah, so what happens, right? You stack 3 to 4 towards A. They have to wrap back and rotate through the middle of the street, and that's where Simp's just watching the cross. Crim, he peeks the middle archway, able to get taken down, but Clay just trying to do his best towards the B site. He's able to find one, pops that silence, not making a play, but wrap back in the middle again, and it happens again. He's just so patient with this sniper. He knows all the angles.
Oh, he's working on a potential ace now. He's hitting 3 snipes in the round. Shotzi, though, is going to catch him on bomb. That's going to make it a 2 versus 2, and again, it's down to the clock. There's only 10 seconds remaining. They have to work this plant. Shotzi with the finesse inside, finally going to drop. 2 versus 1. They have to plant, though. And Crimmy's got the angle. Crimm's going to get the kill. And he gets away with his life. He is out. And once again, Empire steal a round. What are these search rounds, Joe?
Nobody was watching over the bomb planter. Celium was all alone. I don't know who was behind him. I think it might have been a Beezy. But he wasn't watching over him. He wasn't close. So many angles. And yeah, Dallas Empire's best friend is that clock.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're just sort of guessing, right? Like, they have no idea where Crim is at that point with all the chaos going on. And he just finds the angle. He takes a bullet or two, but he's able to get away. The GOAT
and
coming
I
up clutch.
honestly wasn't even sure if they would have gotten the plan off, but Crim still gets that kill.
It was darn close. I mean, the last time I looked, it was like around 5.2, 5.3 when he slid across. FaZe now will try to get us to around 11. Empire working the site. Abizi's going to spot one. Another first blood for Abizi, and I don't know what that is. A head just lands in front of him, but Crim6 answers with 2 of his own. 2 versus 2. 55 seconds to go on the clock. Empire gets the bomb back.
And it's been those mind games on the flank, right? We've talked about it time and time again. And who is it? It's Clayster versus Parisa. This kill could be the difference in this round. Parisa's just watching the flank. Crim's all alone in the bomb site. Probably doesn't want to plant until Clay can reposition and watch over him. Maybe with that stun, he's going to spot him. I think Clay did spot him. You see that arrow starting to move on up. He's getting in a position.
Oh, he can't finish it.
Priest is able to get out. They're going towards B, and there's a player there. Simp's waiting for it. Simp is making the heads-up play, just trying to wait for it. But he might rotate out. Okay, so he hears Crim. He heard Crim, and just like FaZe, they're going to play the time. And that should be the round. Simp now going to run away, and it is the clock on
He's hiding in the same spot.
That strikes once again.
And now he hides the same spot Illy was, just tucking away. 5-5, round 11 coming up next. What a treat this game 2 has been.
I mean, if Clay hits probably one more bullet on Priesta, it's
oh yeah,
done.
one more,
One versus
100%, one more.
They play together, it's over. But Priesta just able to use that movement and get inside top restaurant.
I thought once he threw that stun and Clay knew his position, he was dead to rights. But whoo, just gets out. Round 11 in your Chicago home series final between FaZe and Empire. It does not get better than this. Empire will be on offense. Simp, no snipe in hand this time around, just tucked away mid-map behind that table. Here comes Empire.
Abizi was in this spot last round. He's got to be careful. He was right in this position. How is Dallas going to play this? They go right back to the A hit. They like the numbers they had inside the site. Abizi, he's using dead silence, trying to spot what he can. Nobody working the flank quite yet. It's all up to Abizi. Can he find the first blood? He does. He's able to stay alive. Can he find the second? Abizi trying to make the play, but so his teammate takes him down.
I think he was dead anyway, but yeah, it ends up being a team kill. With 40 seconds to go. 4 versus 4. Bomb is down. Empire still have got to work this as Illy is able to scoop it up. Dead silence pop by one of the members on the side of FaZe. It's Priest.
I mean, with Simp's position, they can't rotate it, right? They cannot rotate it without him probably hearing something, so he knows it's A. So you still have 3 players here. There's going to be a freebie, but Illy gets down, and they know where Major Maniac is, and Hook flies. And Hook flies almost takes down Priest.
I thought he was going to gun him. 3v2 the numbers now for Empire, but they still have to work the plant. Cellium able to get the kill. Turns into a 2v2 for a moment, but now it's all going to be on Simp. 1 versus 2. They got to get it down. Simp trying to track across and get in position to make the play, but there's the plant. It's 1v2 for Simp. It's now 1v1 for Simp. The youngster. The vet.
They both have
former
Daddy.
teammates.
They both have Daddy popped.
Clay holds it. Clay gets the shots in. Simp gets out the window.
He still has time. 30 seconds to work with. Both Daddies are out now. Both Daddies are out. What are they going to do? Clay continues to play top. He's going to hear him. He's got it. He probably hears him. He goes down the stairs, and I think Clay may have made the play, but Simp
gets the kill. He gets the kill. He gets the kill.
Wins the 1v1.
Oh my God! What a map 2 it was.
The last bullet. Wow.
I thought he got out. I thought he got around the corner, just like we saw Priest do to Clay. I thought Clay got out. What was that? Holy hell! That was a treat, Joe. Woo!
Yeah, I mean, how many rounds come down to the clock? Almost another one. And it's Simp versus Clay, former world championship teammates, but it's Simp who clutches the 1v2.
That map took it out of me. Oh my God.
That was fun.
There were so many intense moments over the course of that. Just insane stuff throughout that search and destroy. 2 of the best teams in the world going toe-to-toe, but we're now going to be all tied up at 1-1 as FaZe steal it in the end. It's Simp with the 1v2. He hit so many snipes over the course of that game, but it's the 1v2 clutch that is the difference. What a moment for Simp.
I mean, even just him for to play the time, use that dead silence. But yeah, if Clay just gets around the corner, if he finds it, man, it's over. But since able to get out, he's able to reposition, and well, he wins it.
Well, this is our U.S. Army tactical play, and what else? It's got to be the 1v1 as Simp gets the clutch. That was insanity. And I think you're right. I think he just hears him when he's top. Dude, that I don't even actually know how that last bullet hit. Like it looked like Clay was a good 3 feet behind the wall, but the hip fire wall bang comes in. That's like a bit of a miracle. That's insane. I just watching it again, how crazy that was. There was some luck there. The COD gods on the side of Simp and FaZe for that one. Woo!
But yeah, it just comes down to they both run out of Daddy, and I think Simp is crouching around. He's got a little bit more mobility with the MP5, and I just don't. I think Clay is in a position where he doesn't want to make a noise, so he's trying to not move at all. And well, with a few seconds to spare, Simp's able to find him.
And just think how close Clay was catching him, like before he dipped out the window. Like that was one of the better search and destroys I think we've had all year, Joe, without question.
I loved it. That was so fun, man.
That was incredible. I hope you're enjoying the CDL game day presented by Game Fuel. It is a sensational final so far. We're tied up 1-1 in this best of 5, map 3. Up after this quick break.
Download free now.
I run out of food, right? And all of a sudden, this huge explosion comes in, and it's like, no! And this growth chaos is shitting. I was going, no! And I'm like,
Download now.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
What a map it was, Joe. And I think I saw Miles tweet it's perfect. He said the student becomes the master. Like Simp versus Clay, you could have not asked for something better. But what's so crazy is like we were so ready to hype that 1 versus 1 that first gunfight was ludicrous. Like you saw from Clay's POV earlier how hard it is to rip somebody off that bomb site, like that box. And Simp just rips him right off it.
Yeah, it's one of those plays where like I think Italy's just maybe trying to play a little bit for information, trying to get right back down. I think the headshots just come in, but I won't lie to you. This map is one I've been looking forward to because when you look at the Hackney Yard domination for both of these teams, on the one side it's Atlanta 5-1, on the other side it's Dallas 8-3. So Both of these teams have so many reps. They have winning records. This should be a fun battle.
And this is for Empire, where I think having the veterans on the team is so important to kind of guide these young guys, because that was a painful loss. Like I think that was super winnable for Empire. There were some rounds they threw away, some advantages they threw away. I think you could absolutely argue that Empire should have won that map. Now, though, you have to put it behind you quickly. You have to rebound, and that's where people like Clay and Krim are so important, especially for Clay. Like, you just lost that 1v1. Brush it off. Bring the passion. Here we go into the domination, all tied up at 1-1 in this best of 5. Whew.
And I think we have a couple examples for both of these teams where they just dominate on this map. We just saw it in the semifinal for Dallas, and then what? It was a 60-70 point swing that you and I casted over the Atlanta FaZe. Just how quickly they can explode on this map.
They had a 2-cap the entire map. Yeah, it's when they spawned on this side. They spawned A side, and literally it was a 2-cap or a 2-cap and a neutral the entire 5 minutes. Empire, you got to think they watched that film and they've got something up their sleeve to deal with it, and there it is. As they pull it out, that's 3-4 kills they now get towards B. They'll work to get this secure, and there's the pressure towards A. A couple players going to spawn out. One from FaZe towards back green. 2 now going to spawn out towards C. Is this an early flip for Empire?
And Abizi got big. Abizi's trying to hang on. Gonna have another 1v1. He's able to win one on Ailey. Shotzzy trying to do what he can. He knows the importance of his life right now. Just finessing around. The neutral is almost there. He closes the door on him. He says, nope, not today. He's out of there. The movement from Shotzzy just so smooth, but the problem is his teammates go down. Able to find Frieza. Abizi was there, though. Abizi stayed alive the entire time. And yeah, a great play from Shotzzy. A better play from Abizi, and AB right back in the hands of the Atlanta FaZe.
Still got to finish off B. But they will clear out Frieza towards mid-map. It seems like every time this battle goes down to B, there's just so many kills coming in for Empire. Now Hook's able to sneak through, get a smoke down onto A. There's the neutral again that's going to force Celium to wrap back and deal with this one-on-one. That means they can't put pressure onto B. The only place currently capped is going to be C for Empire, and they'll just pick up B.
Yeah, you see the importance of A, right? Atlanta FaZe doesn't care about B whatsoever. They want that A home flank, but they have to get the kills. Crim's able to find 2. Guess who's still here? It's Hook the Nuke. Doing what he can back by this dumpster. Major Maniac able to take him down, not trying to stay alive. All the red arrows flying back towards this side of the map. And here's the thing. This entire time, Dallas has 2 flags. They have the neutral. They have a 14-point lead.
Yeah, it just feels like FaZe have never been able to get set up or get comfortable. There's always one more person at A, it feels like, for Empire. Always one more person with pressure. Now you get 4 kills. Maybe this is the chance to start to breathe a little on the map and slow it down, but they haven't been able to get B until this point in the game. There is FaZe getting B, down 14. Now can they lock up Empire? But here they come.
Well,
Shotzzy gets 2.
It reminds me of Hardpoint, right? They're getting the kills to get there, but it's that set after, so where they can get set up and lock them in, that Dallas Empire just shutting them down, so you're not allowing them to get the setup they want.
It's that big, like, 3-on-3 or 4-on-4 towards B. It feels like Empire's won every single one, right? Like, every single one they've come out of with numbers, and that's why they've been able to flood over towards the A site and continue that pressure there as Illy continues to patrol around B. But it's Empire up 17. They're working to get B capped as well. They're trying to bounce back from that painful round 11 search and destroy loss. Let's go to an Astro Gaming listen in with your Dallas Empire.
Yep.
I need a top L.
I got multiple.
Top L death.
Neutral.
I'm watching. I'm hanging out top L.
They're absolute. I have your help. Sit on. I can't be. I stunned him their door. I stunned him their door.
That's got done. Bring this one behind us.
Let's door. Let's
go fast.
Let's push through the door. To the door.
I
got one.
And mid. One with the door. One with the door. Easy going their door. Close up.
That's their door to the left and the right. To the left and to the right. To the left and to the right.
He's gonna go top scav. You got the top L?
I'll
pick it up.
Get it at?
Up top L. Got one P1. One more scav.
I'm trying to watch. I'm watching C and bottom.
Scav in their door. Scav in their door. We want to go see. We want to see. Top slant. He was top slant, Porter.
Yeah, I hear you.
I spawned here. You're good.
Okay.
I spawned here.
You went back to.
I got him. Mid map then. Yeah. I got him.
Nice. Good job.
Did they beat top L?
No, I have mid stairs now.
Top L. Another one.
I need
Watch out. Push.
Yo, watch out.
Let's go.
Last kid there. I'm going in.
Let's go. Yo, cut off green.
He's one shot. Fork. One shot. Fork. Get my cut off. Somebody go back to C.
Yo, going back. There's one.
I got cut off.
Go back to
They're gonna be L and B.
They're already B.
Yeah, they're already B.
Top L. I got one.
One on B right now. Let's go, Porter. Just fly out, Porter.
Door. Our door. First.
Nice. Good job.
Milk. I'm pretty sure. Yo, you can go back. Yo, MP1 on B.
MP1.
He's gonna.
Nice. Yo, top A, top A. I got terrible timing.
One of you go back to A.
One step up, one step up.
Stay B. Neutral. Deplete B if you can. Deplete B if you can.
R door dead. Fork cell.
Nice, yo, Jacob on him out. Jacob on him
Fork
out.
cell dead. Got him.
Nice, good job.
Trophying A or B.
I'm camming fork. I'm camming fork.
Depleting with you.
I bought him out.
Yo, I'm gonna go see Campe.
Top L weak. Top L weak. Top L. Two jump down. Two jump
Campe
down.
right now.
Campe. We can't order. We're gonna spawn this.
Alright, well, I'm getting it.
Cap C. Cap C.
I got one on B. Another one on B.
Go to B, Ender.
I stun one C. One turn on C. Fuck.
B dead.
2 C.
Another guy B right now.
Get him off.
Right side.
I can't see him.
Underneath. Yep.
Oh, yo, good
Okay,
fucking
alright.
bad side,
Yeah,
man.
good
Let's
job,
go.
Good side, boys. That's what I'm talking about.
Let's go.
On B, left corner. All right. Keep this shit up, man.
Yep, you guys are fucking frying this shit.
Let's go.
Don't get in the middle of that list. You go to me. This is so impressive.
This is the team that does.
What did you love from Empire?
I mean, you heard it right there towards the end. It was Clay. Just like what a bad side we heard, right? Who's getting his teammates fired out? That may be the most impressive bad side half a Hackney I've ever seen, where you're spawning on the C side and what they were able to do. They were able to maintain C and B. Every single time they had the opportunity to push A, you heard them push A. They're going to be spawning behind us. They did it. I don't know. It was just so well executed from the Dallas Empire. Yeah, man. I don't really know what else to say besides what a hack.
And I think I heard what I wanted to when I was talking about how Crim and Clay kind of needed to lead the troops to bounce back in this, because yes, you heard like player call-outs from Shotzi, Illy, Hoop, but from Crim and Clay, it was all the, take down the cap, head to A, head here, go here. Like they were literally commanding the troops around the map, and I just thought that was very cool to hear, because it felt like Clay would do it, then Crim would pick it up. Like I loved it. I love that listing. I think that was one of the better ones we've had this year.
And now, can they hold on? We know what the Atlanta FaZe can do. I think we saw the stats at the half. Clay had a big half. On the other side, I think Priesta was really struggling, and now you see this AB setup. And guess who can get comfortable and get set up? It's the Dallas Empire, and they have Atlanta FaZe trapped. Yeah, 5 and 17 from Priesta, 20 and 10 from Clay.
Is Priesta good? I mean,
it's just Dom can be tough, man. Hey, if you don't have control a lot, you're constantly running into a setup. You have to win a few one-on-ones, the stuns, the nades hit. I mean, what we talk about all the time. If you get put into the blender, this could be that map.
And this map just in particular, yeah, when you don't have the preferred side, it is so tough. I think it is a couple of the stats guys were tweeting out stats about that yesterday, where it's just comparing what they do when they spawn C versus what they do when they spawn A. Like, it's just nuts, the difference, because it's so much easier to play from that when you're playing from the tough side the entire time. 7 and 19. It's a stat line you're more than likely going to see.
See what they can do. Still plenty of time, but with 3 minutes, 47 points is the difference. You're going to need a 2-cap and a neutral already for a good chunk of time, and I think Dallas know that, so guess what? They're going to put pressure at C. They're going to camp A. They're going to get some kills. They're going to get on B. They're just getting on all the flags. They're doing it all right now. This is not good for Atlanta FaZe.
No, I mean, it's already been not good. Now it's just very, very, very bad for FaZe.
Very bad.
Yeah, this is horrible. I just don't know what you do if you're FaZe right now. You need just a 2 and a neutral. You got to start to push. They're able to get AB. 2.5 to go. They have AB. FaZe, many would say to be the best team in the world. If someone can pull this off, maybe it is them. And we saw it. Was it versus Subliners yesterday? No, not Subliners.
Yep.
Was it Subliners?
It was.
Yeah. Versus Subliners, where they had that crazy 60-point swing. They've done some wild stuff, but now they know how important this is. Everybody's flooding forward, but you got to worry about a potential spawn flip when you have this aggression. They're still spawning safe at A, but they've got to win this for the neutral as well. If they're able to get a neutral, this lead starts to deplete very quickly. The question is, can they do it? The guy pushed up mid-map is Major Maniac, that I think is trying to play from a sneaky position near Smokestack to get this done.
You just have to make sure Shotzi can't go and sneak through, right? Because that's what one player is trying to do. And you see the way Crim's playing it right now. He's playing pretty defensive. I mean, he can. He knows that they need to push for that C flag. So I almost feel like you're almost playing like that hardpoint sneak style, where you're playing a little defensive and you have a guy like Hook or Shotzi just try to get through, maybe pop dead silence and neutral that A flag. We'll see what ends up happening. They gotta go, and they gotta go soon. If you have a 3 cap, it's 36 points per minute. But guess who's playing D? It's Crim once again.
Yeah, not only
they get to A,
and the flip.
yeah,
there's the flip as well. That's what's so risky about it. You know, you put all that pressure towards C for the neutral. Not only does Empire get the kills at C, but they also get the flip out towards A, and that more than likely is going to seal the game. I think it's been done for a while, but that'll be the dagger. What a performance from Empire. I mean, it really all just comes down to that first half. That was incredible. It was an amazing listen in to hear the guys talk through the comms. That was sensational. I think you're right. I think that was one of the better performances we've seen from the quote-unquote weak spawn towards C.
That was awesome to watch. I think a lot of teams are going to go back to that and probably copy their play style a little bit. I mean, again, it helps when you're outslaying and someone like Priest is having an off map, but... Well, yeah, they were just right from the start playing that well.
But it was like you kind of highlighted that early. It was like it's 3 to 4 duels around B in a row where Empire win the fight and they have a massive number advantage and they're able to continuously just flood A, flood A, flood A, flood A. It just felt like the opening, 2.5 minutes of that game before they got the full-on flip. They just had pressure there, always. Like, FaZe were always having to track back. They'd have to win that fight at home, and once they finally got back towards B, they'd lose the fight and start the process all over again. Like, it just looked so frustrating from FaZe's POV. Just on the back foot from the get-go. Beautiful stuff from Empire. They'll now take a 2-1 edge by winning both respawns. And they're thinking now, you know what Clay's saying, we should have 3-0'd these guys.
One more
We
map.
should have 3-0'd these guys.
Let's
close this out.
Yeah, one more map, but that's what makes it scary, right? Because now you got to go to a hard point, and you are going to Atlanta FaZe's pick now, which is Petrograd. So just taking a look for the hard point records, Atlanta 4-1. What is their one loss? It was the absolute massacre that you and I watched yesterday against New York. So I think you feel good, but you also know, sheesh, we just played that map yesterday. Let's not make the same mistakes. On the other side for Dallas, 2-2 on St. Petrograd Hardpoint. So a good map for both of these teams. But yeah, I mean, I talked to Crowder after it. I was like, I mean, listen, I know your team. You tell us about it all the time. After that, St. Petrograd Hardpoint, what was the team like? And it's just like, Stella was, we got smoked. On to the next one. Like, nothing you can do about that. Or you're getting out-rotated and outslayed every single hill. So I'm sure they will focus up on this one.
Well, just to give you an idea how bad it was, like, what have we talked about so much this year? That there have been so few 100-point clubs compared to previous years. I think part of that is the spawns and the nature of this game, and part of it is just the level of competition we now have in a 12-team league. But I think there's been something like 200-point clubs all year, and they got smoked. Like, they're one of those two, and this is the last time they played that map. So I would think they put some time into this overnight and talked about with the coaching staff on how to improve, but like, yeah, that was one of the worst losses we've seen the whole year.
and it's so weird, I think, too, to see it on that map, because St. Petrograd, what it does, it sets up easy rotations, right? Like, when you're getting a bad spawn, it sets you up for the next hill pretty easily, where you shouldn't be getting 100-point clubbed, right? Like, you should just be able to, you talk about the rotation from Cafe to Hazmat, or from Hazmat to Pool Hall. They're all the way across the map, right? So one team is spawning on the opposite side. That's why it was so impressive yesterday for New York.
But what was your big takeaway from the game one in this series? FaZe at times had the early rotation. Empire broke. So we know Empire's capable of doing it. If they get a couple of those big breaks here, I feel it's even, I don't want to say more lethal than Gunrunner, but yeah, I think you kind of, yeah, you're right in the sense of you really do get set up. It's sort of like a seesaw in a sense, right? You get the early setup for this one, the next team gets the early setup for the next, and it comes down to who can get those crucial breaks. But as much as FaZe, I think this year had probably been the most impressive team at getting breaks just due to their raw slaying and talent. If we just look at the map one, it was Empire that won that battle.
Yeah, fundamentally, Empire right now just seems to be on point. When they're getting the setups, they know exactly what they want to do on the map. Everybody's getting those kills, and it's dangerous right now. I know we talk a lot about, Minnesota and how they play the map, but it feels like over the last, about month, Empire has stepped it up significantly.
Well, we know it's the role change, which we've beaten that to death talking about that, but then also the coaching change with Rambo coming in. I don't think you and I know how much of an impact he's had, but I'm sure in some capacity he's certainly assisted the team. I mean, if they win this, he'd be 2 for 3 since he joined, so that looks pretty good for his resume. But Whatever it is, whether it's Rambo, whether it's the role change, whether it's the vets, whether it's the young guys, it's obviously a combination of all of them. It's working for Empire.
Well, listen, like I played with Ray for a very long time, and he always had what he called rules on the map. Like, when this happens, don't do this, basically. Like, don't be in this area. It's like, if we spawn C, don't go to the right side because we have the chance of being spawn trapped. So I think for those younger guys, if you want to talk about his impact, it's probably that. The guy just sort of keeps the game as simple as possible to make sure there's certain things that you do when you spawn up.
Let's get into map 4. Dallas looking to close this out. It's CDL Game Day presented by Game Fuel, and this is your home series final. Either of these teams is going to be the first two-time champ this year. It'll be their second home series win. FaZe. I'm hoping they get us to a map 5 because I want a map 5 after that game too. That search was just a treat to commentate. I'm sure you guys at home had a pleasure watching it, but FaZe have got to take this hardpoint. Hardpoint has been not great for them this weekend, at least. They lose 2 to Subliners. They drop the map 1 here. It's not been their top mode, that's for sure.
And think about what it was yesterday against New York. I mean, on this map, they started down like 50 points, and they lost the rotation already. 22 on the board for the Dallas Empire. Hook's locking down middle of the map. That player that was trying to rotate, he gets taken down. That was a beezy. So you're already in a tough position if you're the Atlanta FaZe. They're going to try to fight for this scrap time, which I really, at this point, don't blame them. They'll get these 15 seconds. As, yeah, a nice rotation from the Dallas Empire. A good start for them.
It's kind of funny how things have kind of come full circle when you think about all we had early was online scrims. The 2 top teams that we were discussing were Empire and FaZe. That conversation obviously changed as Empire came out flat. Huntsmen won an event, but now because of everything going, we're back to this online structure. And who is it that we're going to tout the #1 team? It's FaZe or Empire.
Guys, Dallas Empire getting set up. You don't even have a presence here quite yet. Major Maniac's going to be the first guy by this hotel. Checks the right door. See you later, Krim. He's got another player to deal with. That's Shotzi. The rest of his teammates get taken down. Right now, you're at this point with 30 seconds left. What else do you throw at this? Because you're going to have to rotate all the way to Hazmat. It looks like they're just going to lock this down, but you already have, what, this 60-point deficit for the Atlanta FaZe.
It's a big lead for Empire. You heard the comms from them in the last map. They were on point. They seem to be on point here as well. But I've got to hear it from FaZe as they try to ramp up this comeback. Let's go to an Astro Gaming listen-in with your Atlanta FaZe.
Oh no, Shotzi got through.
Kitchen on me.
Up, blue. One shot.
I'm kitchen, one mid, but line.
And mid
tunnel right now.
Yes, stay. Backwater. Nice job.
Nade over water. Do we have window?
I water. Clay's water. I water. Kill weak. There's 2 in here. Window, one shot. Two. Shotty.
Nice. One trap me. Nice.
I went down my window right now.
It's a big 30.
Water.
Window right now.
Window on me, think. Window on me.
Window.
And back door. Window and back door. Window shot.
I need them window.
He's weak in the closet. Two front. There's 3 in. One more. Nice, one more. Big one's in hill. I'm holding your time. Watch out.
Spawn out. They flip, guys. Nice. Good shit.
Good job.
Another time. Can I get water?
Okay, good shit, Tyler.
Hold on,
tunnel's dead. I based trying to I can't look water. I'm top.
Make sure I'm holding BSD. I want to pick up water. You got water?
I based me.
You guys have my front, right? I don't have your front. I do not have your front.
Guys, they can get to my front. Set up inside a pool. What a moment this is for FaZe if they're going to bring it back, Joe.
Yeah, I got a little bit nervous because Dallas did what they did in map 1, where they just, when Atlanta rotates, they made it chaotic. They contested a lot of the time, but it was a beezy. Made a huge play, was able to rotate out towards Pool Hall, was able to find Hook in a 1v1, won that gunfight, and they're able to make it a little bit easier on themselves. Now only down 30 points. There's 20 left in Pool Hall. It's a nice comeback from the Atlanta FaZe.
What I find so interesting, though, is like FaZe live in the chaos, right? That controlled chaos is where they thrive. When they struggled against Minnesota Rocker, they kind of slowed it down and reduced the chaos. That has not been Empire's game plan. They're welcoming they're welcoming the chaos. They're going toe-to-toe with FaZe. And this is just something we have not seen this year.
Yeah, not at all. But I think it's because of, I mean, we talked about it before the match. Like, you have Illy, Hook, and Shotzi who could play at the pace of the other 3 players on the Atlanta FaZe. And I don't think there are a lot of teams in the CDL that can do that.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. But they're down 50 now, trying to battle back in a restaurant before this second set of rotation starts. And I think if you're going to bring this back, it starts with this second set. Like, it was sloppy from FaZe. They were down 60 out of the gate, basically. As Empire dominated it early. Through the first and second hard points, FaZe have surely just got to be better. But this league grows and grows for Empires. They get all this time inside a restaurant. It's going to be what? Got 80 point advantage, yeah, somewhere in there?
80 points, yeah, 80 points. Yeah, I mean, again, you get into a hill, they get set up, and Atlanta FaZe just can't get in. It's what we've been seeing. It's really what the trend has been. Now can Atlanta FaZe respond with one of their own? Major Maniac trying to work the flank. He's able to find Illy. He's able to find Hoot. That's a nice start. To start to earn this time on this first hill inside of Cargo. One player, though, in Crim, I think, is sneaking around. See that number 2? He's able to find him. That's going to set up the pinch. As soon as he comes through, it's Shotzi who gets on the hill. It's all up to Celium, and Celium goes big.
Yeah, those two were desperately needed. But now with 30 seconds remaining on this, you got to think about the time. You also have to think about next. In Empire, they get in. How much more is FaZe going to throw at this on the cross? I think it's Abisi that got through for a moment, but he's going to get dropped. Clay and Shotzi combined to bring down 4. FaZe will get set up for next as the seesaw continues, but that's a big, 25 points or so for Empire.
Yeah, we're talking about the seesaw back and forth, but that's the thing. It really hasn't been back and forth because Dallas have done such a good job. You think Dallas should have the rotation it has, Matt, coming up next. So this Cafe Hill has to be huge for the Atlanta FaZe. They need a response. You need 40 or 50 points here. Major Maniac inside. Pool Hall is able to take that down. That's going to be 4 dead as they start to get a little bit aggressive towards middle of the map.
I think they want to push this out. If they can somehow chain these together, how insane it would be. But they still have to hold on at home. Yeah. They still have to hold on at home, and now the contest is in. Empire have gotten in, 4 points away from getting over that 200-point mark and looking to close out this game. 60-point deficit still for FaZe. For the most part, it's been solid here. I know there's been a bit of a contest, but it's a lot of points for FaZe. Now going all the way around that number 8, we'll keep an eye on Priesta and see what he's able to do on the other side of the map. For Empire, it's Illy that gets the first rotation in. So a good hard point for FaZe, but still it feels like so much more work to do when you see the scoreline.
Can they do what Dallas did? Can you contest this? Maybe only give Dallas 20 points here and have a nice rotation to Pool Hall towards that hill number 4, and then from Pool Hall you can sort of tie the game up. Priesta with a nice nade over the top. He's able to break through, and he's going to flip those spawns. Priesta, we talked about his heroics so many times, did not have a great map 3. He's able to find 3 kills, gets on the hill and flip the spawns. Another great play from
that was even better than I think what you wanted. You were talking about contesting the time. They break the spawns nearly instantly as things might be falling apart for Empire. They still have a 40-point advantage. Illy, a wondrous play. 3, nearly 4. Priest the Major Maniac will clutch up, but you're at least contesting it for your Empire with a multi-kill through for Illy. A team kill for FaZe, but they've done a good enough job to give themselves a chance in this game. If they don't get that early break, it's likely done, but they're still battling, desperately clawing to get into a map 5.
I was gonna say, they found kills on Hook and Crim. So, like, when you sort of have those mid-map setups where you can't get across until 40, 35 seconds, they don't have that. So they already have some front door presence. You have one person working blue courtyard. So you have a chance here if you're FaZe, but it comes down to this. 4 players to the front, 2 go down. You had Abisi working the back, and here comes the Atlanta FaZe.
Here's the swarm. What a moment this is. Down 30 as they try to break on in. It's Major Maniac Simp with 2. They get in instantly, but you're still spawning so close if you're Empire. They're going to be able to keep rallying troops into this, but it's another hard point that FaZe get into so quickly, Joe. But Crim, Illy, Shotzi, Clay, they want nothing to do with it. That's going to be 4 down. 227 to 200. Empire so close to winning this game.
Not win here, though. We're going to go back to restaurant. Still, though, FaZe don't want them to hit that scrap time. That's going to put them so close. So that'll put them at 243. but it's gonna happen. Can they have a near perfect hold? No, Shotzi and Hook hit 4. Hook with the 5th, and that could be it, Maven.
Shotzi and Hook go huge. The contest is there for a second, but it's not enough. It's the Dallas Empire with their second home series win. And man, oh man, they had to go through the teams that have played them all year. They go through Chicago. They go through Atlanta. They get their second victory, and now, in my eyes, cement themselves as the top team in the game.
I mean, Atlanta FaZe, they did what they had to do at Pool Hall. I have no idea what Shotzi and Hook just pulled off to that rotation. But they get all 5 dead. It's an easy 5 seconds that comes in. Beautifully done from the Dallas Empire. Congrats on your second home series.
When I looked at the minimap at Restaurant, my thought was FaZe have a chance. Like they looked set up like FaZe have a chance, and then the entire minimap of red arrows just goes away. They all just get depleted off this site. But that was a fun final. I mean, we've had some crazy ones this year when you think of Empire versus Rocker and now Empire versus FaZe. Like there have been a lot of wild finals, but man, that Search and Destroy was incredible. The map 1 was great. The map 4 was solid. Really, the only blowout was the map 3, but even that was a treat to watch because of Empire's comms and how on point they were. But Empire are hitting new levels, man. The first team to get their second home series win. And this has to feel so good for Hastro, Rambo, the entire squad.
I was just rewatching that final hardpoint break, but I mean, Shotzi and Hook, man. Shotzi just gets into that little elbow inside a Restaurant. 2 players run into him. Then Hook comes through the back door and he finds the rest of them. But yeah, man, that was a crazy break by the Dallas Empire.
Unbelievable. And yeah, to the point that I was kind of making during the course of that, it was just so interesting to see because the last time we saw FaZe lose versus Rocker, it seemed to be such a different playstyle. Like they really slowed the game down, but Empire just go toe to toe with them. As we now take a look at the scuff play of the game, it's going to be the final 15 or so seconds of that map 4. As you said, Shotzi and Hoop make the play in Restaurant to close out the game for the Empire. Joe watched it one more time. Now you'll get to watch it as well. And this is your scuff play of the game.
Yeah, I mean, again, you just have Major Maniac set up behind the bar. You think it's going to look good. But, I mean, it's 250 to 240. Like you said, there's a shot. We've seen some amazing holds inside this last hill at Restaurant. But Hook and Shotzi just made that look a little too easy.
And I don't know if that's one of those things where you switch Major Maniac over to the sub, obviously, right before this event. That's one of those, like, supreme finesse positions kind of, right? Like, it's chaos in there. Like, it is madness around that bar, and I just don't think he was up to the task of dealing with Shotzi flying in because he just gets ripped off that bar. That was nuts.
I don't know. Like, to me, I think if you're Atlanta FaZe, like, games 1 and 4, you got outslayed, but also it was one of those situations where you had the opportunities. Like, the opportunities were there, and that set of kills that you needed once you've got to that rotation, they just didn't come in. I mean, even looking at that first half of Dom, right? We talked about it time and time again. That second set, we talk about the first set so much because it sets you up. You need a few more kills. You at least need to trade to earn yourself some time, and they just weren't doing that. Yeah, Dallas just took it right to them.
This year has been crazy when you just think about how teams progressed, what teams have gotten better, and I just can't give any more respect. Like, it's just so impressive how Empire improved over the year. Like, when you think about Minnesota, the first event, and they came in, they lost to FaZe and Huntsmen, just got blasted on social media, blasted on Reddit, just dominated. But now they've got the online home series win, they've got the LAN home series win, they've beaten FaZe, they've beaten Huntsmen, and they just seem to be getting better and better. And for now, they're the #1 team in the game. Now, will that change in a week or in a couple weeks to the next event? Like, who knows? Like, FaZe and Huntsmen still obviously can take that crown, but enjoy it while it lasts. Empire, you look damn good.
It did, man. And I think it's the way they did it that was so impressive because we looked at the groups and was like, if they get caught here, that's a little bit scary. They get out of the group. Now we knew today they had to beat both Atlanta and Chicago. And the fact that these were their kryptonites just all year long. You're able to beat both of them in a matter of 4 hours. That's super impressive.
I can't wait to go back and watch that search. Like, I Can't wait. Like, that was just crazy. I just want to see, like, it felt like so many rounds came down to so many ridiculous moments. But man, that was a fun final, Joe, and I love casting with you. Hope everybody at home enjoyed that. We obviously have a ton more home series events to go this year, but the thing we have coming up next, I think he's already been interviewed a couple times so far, but it's Crim6 again. Mr. Comedy, Mr. GOAT, Mr. Home Series second win. It's Crim6 with the interview after this quick break.
Time to get to work, the sky's the limitation. Look at my face, you know I don't play. Please get out the way, I got history to make. Pick up the pace, pick any time and place. I'm ready for whatever, cause greatness never waits. Say, you got to get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way. I said let me be great.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Aim low. They're going to be sliding.
Folks, it is time for your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. My name is Rich, and I am here with the champion. I'm here with Crim6, and we got plenty to talk about. I kind of want to jump straight into it on this one. There's a lot of talk right now saying that your squad is the best team in the league. And there are a lot of reasons for that, right? You're going to pull ahead now on the point standing, so you'll be #1 there. And to even pull down this,
hopefully.
I'm pretty sure I tried to do the math. I'm definitely not the best at math.
What's the kill of math on that?
Gosh, we're not going into the kill of math right now because I'm not really.
You don't know the kill of math?
It could be like a whole complicated thing. But let's look at it this way. In your mind, what does your team need to do to prove that you're the best team in the league? Is this enough, or do you feel like you still have more to do?
I don't care about that, Rich, honestly. You know what? I'm on you now. That's a stupid question. We just play our game, Rich.
That's why I'm asking the questions.
We just play our game. I don't care about what anybody has to say. None of us do. All right? Rich, we're here to perform, and that's it. I'm not getting paid to read comments. You know what I mean?
That's pretty much all I get paid to do. So now I feel even more foolish, Crim. But
I feel bad for you, man.
But
I wish I had your stash. You wish you had my hairline, right?
If I was gonna wish for a hairline, I don't think I'd wish for yours, brother. I don't think that's the one I'd be wishing.
No,
for. I've been looking at one thing. And that is the way that I feel like we're getting to gap closing, right? Very early in the season, you see Chicago, you see FaZe, and they're so far ahead of the other teams. It's you and Minnesota who are slowly creeping up on them. I feel like for the most part, the gap has been closed. But do you feel like your team is actually, not only have you closed the gap with those two teams and maybe even surpassed them, do you think that you're starting to widen the gap between the rest of the field and actually catapult yourself ahead?
Well, you know what? To your question, I got another question for you. If you take out the Minnesota points, what are the standings?
Wait,
that's what I got to say to that.
If I took out...
So far, yeah. Yeah, because we got 0, and a lot of the, Huntsmen FaZe, they got 20.
I see.
They got 20 each.
Sorry, I thought you meant Minnesota's team.
I
see what you're saying. Yeah. But you just said you don't care about the point standings at all.
I think everyone right now on all the teams is just trying to get like the 1 or 2 seed at champs.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the only other than that, no one really cares about but everyone is trying to get that 1 and that 2 because that's like a huge benefit at champs.
I think that's a very important thing to keep on mind. And one of the other things that we noticed, we had a lot of teams who were coming off of some of their longer breaks, and now I didn't even realize this until you told me. You're about to go on your pretty long break. You have all of May off. Do you think that might impact you after you just managed to pull down? I think this is one of the biggest wins that you have so far. Do you think that this is actually going to impact that momentum at all?
Well, I don't know about that one, Rich. About one of the biggest.
I mean,
wins
in
ever,
the CDL so far, like I think this is a really big,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's gonna be weird because we're gonna have, it's literally a full month off. So realistically, what that means is like 2 weeks off, just because you're gonna start preparing, you're gonna start playing a lot more, leading up to the next tournament. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Dude, I can't remember the last time we had a full month break in the middle of the season. So it's going to be interesting, but, everyone right now is going through, the whole entire world is going through some tough times. So, I'm just happy to be competing. And, the CDL, the improvements on the servers from last week to this week have been, last week I felt like we didn't even compete, Rich. Like, they were that bad to the point where I was like, I didn't feel like we lost, but I don't feel like we won either. Well, obviously we didn't win, but this week the improvements that were made were huge. I don't think anyone even complained besides, a couple of stragglers that are in like a really far away place of the United States, pinging to a server. That's terrible. That's gonna happen. But yeah, no, I mean the whole month of May, I guess we're playing Warzone. Maybe some 10s, Rich. Rich,
what do you mean,
where are you?
I'm letting you talk.
You're doing something on the stream, huh?
Doing something on the stream. I was typing Malding maybe a few times, but sadly, that's all the time that we actually do have.
That was the longest time I've ever heard you not speak.
It was
in
pretty
my whole
long.
life.
If one person can outspeak, outspeak me, it's you.
But
we gotta go to a quick break because Crim filled up all of the time. The champion, he deserved that podium.
Yeah.
We're gonna be back to actually break down everything him and Dallas Empire did to win.
Wait.
Right now it's proof, right? And all the time it's huge exploding comes in there, it's like, no! And this growth chaos is shitting. I was going, no!
Download now.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless. PS4, the official platform partner of Call of Duty Challenges.
There's on point. What a play from the youngster.
You gotta start cooking again. The league is back.
It's chaos.
You ain't surviving that. It's gone straight through the skull.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you'll be seeing a lot more of that. Friday nights, Rider Light.
It's going.
My goodness.
That is sensational.
Oh my word.
Oh my.
No. Ready to play ball.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Welcome to the kingdom, the online kingdom.
Can he get there in time? He got the kill. Are you kidding me? Let's just be awesome, bro. Let's just be awesome.
Okay.
CDL's back. Fetch me my beard oil.
And we are back to CDL Game Day presented by Game Fuel. That's going to do it for the Chicago Home Series event. In 2 weeks, we're going to have our Florida Home Series event. Basically, every 2 weeks, we've got another Call of Duty event coming to you. But to close out this incredible weekend of Call of Duty esports action, it's going to be myself, Nameless, and Rich. And we're going to take a look, I believe, at the damage dealt leaderboard presented by PS4. And that's going to be from the map 4. And Ant, it is Shotzi lighting it up.
Yeah, big improvements out of Shotzi and Illy for that matter. I think this was Illy's best tournament thus far throughout, a couple maps here and there. But I think that just both them turning up at this entire tournament and over the last couple of weekends has been the key factor for Empire competing with the likes of Simp, with the likes of Celium. And it was just an amazing performance by Shotzi.
Rich, what do you think of that final, man? It was wild.
It was one of the best ones to watch so far, and I think it is one of the most important ones right now because we just seen a team that at the beginning of the year, a bunch of people underrated. It seems like it was so long ago that people were kind of talking about that, but they were saying that Dallas was not one of these top teams. Obviously, we saw Chicago looking further ahead. We saw FaZe looking further ahead, but at this point, it really does seem like Dallas is the best team in the league. The points are going to back that up, and now you have Shotzi and Illy firing on all cylinders. I just think that this is a team that's only going to go further and further ahead.
It's true. It's true. It's funny though. Right after that final end, I was talking to Crowder a little bit, the coach of FaZe, and he was like so flustered about the search. He's like, "You guys thought that was so intense." He's like, "I was so frustrated because it was sloppy COD. Like it was so sloppy. It kept going down to the clock. We were playing so slow." I was like, "Chris, I don't care if it's gonna be intense moments like that." Like as a commentator, it was so entertaining. But man, Nameless, that map too was something else.
Oh, it was crazy, especially that 1v1 between Clay and Simp. Like, it was insane. They both had dead silence. Obviously, there's going to be blunders on either side. Like the team kill on a BZ, I thought that was like that was going to be like the nail in the coffin right there. But, you know, they end up getting out of that. Simp ends up clutching up in the final moments in the 1v1 and ends up being the only map that they win. Like, it's just a crazy match, and I think that Search and Destroy was probably the best map we've had throughout the entire season. It was just super intense. The storyline was there, and it was just incredible to watch.
It was. We're going to take one final look at the bracket, just how things went down through Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as we worked through kind of our GSL-style groups into the single elimination bracket with your final 4 teams today. And as we take a look at this, I kind of want to talk about the biggest takeaways you guys had from this event. Like, there was a lot that went down, but we can start with you, Rich. Like, what was maybe your single biggest takeaway from this weekend?
I have no idea what I told production my biggest takeaway was, but I do kind of want to talk about FaZe overall, because Ant was talking about this quite a bit, and I'm not sure if I actually got to talk to you, Maven, at all about it, but FaZe, even when they were winning, it was not nearly as dominant as it had been in the past, and Nameless was talking about different things with, yes, they're able to slay, but what are they able to do once they get out there and slay? And I'm kind of curious how both of you feel about FaZe right now as a roster, what you want to be seeing them do when, you know, last week, weeks before that, if asking that question, it would be, yeah, I don't want to see any changes. I just want to see them keep playing and keep being dominant.
Well, for one, I would say stop being lazy in hardpoint. We've seen it happen over the last couple of weekends. I like that they're getting creative and switching up some roles, but maybe it's time to just have Major Maniac just switch back to that main AR. It's hard, like me and Chance were talking about earlier, it's hard to deny like the coaching staff on that team and the players on that roster. If they feel like they need Celium to run an AR, then maybe they just need a couple of weekends or a couple of scrims for him to run that to feel more comfortable. But yeah, I think that FaZe is still a top 3 team in the game, and you know, just because they lose this final doesn't mean that they need to make some massive shift in their roster or shift in their gameplay. I think they'll continue to be good, and they can expand upon what they have right now. All
right, well, before we take a look kind of at your biggest takeaway, and I do want to take a look at the CDL points presented by Game Fuel and Empire now on top. FaZe going to be sitting in a 3rd position, Huntsmen in the 2nd, and then it's kind of a wild battle in that 4, 5, 6 slot. But Empire now, at least for me, I know it's online. I know it's not the perfect world right now with everything going on, but this is what we've got. And Dallas Empire continue to improve, and to the point that you and Rich were talking about for FaZe, it's just maybe it's one of those situations where, you know, they were the best team to start the game. They were so good, they just haven't improved a lot, and everyone's kind of catching up at this point. I think it's got to be part of it.
Yeah, and also, Crim6 brought up a good point. He's like, they didn't get any points at launch weekend. Huntsman and FaZe both got 20 points. So, like, if you think about it like that and you kind of, like, scratch off the first weekend, they're in the lead by quite a bit. Like, you remove 20 points from Huntsman and FaZe, and it's like, wow, Empire really has been, like, playing really good lately. And that actually leads into my biggest takeaway as well. Sorry, Rich, that how can Empire be denied? You know, online LAN, where like they won on LAN, their players are continuously getting better, and they 3-0 Huntsman and they 3-1 FaZe. Like, they can't be denied. They are the best team in the game. They're your 2-time champions. Like, you can't deny the skill, and you have to respect that team.
Well, guys, the next one coming up, though, I mean, as we look to wrap up this event, the next one coming up is the Florida Home Series event. That's going to be, what, the 8th through the 10th of May, just 2 weeks away. And what's interesting about it, though, is like we're not going to have Dallas Empire there. We're not going to have the Chicago Huntsmen there. There's going to be a lot of teams that are looking to make a statement. FaZe maybe trying to rebound after this 2nd place finish, but you're going to have Legion, Ravens, OpTic, Subliners, Ultra, Rocker, Mutineers. Like, I like 5 or so teams that desperately need points, and then teams like Mutineers, Rocker, and FaZe that may be sitting a little bit more comfortable. But when you see the full season schedule there, we're getting kind of closer to this halfway point, and I guess, Rich, the point where the teams at the bottom better start making moves and getting some points, or they're going to find themselves in a lot of trouble.
Or just play against the Guerrillas, right? I mean, we see that definitely works for Seattle.
Well, they're not there in Florida. So
when you talk about teams that aren't going to be there, that was actually why I wanted to bounce in off of what Nameless was saying with how can they be denied. I totally agree. You can't really deny this team, but what Crim was talking about with them being off for a full month, that is where, you know, your own fate is not totally in your hands. You're potentially going to be sweating a little bit, because if those other teams can really be doing damage, if they can be grabbing those points, then you have that potential to fall behind regardless of what you do.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, everybody plays the same amount of games, so like they'll end up getting a chance
Very
to play
true.
again. But I guess the lack of tournament practice over the next month could hurt them. But these guys are professionals, man, and they've had weekends off before, so I don't think it'll affect them too much.
The only thing I'll say with that though is look at London coming off of their long break, and I feel like they don't look nearly as good as they did before that break did happen. That's the only thing I'll bring up. I'm totally in accord with you. I think that this is the best team, and I think it's going to be hard to stop the momentum. That would be the only thing I'd be concerned about.
It's a fair point.
Well, just to take us away from the pro side of things for a second, I do want to highlight some stuff for the people at home and maybe some of the amateur players, because just to talk about the Challenger Cups, there's 5 new online events that are going to be in the mix. There's $250,000 on the line. Each Challengers Cup has dedicated tournaments for teams in North America, Europe, and APAC. Like, there's a lot going on there, and Ant, I know it's been a long time since you maybe had to battle through the amateur scene, and Rich, I know you had a long and lengthy career as an amateur Call of Duty player, but it's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to see the support and the amount of money for these amateur players to make, Ant.
Oh, man, I've had to play through the open bracket quite a few times, actually, and it is the gauntlet, let me tell you. But these guys are playing for a big prize now. It's an awesome opportunity. You're seeing players make it out of that amateur scene and into the pro scene, like Mac Meltz, one of the latest players to do it, and he lit up the stage this weekend. Like, guy was an absolute beast. So it's a great opportunity, and I'm glad that the CDL provides so much support for its amateur scene. It's just awesome to see.
It really is, and you can go to callofduty.com/challengers. I believe that's where you can register for everything. But I think we did some stuff with social for, like, what team are you guys going to be repping right now? I believe we had a tweet, I think it was from Grizzly Landon, that it came in from. It's which team pack is it going to be? I think we'll wait for the tweet to come up because I'm not exactly sure. But congrats to Grizzly Landon, as you're going to be taking it. It's for the team packs. I know we've been repping them quite a bit on Warzone when you talk about the various camos and everything in it. I've been using the Mutineers one personally. They've been awesome. But let's take a look at this. And there's the team pack for Landon. It's the Empire. Well, it's a good pick. It's a good pick. They end up winning it. They end up repping it. I know. I played. I swap around. I swap around with some of the teams.
You got to switch it now, Clint.
Yeah, no, I got to switch it. You're right. I've been playing with Florida Mutineers since they got the win. Now we're going to be going with the Dallas Empire one. I'm going to be swapping all of my gun skins over, all my camos, all my stickers. Everything's going to be swapped over to Empire now.
Dude, I've been rocking the FaZe one. I skipped the Mutineers one. I gotta get the Empire one now. I think I'm gonna follow suit, dude. I'm just gonna rock whoever's camo wins. So definitely go get your hands on some of the team packs. Your favorite teams, they're sick, man. Drop into Warzone with your favorite camo. It's awesome.
Yeah, no, that's it's one thing we've had some years, we haven't had some, but see the representation inside of the core title, obviously awesome. I think I have every single one at this point. I'm just gonna keep going with whoever's the champion. So Empire, I'll be repping you every single day, but I think that's gonna do it for us. Rich, Ant, great stuff this weekend. It's been another awesome home series event. Hopefully for you guys at home, we improved the show in some ways. We'll continue to try and make it better and better as we've had this big pivot into the online event. I know it's not perfect for everyone, but we're all doing our best. And there were just some crazy matches, man. There were absolutely intense matches that went down. Empire are going to be your first two-time home series event winners. Congrats to them. It's Florida coming up next in just 2 weeks. We won't be long without Call of Duty action. Thank you for watching.
Hey, Glaciers gonna get bumped. 4 gonna drop 3. They're gonna get the clear.